Preface of The Tiger of Mysore by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Preface to The Tiger of Mysore by G.A. Henty. While some of our wars in India are open to the charge that they were undertaken on slight provocation, and were forced on by us in order that we might have an excuse for annexation, our struggle with Tipu Sahib was, on the other hand, marked by a long endurance of wrong, and a toleration of abominable cruelties perpetrated upon Englishmen and our native allies. Hyder Ali was a conqueror of the true Eastern type. He was ambitious in the extreme. He dreamed of becoming the lord of the whole of southern India. He was an able leader, and though ruthless where it was his policy to strike terror, he was not cruel by choice. His son Tipu, on the contrary, revelled in acts of the most abominable cruelty. It would seem that he massacred for the very pleasure of massacring, and hundreds of British captives were killed by famine, poison, or torture, simply to gratify his lust for murder. Patience was shown towards this monster until patience became a fault, and our inaction was naturally ascribed by him to fear. Had firmness been shown by Lord Cornwallis when Seringapatam was practically in his power, the second war would have been avoided and thousands of lives spared. The blunder was a costly one to us, for the work had to be done all over again, and the fault of Lord Cornwallis retrieved by the energy and firmness of the Marquis of Wellesley. The story of the campaign is taken from various sources, and the details of the treatment of the prisoners from the published narratives of two officers who effected their escape from prison. This written by the author, G.A. Henty. End of preface. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 1 of The Tiger of Mysore by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. The Tiger of Mysore by G.A. Henty. Chapter 1 A Lost Father. There's no saying, lad, no saying at all. All I know is that your father, the captain, was washed ashore at the same time I was. As you heard me say, I owed my life to him. I was pretty nigh gone when I caught sight of him holding on to a spar. Spent as I was, I managed to give a shout loud enough to catch his ear. He looked round, I waved my hand and shouted, "Goodbye, Captain." Then I sank lower and lower, and I felt that it was all over, when, half in a dream, I heard your father's voice shout, "Hold on, Ben." I gave one more struggle, and then I felt him catch me by the arm. I don't remember what happened until I found myself lashed to the spar beside him. "That is right, Ben," he said cheerily, as I held up my head. "You'll do now. I had a sharp tussle to get you here, but it's all right now. We're setting inshore fast. Pull yourself together, for we shall have a rough time of it in the surf. Anyway, we'll stick together, come what may." Well, as the waves lifted us up, I saw the coast, with its groves of cocoanuts almost down to the water's edge, and white sheets of surf running up high on the sandy beach. It was not more than 100 yards away, and the captain sang out, "Hooray! There's some natives coming down. They'll give us a hand." Next time we came up on a wave, he said, "When we get close, Ben, we must cut ourselves adrift from this spar. It'll crush the life out of us. But before we do that, I'll tie the two of us together." He cut a bit of rope from the rifle hanging from the spar, and tied one end round my waist and the other round his own, leaving about 5 fathom loose between us. "There," he shouted in my ear. "If either of us gets chucked well up and the natives get a hold of him, the other must come up too. Now mind, Ben, keep broadside on to the wave if you can, and then let it roll you up as far as it'll take you. Then, when you feel that its force is spent, stick your fingers and toes in the sand and hold on like grim death." Well, we drifted nearer and nearer until, just as we got to the point where the great waves tumbled over, the captain cut the lashings and swam a little way so as to be clear of the spar. Then a big wave came towering up, and I was carried along like a straw in a whirlpool. Then there was a crash that pretty nigh knocked the senses out of me. I do not know what happened afterwards. It was a real confusion of white water rushing past and over me. Then for a moment I stopped, and at once made a clutch at the ground that I had been rolling over. There was a big strain, and I was hauled backwards as if a team of wild horses were pulling at me, Then there was a jerk. I knew nothing more till I woke up and found myself on the sands, out of reach of the surf. Your father did not come to for half an hour. He'd been hurt a bit worse than I had, but at last he came round. Well, we were kept 3 months in a sort of castle place, and then one day a party of chaps with guns and swords came into the yard where we were sitting. The man, who seemed the head of the fellows who'd been keeping us prisoners, walked up with one who was evidently an officer over the chaps as had just arrived. He looked at us both and he laid his hands on the captain. Then the others came up. The captain had just time to say, "We're going to be parted, Ben. God bless you. If ever you get back, give my love to my wife, and tell her what's happened to me, and that she must keep up her heart, for I shall make a bolt of it the first time I get a chance." Well, the next day I was taken off to a place they call Calicut. There I stopped a year, and then the Rajah of the place joined the English against Tippoo. He was lord of all the country, and I was released. I had got by that time to talk their lingo pretty well, though I've forgotten it all now. And I'd found out that the chaps who'd taken your father away were a party sent down by Tippoo, who, having heard that 2 Englishmen had been cast on shore, had insisted upon one of them being handed over to him. Well, it's known that a great many of the prisoners in Tippoo's hands have been murdered in their dungeons. He has sworn over and over again that he has no European prisoners, but everyone knows that he has numbers of them in his hands. Whether the captain is one of those who've been murdered, or whether he's still in one of Tippoo's dungeons, is more than I or anyone else can say. Well, as I've told you, Ben, that is what we mean to find out. I know that's what your mother's often said, lad, but it seems to me that you have more chance of finding the man in the moon than you have of learning whether your father's alive or not. Well, we are going to try anyway, Ben. I know it's a difficult job, but Mother and I have talked it over ever since you came home with the news 3 years ago. So I have made up my mind, and nothing can change me. You see, I have more chances than most people would have. Being a boy is all in my favour, and then, I talk the language just as well as English. Yes, of course, that is a pull, and a big one, but it's a desperate undertaking, lad, and I can't say as I see how it is to be done. Well, I don't see either, Ben, and I don't expect to see until we get out there, but desperate or not, Mother and I are going to try. Dick Holland, the speaker, was a lad of some 15 years of age. His father, who was captain of a fine East Indiaman, had sailed from London when he was 9, and had never returned. No news had been received of the ship after she touched at the Cape, and it was supposed that she had gone down with all hands, until, nearly 3 years later, her boatswain, Ben Burkett, had entered the East India Company's office and reported that he himself and the captain had been cast ashore on the territories of the Rajah of Coorg, the sole survivors, as far as he knew, of the Hooghly. After an interview with the directors, he had gone straight to the house at Chadwell, inhabited by Mrs. Holland. She had left there, but had removed to a smaller one a short distance away, where she lived upon the interest of the sum that her husband had invested from his savings, and from a small pension granted to her by the company. Mrs. Holland was a half-caste, the daughter of an Englishwoman who had married a young Rajah. Her mother's life had been a happy one, but when her daughter had reached the age of 16, she died, obtaining on her deathbed the Rajah's consent that the girl should be sent to England to be educated, while her son, who was 3 years younger, should remain with his father. Over him she had exercised but little influence. He had been brought up like the sons of other native princes, and, save for his somewhat light complexion, the English blood in his veins would never have been suspected. Margaret, on the other hand, had been under her mother's care, and as the latter had always hoped that the girl would, at any rate for a time, go to her family in England, she had always conversed with her in that language, and had, until her decreasing strength rendered it no longer possible, given her an English education. In complexion and appearance she took far more after her English mother than the boy had done, and save for her soft dark eyes and glossy jet-black hair, might have passed as of pure English blood. When she sailed, it was with the intention of returning to India in the course of a few years, but this arrangement was overthrown by the fact that on the voyage John Holland, the handsome young first mate of the Indiaman, completely won her heart, and they were married a fortnight after the vessel came up the Thames. The matter would not have been so hurried had not a letter she posted on landing to her mother's sister, who had promised her a home, received an answer written in a strain which determined her to yield at once to John Holland's pressing entreaties that they should be married without delay. Her aunt had replied that she had consented to overlook the conduct of her mother in uniting herself to a native, and to receive her for a year at the rectory, but that her behaviour in so precipitately engaging herself to a rough sailor rendered it impossible to countenance her. As she stated that she had come over with a sum sufficient to pay her expenses while in England, she advised her to ask the captain, who, by the way, must have grossly neglected his duties by allowing an intimacy between her and his mate, to place her in some school where she would be well looked after until her return to India. The Indian blood in Margaret's veins boiled fiercely, and she wrote her aunt a letter which caused that lady to congratulate herself on the good fortune that had prevented her from having to receive under her roof a girl so objectionable and violent a character. Although the language that John Holland used concerning this letter was strong indeed, he was well satisfied, as he had foreseen that it was not probable Margaret's friends would have allowed her to marry him without communicating with her father, and that the Rajah might have projects of his own for her disposal. He laid the case before the captain, who placed her in charge of his wife until the marriage took place. Except for the long absences of her husband, Margaret's life had been a very happy one, and she was looking forward to the time when, after another voyage, he would be able to give up his profession and settle down upon his savings. When months passed by and no news came of the Hooghley having reached port, Mrs. Holland at once gave up her house and moved into a smaller one, for although her income would have been sufficient to enable her to remain where she was, she determined to save every penny she was able for the sake of her boy. She was possessed of strong common sense and firmness of character, and when Ben Birkett returned with his tale, he was surprised at the composure with which she received it. "I have always," she said, "had a conviction that John was still alive, and have not allowed Dick to think of his father as dead. And now I believe as firmly as before that some day John will be restored to me. I myself can do nothing towards aiding him. A woman can do little here. She can do nothing in India, save among her own people. I shall wait patiently for a time. It may be that this war will result in his release, but in the meantime I shall continue to prepare Dick to take up the search for him as soon as he is old enough. I hear once a year from my brother, who is now Rajah, and he will be able to aid my boy in many ways. However, for a time I must be patient and wait. I have learnt to wait during my husband's long absences, and besides, I think that the women of India are a patient race. I trust that John will yet come home to me, but if not, when it's time, we will try to rescue him." Ben said nothing at the time to dampen her courage, but he shook his head as he left the cottage. "Poor creature," he said. "I would not say anything to discourage her, but for a woman and boy to try to get a captive out of the claws of the tiger of Mysore, it's just madness." Each time he returned from a voyage, Ben called upon Mrs. Holland. He himself had given up every vestige of hope when it was known that the name of her husband was not among the list of those whom Tippoo had been forced to release. Margaret Holland, however, still clung to hope. Her face was paler, and there was a set, pathetic expression in it, so when she spoke of her husband as being still alive, Ben would sooner have cut out his tongue than allow the slightest word indicative of his own feeling of certainty as to the captain's fate to escape him, and he always made a pretence of entering warmly into her plans. The training, as she considered it, of her son went on steadily. She always conversed with him in her father's language, and he was able to speak it as well as English. She was ever impressing upon him that he must be strong and active. When he was 12, she engaged an old soldier who had set up a sort of academy to instruct him in the use of the sword, and in such exercises as were calculated to strengthen his muscles and to give him strength and agility. Unlike most mothers, she had no word of reproach when he returned home from school with a puffed face or cut lips, the signs of battle. "I do not want you to be quarrelsome," she often said to him, "but I have heard your father say that a man who can use his fists well is sure to be cool and quick in any emergency. You know what is before you, and these qualities are of far more importance in your case than any book learning. Therefore, Dick, I say never quarrel on your own account, but whenever you see a boy bullying a smaller one, take the opportunity of giving him a lesson, while learning one yourself. In the days of old, you know, the first duty of a true knight was to succour the oppressed, and I want you to be a true knight. You'll get thrashed sometimes, no doubt, but don't mind that. Perhaps next time you'll turn the tables." Dick acted upon this advice, and by the time he was 15 had established a reputation among not only the boys of his own school but of the district. In addition to his strength and quickness, he had a fund of dogged endurance and imperturbable good temper that did not fail him. Even on the rare occasions when, in combats with boys much older than himself, he was forced to admit himself defeated. The fact that he fought, not because he was angry, but as if it were a matter of business, gave him a great advantage, and his readiness to take up the cause of any boy ill-treated by another was so notorious that "I will tell Dick Holland" became a threat that saved many a boy from being burned. 10 days before his conversation with Ben, his mother had said, "Dick, I can stand this no longer. I have tried to be patient for 6 years, but I can be patient no longer. I feel that another year of suspense would kill me. Therefore I have made up my mind to sail at once. The voyage will take us 5 months, and perhaps you may have to remain some little time at my brother's before you can start. Now that the time has come, I think that perhaps I am about to do wrong, and that it may cost you your life, but I cannot help it, Dick. I dream of your father almost every night, and I wake up thinking that I hear him calling upon me to help him. I feel that I should go mad if this were to last much longer." "I am ready, Mother," the boy said earnestly. "I've been hoping for some time that you'd say you'd start soon, and though I have not, of course, the strength of a man, I think that that will be more than made up by the advantage I should have as a boy in looking for my father. And at any rate, from what you tell me, I should think that I am quite as strong as an average native of your country. Anyhow, Mother, I am sure that it will be best for us to go now. It must have been awful for you waiting all this time, and though you've never said anything about it, I have noticed for a long time that you were looking ill, and was sure that you were worrying terribly. What would be the use of staying any longer? I should not be very much stronger in another year than I am now, and a year would seem an age to Father." And so it was settled, and Mrs. Holland at once began to make preparations for their departure. She had already, without saying anything to Dick, given notice that she should give up the house. She had, during the 6 years, saved a sum of money amply sufficient for the expenses of the journey and outfit, and she had now only to order clothes for herself and Dick, and to part with her furniture. Ben, on his return, had heard with grave apprehension that she was about to carry out her intention, but as he saw that any remonstrance on his part would be worse than useless, he abstained from offering any, and warmly entered into her plans. After an hour's talk, he had proposed to Dick to go out for a stroll with him. "I am glad to have a talk with you, Ben," Dick said. "Of course I have heard from Mother what you told her when you came home, but I shall be glad to hear it from you, so as to know exactly how it all was. You know, she feels sure that Father is still alive. I should like to know what your opinion really is about it. Of course it will make no difference, as I should never say anything to her, but I should like to know whether you think there is any possibility of his actually being alive." To this Ben had replied as already related. He was silent when Dick asserted that, desperate or not, he intended to carry out his mother's plan. "I would not say as I think it altogether desperate as far as you're concerned," he said thoughtfully. It don't seem to me as there's much chance of your ever getting news of your father, lad. And as to getting him out of prison, if you do come to hear of him, why, honest, I'd not give a quid of baccy for your chance, but I don't say as I think that it's an altogether desperate job as far as you're concerned yourself. Talking their lingo as you do, it's just possible as you might be able to travel about in disguise without anyone finding you out, especially as the Rajah, your uncle, ought to be able to help you a bit, and put you in the way of things, and perhaps send some trusty chap along with you. Now, there's no doubt you're strong for your age, and being thin and nothing but muscle, you'd pass better as a native than if you'd been thick and chunky. My old woman tells me as you have a regular name as a fighter, and that you've given a lesson to many a bully in the neighbourhood. Altogether, there's a lot in your favour, and I don't see why you should not pull through all right. At any rate, even should the worst come to the worst, and you do get news somehow that your poor father's gone down, I'm sure it'll be better for your mother than going on as she has done for the last 6 years, just wearing herself out with anxiety." "I'm sure it will, Ben. I can tell you that it's as much as I can do sometimes not to burst out crying when I see her sitting by the hour with her eyes open, but not seeing anything or moving as much as a finger, just thinking and thinking and thinking. I wish we were going out on your ship, Ben." "I wish you was too, lad, but it'll be 5 or 6 weeks before we are off again. Anyhow, the ship you're going in, the Madras, is a fine craft, and the captain bears as high a character as anyone in the company's fleet. Well, lad, I hope it'll all turn out well. If I could have talked the lingo like a native, I would have been glad to have gone with you and taken my chances. The captain saved my life in that wreck, and it would only have been right that I should risk mine for him, if there was but a shadow of a chance of its being of use. But I know that, in a job of this sort, I could be of no good whatsomever, and should be getting you into trouble before we'd gone a mile together. I'm sure that you would help if you could, Ben, but of course you could be of no use. And when do you think of being home again, lad? Well, there's no saying, Ben. It may be years, but however long it takes, I shan't give it up until I find out for certain what has become of my father. And ain't there a chance of hearing how you're getting on, Dick? I shall think of you and your mother often and often when I'm on deck keeping my watch at night, and it'll seem hard that I mayn't be able to hear for years as to what you're doing. The only thing that I can do, Ben, will be to write if I get a chance of sending a messenger, or for my mother to write to you, to the office. That's it. You send a letter to Ben Burkitt, boatswain of the Madeira, care of East India Company, Leadenhall Street, and I shall get it, sooner or later. Of course, I shall not expect a long yarn, but just 2 or 3 words to tell me how you're getting on, and whether you've got any news of your father. And if you come back to England, leave your address at the company's office for me, for it ain't an easy matter to find anyone out in London unless you've got the bearings right. 10 days later, Mrs. Holland and Dick embarked on the Madras. Dick had been warned by his mother to say nothing to anyone on board as to the object of their voyage. "I shall mention," she said, "that I am going out to make some inquiries respecting the truth of a report that has reached me, that some of those on board the Hoogly, of which my husband was captain, survived the wreck, and were taken up the country. That will be quite sufficient. Say nothing about my having been born in India, or that my father was a native rajah. Some of these officials, and still more their wives, are very prejudiced, and consider themselves to be quite different beings to the natives of the country. At least I found it so on my voyage to England. At any rate, we don't want our affairs talked about. It will be quite sufficient for people to know that we are, as I said, going out to make some inquiries about the truth of this rumour." "All right, Mother. At any rate, the captain has told you that he will look after you, and make things comfortable for you, so we need not care about anything else." "We certainly need not care, Dick, but it's much more agreeable to get on nicely with everyone. I was very pleased when Captain Barstow called yesterday and said that, having heard at the office that the Mrs. Holland on the passenger list was the widow of his old shipmate, John Holland, he'd come round to see if there was anything that he could do for her, and he promised to do all in his power to make us comfortable. Of course, I told him that I did not regard myself as Captain Holland's widow, that all we knew was that he had got safely ashore and had been taken up to Mysore, and as I had a strong conviction he was still alive, I was going out to endeavour to ascertain from native sources whether he was still living." "Well, ma'am, I hope that you'll succeed," he said. "All this is new to me. I thought he was drowned when the Hoogly went ashore. Anyway, Mrs. Holland, I honour you for making this journey, just as on the off chance of hearing something of your husband, and you may be sure I will do all I can to make the voyage a pleasant one for you. So you see, we shall start out favourably, Dick, for the captain can do a great deal toward adding to the comfort of a passenger. When it is known by the purser and steward that a lady is under the special care of the captain, it ensures her a larger share of civility and special attentions that she might otherwise obtain." As soon as they went on board, indeed, the captain came up to them. "Good morning, Mrs. Holland," he said. "You have done quite right to come on board early. It gives you a chance of being attended to before the stewards are being called for by 20 people at once." He beckoned to a midshipman. "Mr. Hart, please tell the purser I wish to speak to him. So this is your son, Mrs. Holland? A fine, straight-looking young fellow. Are you going to put him in the service? You have a strong claim, you know, which I am sure the board would acknowledge." "Do you know, Captain, it's a matter that I have hardly thought of. In fact, I have for years been so determined to go out and try and obtain some news of my husband, as soon as Dick was old enough to journey about as my protector, that I have not thought, as I ought to have done, what profession he should follow. However, he's only 15 yet, and there will be time enough when he gets back." "If he is to go into the service, the sooner the better, ma'am. One can hardly begin too young. However, I don't say there are not plenty of good sailors afloat who did not enter until a couple of years older than he is. There's no strict rule as to age." "Only 15, is he? I should have taken him for at least a year older. However, if you like, Mrs. Holland, I'll put him in the way of learning a good deal during the voyage. He might as well be doing that as loafing about the deck all day." "Much better, Captain. I am very much obliged to you, and I am sure that he will be, too." "I should like it immensely, Captain," Dick exclaimed. At this moment the purser came up. "Mr. Stevenson," the captain said, "this is Mrs. Holland. She's the wife of an old friend, John Holland. We were midshipmen together on board the Ganges. He commanded the Hooghly, which was lost, as you know, 5 or 6 years ago, somewhere near Calicut. There were 2 or 3 survivors, and he was one of them, and it seems that he was taken up the country. So Mrs. Holland is going out to endeavour to ascertain whether he may not be still alive, though perhaps detained by one of those native princes. Please do everything you can to make her comfortable, and tell the head steward that it's my particular wish she shall be well attended to. Who is she berthed with?" The purser took the passenger list from his pocket. "She is with Mrs. Colonel Williamson and the wife of Commissioner Larkins." The captain gave a grunt of dissatisfaction. The purser went on. "There is a small cabin vacant, Captain. 2 ladies who were to have it, a mother and a daughter, have, I hear this morning, been unexpectedly detained, owing to the sudden illness of one of them. Their heavy baggage is all in the hold and must go on, and they will follow in the next ship. Shall I put Mrs. Holland in there?" "Certainly. This is most fortunate. I don't think that you would have been comfortable with the other 2, Mrs. Holland. I don't know the Colonel's wife, but Mrs. Larkins has travelled with us before, and I had quite enough of her on that voyage." "Thank you so much, Captain. It will indeed be a comfort to have a cabin to myself." Dick found that he was berthed with 2 young cadets, whose names he learned from the cards fastened over the bunks were Latham and Fellows. Half an hour after the arrival of the Hollands on board, the passengers began to pour in rapidly, and the deck of the Madras was soon crowded with them, their friends, and their luggage. Below, all was bustle and confusion. Men shouted angrily to stewards, women laden with parcels blocked the gangway, and appealed helplessly to everyone for information and aid. Sailors carried down trunks and portmanteaus, and Mrs. Holland, when she emerged from her cabin, having stowed away her belongings and made things tidy, congratulated herself on having been the first on board, and so had not only avoided all this confusion, but obtained a separate cabin, which she might not otherwise have been able to do so, as the captain would have been too busy to devote any special attention to her. After handing her over to the care of the purser, Captain Barstow had spoken to the second officer who happened to be passing. "Mr. Rawlinson," he said, "this is the son of my old friend, Captain Holland. He is going out with his mother. I wish you'd keep your eye upon him, and let him join the midshipmen in their studies with you in the morning. Possibly he may enter the service, and it will be a great advantage to him to have got up navigation a bit before he does so. At any rate, it will occupy his mind and keep him out of mischief. A lad of his age would be like a fish out of water among the passengers on the quarterdeck." "Aye, aye, sir. I'll do what I can for him," and he hurried away. Dick saw that for the present there was nothing to be done but to look on, and it was not until the next morning, when the Madras was making her way south outside the Goodwins, that the second officer spoke to him. "There you are, lad. I've been too busy to think of you, and it'll be another day or 2 before we settle down to regular work. However, I'll introduce you to 1 or 2 of the midshipmen, and they'll make you free of the ship." Dick was indeed already beginning to feel at home. The long table, full from end to end, had presented such a contrast to his quiet dinner with his mother that, as he sat down beside her and looked round, he thought he should never get to speak to anyone throughout the voyage. However, he had scarcely settled himself when a gentleman in a naval uniform next to him made the remark, "Well, youngster, what do you think of all this? I suppose it's all new to you." "It is, sir. It seems very strange at first, but I suppose I shall get accustomed to it." "Oh yes, you'll find it pleasant enough by and by. I am the ship's doctor. The purser has been telling me about you and your mother. I made 1 voyage with your father. It was my first, and a kinder captain I never sailed with. I heard from the purser that there seems to be a chance of his being still alive, and that your mother's going out to try and find out something about him. I hope most sincerely that she may succeed in doing so, but he's been missing a long time now. Still, that's no reason why she should not find him. There have been instances where men have been kept for years by some of these rascally natives. Why, goodness only knows, except, I suppose, because they fear and hate us, and think that some time or another an English prisoner may be useful to them. Your mother looks far from strong," he went on, as he glanced across Dick to Mrs. Holland, who was talking to a lady on the other side of her. "Has she been ill?" "No, sir. I have never known her ill yet. She has been worrying herself a great deal. She's waited so long because she did not like to go out until she could take me with her. She has no friends in England with whom she could leave me. She looks a good deal better now than she did a month ago, though. I think directly she settled to come out and had something to do she became better." "That's quite natural," the doctor said. "There's nothing so trying as inactivity. I have no doubt that the sea air will quite set her up again. It performs almost miracles on the homeward bound passengers. They come on board looking pale and listless and washed out. At the end of a month at sea they are different creatures altogether." The purser had taken pains to seat Mrs. Holland at table next to a person who would be a pleasant companion for her, and the lady she was now talking to was the wife of a chaplain in the army. She had, a year before, returned from India in the Madras, and he knew her to be a kind and pleasant person. Dick did not care for his cabin mates. They were young fellows of about 18 years of age. One was a nephew of a director of the company, the other the son of a high Indian official. They paid but little attention to him, generally ignoring him altogether, and conversing about things and people in India in the tone of men to whom such matters were quite familiar. In 3 or 4 days Dick became on good terms with the 6 midshipmen the Madras carried. 2 of them were younger than himself, 2 somewhat older, while the others were nearly out of their time, and hoped that this would be their last trip in the midshipman's berth. The 4 younger lads studied 2 hours every morning under the second officer's instruction, and Dick took his place at the table regularly with them. Mathematics had been the only subject in which he had at all distinguished himself at school, and he found himself able to give satisfaction to Mr. Rawlinson in his studies of navigation. After this work was over, they had an hour's practical instruction by the boatswain's mate in knotting and splicing ropes, and in other similar matters. In a fortnight he learned the names and uses of what had at first seemed to him the innumerable ropes, and long before that had accompanied one of the midshipmen aloft. On the first occasion that he did so, 2 of the topmen followed him, with the intention of carrying out the usual custom of lashing him to the ratlines, until he paid his footing. Seeing them coming up, the midshipman laughed and told Dick what was in store for him. The boy had been as awkward as most beginners in climbing the shrouds, the looseness and give of the ratlines puzzling him, but he had for years practised climbing ropes in the gymnasium at Shadwell, and was confident in his power to do anything in that way. The consequence was that, as soon as the sailors gained to the top, where he and the midshipman were standing, Dick seized one of the halyards and, with a merry laugh, came down hand over hand. A minute later he stood on the deck. "Well done, youngster," said the boatswain's mate, who happened to be standing by as Dick's feet touched the deck. "This may be the first time you've been on board a ship, but it's easy to see that it isn't the first, by a long way, that you've had been on a rope. Could you go up again?" "Yes, I should think so," Dick said. "I have never climbed so high as that, because I have never had the chance, but it ought to be easy enough." The man laughed. "There are not many sailors who can do it," he said. "Well, let's see how high you'll go." As Dick was accustomed to go up a rope 30 feet high, hand over hand, without using his legs, he was confident that with their assistance he could get up to the maintop, lofty as it was, and he at once threw off his jacket and started. He found the task harder than he had anticipated, but he did it without a pause. He was glad, however, when the 2 sailors above grasped him by the arms and placed him beside them on the maintop. "Well, sir," one said admiringly, "we thought you was a Johnny Newcomb by the way you went up the ratlines, but you come up the rope like a monkey. Well, so you're free up here, and if you weren't, it would not make much odds to you, for it would take half the ship's company to capture you." "I don't want to get off paying my footing," Dick said, pulling 5 shillings from his pocket and handing them to the sailors, for his mother had told him that it was the custom, on first going aloft, to make a present to them, and had given him the money for the purpose. "I can climb, but I don't know anything about ropes, and I shall be very much obliged if you'll teach me all you can." End of Chapter 1. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 2 of The Tiger of Mysore by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. The Tiger of Mysore by G.A. Henty. Chapter 2. A Brush with Privateers. Dick was surprised when, on descending to the deck, he found that what seemed to him a by no means very difficult feat had attracted general attention. Not only did half a dozen of the sailors pat him on the back with exclamations expressive of their surprise and admiration, but the other midshipmen spoke quite as warmly, the eldest saying, "I could have got up the rope, Holland, but I could not have gone up straight as you did, without stopping for a bit to take breath. You don't look so very strong, either." "Oh, I think that it's a knack more than strength," Dick replied. "I have done a lot of practice at climbing, for I have always wanted to be strong, and I heard that there was no better exercise." When presently Dick went off aft to the quarterdeck, Captain Barstow said to him, "You have astonished us all, lad. I could hardly believe my eyes when I saw you going up that rope. I first caught sight of you when you had climbed but 20 feet, and wondered how far you would get. At that pace, I would have wagered 100 guineas to one that you would not have kept it up to the top. Well, lad, whatever profession you take up to, it's certain that you will be a good sailor spoilt." They had been out 3 weeks now, but had made slow progress, for the winds had been light and mostly from the southwest. "This is very dull work," the doctor said to Dick one day at dinner. "Here we are, 3 weeks out, and still hardly beyond the Channel. There is one consolation. It's not the fault of the ship. She's been doing well under the circumstances, but the fates have been against her thus far. I have no doubt that there are a score of ships still lying in the Downs that were there when we passed, and tedious as it has been beating down the Channel with scarce wind enough most of the time to keep our sails full, it would have been worse lying there all the time. Still, we've gained a good bit on them, sir. If the wind were to change round, say to the northeast, and they brought it along with them, they would soon make up for lost time, for it would not take them 3 days to run here. However, we shall begin to do better soon. I heard the captain say that he should change his course tomorrow. We're somewhere off Cork, and when he makes a few miles more westing he'll bear away south. If we'd had a favourable wind we should have taken our departure from the start, but with it in this quarter we're obliged to make more westing before we lay our head on her course, or we should risk getting in too close to the French coast, and their privateers are as thick as peas there." "But we should not be afraid of a French privateer, Doctor." "Well, not altogether afraid of one, but they are very often going in couples, and sometimes 3 of them will work together. I don't think one privateer alone would venture to attack us, though she might harass us a bit and keep up a distant fire, in hopes that another might hear it and bear down to her aid. But it's always as well to keep free of them if one can. You see, an unlucky shot would knock one of our sticks out of us, which would mean delay and trouble, if no worse. We had a strong brush with 2 of them on the last voyage, but we beat them off. We were stronger than we are now, for we had 200 troops on board, and should have astonished them if they had come close enough to try boarding. In fact, we were slackening our fire to tempt them to do so, when they made out that a large craft coming up astern was an English frigate, and sheered off. I don't know what the end of it was, but I rather fancy they were taken. The frigate followed them gaining fast, and later on we could hear guns in the distance." "You did not join in the chase then, Doctor?" "Oh no, our business is not fighting. If we are attacked, of course we defend ourselves, but we don't go a foot out of our way if we can help it." 3 weeks at sea had done wonders for Mrs. Holland. Now that she was fairly embarked upon her quest, the expression of anxiety gradually died out. The sea air braced up her nerves, and, what was of still greater benefit to her, she was able to sleep soundly and dreamlessly, a thing she had not done for years. Dick was delighted at the change in her. "You look quite a different woman, Mother," he said. "I don't think your friends at Shadwell would know you if they were to see you now." "Oh, I feel a different woman, Dick. I have not felt so well and so bright since your father sailed on his last voyage. I am more convinced than ever that we shall succeed. I've been trying very hard for years to be hopeful, but now I feel so without trying. Of course it was partly this lovely weather and the sea air, and sleeping so well, and partly because everyone is so kind and so pleasant." As soon as the Madras had been headed for the south, she began to make better way. The wind freshened somewhat, but continued in the same quarter. Grumbling ceased over the bad luck they were having, and hopeful anticipations that after all they would make a quick passage were freely indulged in. On the 4th day after changing her course, she was off the coast of Spain, which was but 150 miles distant. At noon that day the wind dropped suddenly, and an hour later it was a dead calm. "We're going to have a change, Dick," the doctor said, as he stopped by the lad, who was leaning against the bulwark watching a flock of seagulls that were following a shoal of fish, dashing down among them with loud cries, and too intent upon their work to notice the ship, lying motionless 100 yards away. "What sort of change, Doctor?" "Most likely a strong blow, though from what quarter it's too soon to say. However, we have no reason to grumble. After nearly a month of light winds we must expect a turn of bad weather. I hope it will come from the north. That will take us down to the latitude of Madeira, and beyond that we may calculate upon another spell of fine weather until we cross the line." As the afternoon wore on the weather became more dull. There were no clouds in the sky, but the deep blue was dimmed by a sort of haze. Presently, after a talk between the captain and the first officer, the latter gave the order, "All hands take in sail." The order had been expected, and the men at once swarmed up the rigging. In a quarter of an hour all the upper sails were furled. The light spars were then sent down to the deck.
"You may as well get the top gallant sails off her too, Mr. Green," the captain said to the first officer. "It's as well to be prepared for the worst. It's sure to blow pretty hard when the change comes." The top gallant sails or t'gallant sails were got in, and when the courses had been brailed up and secured, the hands were called down. Presently the captain, after going to his cabin, rejoined Mr. Green. "The glass has gone up again," Dick heard him say. "It looks as if it were coming from the north, sir." Yes, with some east in it. It would not come from a better quarter." He turned and gazed steadily in that direction. "Yes, there is dark water over there." "So there is, sir. That's all right. I don't mind how hard it blows, so that it does but come on gradually." "Yes, I agree with you. These hurricane bursts, when one is becalmed, are always dangerous, even when one is under bare poles." Gradually the dark line on the horizon crept up toward the ship. As it reached her, the sails bellied out, and she began to move through the water. The wind increased in strength rapidly, and in half an hour she was running south at 10 or 11 knots an hour. The thermometer had fallen many degrees, and as the sun set the passengers were glad to go below for shelter. Before going to bed, Dick went up on deck for a few minutes. The topsails had been reefed down, but the Madras was rushing through the water at a high rate of speed. The sea was getting up, and the waves were crested with foam. Above, the stars were shining brilliantly. "Well, lad, this is a change, is it not?" the captain said as he came along in a pea jacket. "We seem to be going splendidly, Captain." "Yes, we are walking along grandly, and making up for lost time. It is blowing hard, sir." "It will blow a good deal harder before morning, lad, but I do not think it will be anything very severe. Things won't be so comfortable downstairs for the next day or two, but that's likely to be the worst of it." The motion of the ship kept Dick awake for some time, but wedging himself tightly in his berth, he presently fell off to sleep, and did not wake again until morning. His two cabin mates were suffering terribly from seasickness, but he felt perfectly well, although it took him a long time to dress, so great was the motion of the ship. On making his way on deck, he found that overhead the sky was blue and bright, and the sun shining brilliantly. The wind was blowing much harder than on the previous evening, and a heavy sea was running, but as the sun sparkled on the white crests of the waves, the scene was far less awe-inspiring than it had been when he looked out before retiring to his berth. The ship, under closely reefed main and fore topsails, was tearing through the water at a high rate of speed, throwing clouds of spray from her bows, and occasionally taking a wave over them that sent a deluge of water along the deck. "What do you think of this, lad?" Mr. Rawlinson, who was in charge of the watch, asked him as, after watching his opportunity, he made a rush to the side and caught a firm hold of a shroud. "It is splendid, sir," he said. "Has she been going like this all night?" The officer nodded. "How long do you think it will last, sir?" 2 or 3 days. "Will it be any worse, sir?" "Not likely to be. It's taken us along rarely, and it's doing us good in more ways than one. Look there," and as they rose on a wave he pointed across the water behind Dick. The lad turned and saw a brig running parallel to their course, half a mile distant. "What of her, sir?" "That's a French privateer, unless I'm greatly mistaken." "But she has the British ensign flying, sir." "But that goes for nothing. She may possibly be a trader on her way down to the Guinea coast, but by the cut of her sails and the look of her hull I have no doubt that she is a Frenchman." "We are passing her, sir." "Oh, yes. In a gale and a heavy sea, weight tells, and we shall soon leave her astern. But in fine weather I expect she could sail round and round us. If the French could fight their ships as well as they could build them, we should not be in it with them." "Why don't we fire at her, Mr. Rawlinson?" The officer laughed. "How are you going to work your guns with the ship rolling like this? No, lad, we're like two muzzled dogs at present. We can do nothing but watch each other. I'm sorry to say that I don't think the fellow is alone. 2 or 3 times I fancied I caught a glimpse of a sail on our starboard quarter. I could not swear to it, but I don't think I was mistaken, and I called the captain's attention that way just before he went down 10 minutes ago, and he thought he saw it too. However, as there was nothing to be done, he went down for a caulk. He had not left the deck since noon yesterday. But if she's no bigger than the other, I suppose we shall leave her behind too, Mr. Rawlinson." "Aye, lad, we shall leave them both behind presently, but if they're what I think, we're likely to hear more of them later on. They would not be so far off shore as this unless they were on the lookout for an Indiaman, which of course keep much further out than ships bound up the Med. And having once spotted us, they'll follow us like hounds on a deer's trail. However, I think they're likely to find that they have caught a Tartar when they come up to us. Ah, here's the doctor. Well, doctor, what's the report below?" "Only the usual number of casualties, a sprained wrist, a few contusions, 3 or 4 cases of hysterics." "Is mother all right, doctor?" Dick asked. As I have heard nothing of her, I have no doubt she is. I am quite sure that she will not trouble me with hysterics. Women who have had real trouble to bear, Dick, can be trusted to keep their nerves steady in a gale." "Oh, I suppose you call this a gale, Doctor?" "Certainly. It's a stiff northeasterly gale, and if we were facing it instead of running before it, you would not want to ask the question. That's a suspicious-looking craft, Rawlinson," he broke off, catching sight of the brig now on their port quarter. "Yes, she's a privateer, I have no doubt, and unless I am mistaken she has a consort somewhere out there to starboard. However, we need not trouble about them. Travelling as we are, we are going 2 knots an hour faster than the brig." "So much the better," the doctor said. "We can laugh at any of these fellows, but when it comes to 2 of them I own that I don't care for their company. So the longer this gale holds on, the better." The mate nodded. "Well, Dick," the doctor went on, "do you feel as if you will be able to eat your breakfast?" "Oh, I shall be ready enough for it, Doctor, but I don't see how it will be possible to eat it with the vessel rolling like this." "You certainly will not be able to sit down to it. Nothing would stay on the table a minute. There will be no regular breakfast today. You must get the steward to cut you a chunk of cold meat, put it between 2 slices of bread, and make a sandwich of it. As to tea, ask him to give you a bottle and to pour your tea into that. Then if you wedge yourself into a corner you will find that you are able to manage your breakfast quite comfortably, and can amuse yourself watching people trying to balance a cup of tea in their hand." Not more than half a dozen passengers ventured on deck for the next 2 days, but at the end of that time the force of the wind gradually abated, and on the following morning the Madras put all her sails up to a light but still favourable breeze. Madeira had been passed, to Dick's disappointment, but except for a fresh supply of vegetables there was no occasion to put in there, and the captain grudged the loss of a day while so favourable a wind was taking them along. "Do you think we shall see anything of that brig again, Doctor?" Dick asked, as for the first time since the wind sprang up the passengers sat down to a comfortable breakfast. "There's no saying, Dick. If we gained 2 knots an hour during the blow, and I don't suppose we gained more than 1.5, they must be 120 miles or so astern of us. After all, this is only half a day's run. I think they are pretty sure to follow us for a bit, for they will know that in light winds they travel faster than we do, and if we get becalmed while they still hold the breeze, they'll come up hand over hand. It's likely enough that, in another 3 days or so, we may get a sight of them behind us." This was evidently the captain's opinion also, for during the day the guns were overhauled and their carriages examined, and the muskets brought up on deck and cleaned. On the following day the men were practised at the guns, and then had pike and cutlass exercise. None of the passengers particularly noticed these proceedings, for Dick had been warned by the captain to say nothing about the brig, and as he was the only passenger on deck at the time, no whisper of the privateers had come to the ears of the others. The party were just going down to lunch on the 3rd day when a lookout in the maintop hailed the deck. "Sail astern." "How does she bear?" "She's dead astern of us, sir, and I can only make out her upper sails. I should say that there are her royals." Mr. Green ran up with his telescope slung over his shoulder. "I cannot make much out of her, sir," he shouted to the captain. "She may be anything. She must be nearly 30 miles astern. I think with Pearson that it is her royals we see." "Take a look round, Mr. Green." The mate did so, and presently called down, "I can make out something else away on the starboard quarter, but so far astern that I can scarce swear to her. Still, it can be nothing but a sail." "Thank you, Mr. Green. I dare say that we shall know more about her later on." When the captain joined the passengers at table, one of the ladies said, "You seem interested in that ship astern of us, Captain." "Yes, Mrs. Seaforth. One is always interested in a ship when one gets down as far as this. She may be another Indiaman, and although the Madras has no claim to any great speed in a light breeze like this, one never likes being passed." The explanation was considered as sufficient, and nothing more was said on the subject. By sunset the upper sails of the stranger could be made out from the deck of the Madras. Mr. Green again went up and had a look at her. "She's coming up fast," he said, when he rejoined the captain. "She keeps us so dead in our wake that I can't make out whether she's a brig or a 3-master, but I fancy that she is a brig by the size and cut of her sails. I can see the other craft plainly enough now. She's 8 or 10 miles west of the other, and has closed in toward her since I made her out before. I have no doubt that she is a large schooner." "Well, it's a comfort that they are not a few miles nearer, Mr. Green. There's no chance of their overtaking us before morning, so we shall be able to keep our watches as usual, and shall have time to get ready for a fight if there is to be one." "The sooner the better, sir, so that it is daylight. It's quite certain that they have the legs on us." In the morning, when Dick came up, he found that the wind had quite died away, and the sails hung loosely from the yards. Looking astern, he saw two vessels. They were some 6 miles away, and perhaps 2 miles apart. As they lay without steerage way, they had swung partly round, and he saw that they were a brig and a schooner. The former, he had no doubt, from her lofty masts and general appearance, was the same the Madras had passed 6 days before. As the passengers came up, they were full of curiosity as to the vessels. "Of course, we know no more, actually, than you do yourselves," the captain said, as some of them gathered round and questioned him. "But I may as well tell you frankly that we have very little doubt about their being 2 French privateers. We passed them during the gale, and had some hopes that we should not see them again, but in the light breeze we have been having during the last few days, they have made up lost ground, and I am afraid that we shall probably have to fight them." Exclamations of alarm broke from some of the ladies who heard his words. "You need not be alarmed, ladies," he went on. "We carry 12 guns, you know, and I expect that all of them are of heavier metal than theirs. The Madras is a strongly built ship, and will stand a good deal more hammering than those light craft will, so that I have no doubt we shall give a good account of ourselves." After breakfast the hatches were opened, and the gun cases belonging to the passengers brought out. Scarce one of them but had a rifle, and many had in addition a shotgun. The day passed without any change in the positions of the vessels, but they still lay becalmed. "Why don't they get out their boats and tow their vessels up?" Dick asked the doctor. "Because they would be throwing away their chances if they did so. They know that we cannot get away from them, and we might smash up their boats as soon as they came within range. Besides, their speed and superior handiness give them a pull over us when fighting under sail. They may try to tow up during the night, if they think they are strong enough to take us by boarding, but I hardly think they will do so." The night, however, passed off quietly, but in the morning a light breeze sprang up from the east. The sails were trimmed, and the Madras again began to move through the water. By breakfast time the craft behind had visibly decreased their distance. The meal was a silent one. When it was over, the captain said: "As soon as those fellows open fire, ladies, I must ask you all to go down into the hold. The sailors have already cleared a space below the waterline large enough for you, and they will take down some cushions and so on to make you as comfortable as possible under the circumstances. Pray do not be alarmed at any noises you may hear. You will be below the waterline and perfectly safe from their shot. You may be sure that we shall do our best to keep the scoundrels from boarding us, and I will let you know from time to time how matters are going." The unmarried men at once went up on deck. The others lingered for a short time behind, talking to their wives and daughters, and then followed. "The wind has strengthened a bit, Mr. Green," the captain said, "and I fancy we shall get more." "I think so too, Captain." "Then you may as well get off the upper sails and make her snug. Get off everything above the topgallant. Then if the wind increases we shall not want to call the men away from the guns." The crew had, without orders, already mustered at quarters. The lashings had been cast off the guns, the boatswain had opened the magazines, and a pile of shot stood by each gun, together with cases of canister and grape shot for close work. Boarding pikes and cutlasses were ranged along the bulwarks. The men had thrown aside their jackets, and many of those at the guns were stripped to the waist. Some of them were laughing and talking, and Dick saw by their air of confidence that they had no doubt of their ability to beat off the assault of the privateers. The latter were the first to open the ball. A puff of smoke burst out from the brig's bows, followed almost instantly by one from the schooner. Both shots fell short, and for a quarter of an hour the 3 vessels kept on their way. "We have heavier metal than that," the captain said cheerfully, "and I have no doubt we could reach them. But it's not our game to play at long bowls, for it's probable that both of them carry a long pivot gun, and if they were to draw off a bit they could annoy us amazingly, while we could not reach them." Presently the privateers opened fire again. They were now about a mile away, and the same distance from each other. Their shot fell close to the Indiaman, and 2 or 3 passed through their sails. Still no reply was made. The men at the gun fidgeted, and kept casting glances towards the poop in expectation of an order. It came at last, but it was not what they had expected. "Double shot your guns, men," the captain said. Scarcely was the order obeyed when the brig, which was now on the port quarter, luffed up a little into the wind and fired a broadside of 8 guns. There was a crashing of wood. The Madras was hulled in 3 places. 2 more holes appeared in her sails, while the other shot passed harmlessly just astern of her. There was an angry growl among the sailors as the schooner bore away a little, and also fired her broadside. Except that a man was struck down by a splinter from the bulwarks, no damage was done. "Bear up a little," the captain said to the second officer, who was standing by the helmsman. "I want to edge in a little toward the brig, but not enough for them to notice it. Now, gentlemen," he went on to the passengers, "I have no doubt that most of you are good shots, and I want you, after we have fired our broadside, to direct your attention to the brig's helmsman.
If you can render it impossible for the men to stand at the wheel, we'll make mincemeat of this fellow in no time. Directly I have fired our port broadside, I am going to bring her up into the wind on the opposite tack, and give him the starboard broadside at close quarters. Don't fire until we've gone about, and then pick off the helmsman if you can. Get ready, men." The brig was now but a little more than a quarter of a mile distant. "Aim at the foot of his mainmast," he went on. "Let each man fire as he gets the mast in his sight." A moment later the first gun fired, and the whole broadside followed in quick succession. "Down with the helm, hard down, sheets and tacks." The men whose duty it was to trim the sails ran to the sheets and braces. The Madras swept up into the wind, and as her sails drew on the other tack, she came along on a course that would take her within 100 yards of the brig. As she approached, 3 rifles cracked out on her poop. One of the men at the helm of the brig fell, and as he did so, half a dozen more shots were fired, and as his companion dropped beside him, the brig, deprived of her helm, flew up into the wind. 3 men ran aft to the wheel, but the deadly rifles spoke out again. 2 of them fell. The third dived under the bulwark for shelter. "Steady, men," the captain shouted. "Fetch a mainmast out of her." As they swept along under the stern of the brig, each gun of their other broadside poured in its fire in succession, raking the crowded deck from end to end. A moment later the mainmast was seen to sway, and a tremendous cheer broke from the Madras as it went over the side, dragging with it the foretopmast with all its gear. "Down with the helm again," the captain shouted. "Bring her head to wind and keep her there." The first officer sprang forward to see that the order was carried into effect, and a minute later the Indiaman lay with her sails aback at a distance of 100 yards on the quarter of the brig. "Grape and canister," the captain shouted, and broadside after broadside swept the decks of the brig, which, hampered by her wreckage, was lying almost motionless in the water. So terrible was the fire that the privateer's men threw down their axes, with which they were striving to cut away the floating spars, and ran below. "Double shot your guns, and give her one broadside between wind and water," the captain ordered. "Haul on the sheets and braces, Mr. Green, and get her on course again. The schooner won't trouble us now." That craft had indeed at first luffed up to come to the assistance of a consort, but on seeing the fall of the latter's mast, and that she was incapable of rendering any assistance, had again altered her course, feeling her incapacity to engage so redoubtable an opponent single-handed. 3 hearty cheers broke from all on board the Madras as, after pouring in a broadside at a distance of 50 yards, she left the brig behind her and proceeded on her way. "Then you don't care about taking prizes, Captain?" one of the passengers said, as they crowded round to congratulate him upon his easy, almost bloodless victory. "No, taking prizes is not my business, and were I to weaken my crew by sending some of them off in a prize, I might find myself short-handed if we met another of these gentlemen, or fell in with bad weather. Besides, she'd not be worth sending home." "The brig is signalling to her consort, sir," Mr. Green said. Aye. I expect she wants help badly enough. I saw that ships fly close to her waterline as we gave her that last broadside." "They are lowering a boat," one of the passengers said. "So they are. I expect they haven't got more than one that can swim." "I think she's settling down," the captain said as he looked earnestly at the wreck astern. "See how they are crowding into that boat, and how some of the others are cutting and slashing to get the wreckage clear of her." "She is certainly a good bit lower in the water than she was," the first officer agreed. "The schooner's come round, and won't be long before she's alongside of her." Yes, there was no doubt that the brig was settling down fast. Men stood on the bulwarks and waved their caps frantically to the schooner. Others could be seen, by the aid of a glass, casting spars, hen coops, and other articles overboard, and jumping into the water after them, and soon the sea around the wreck was dotted with heads and floating fragments, while the wreckage of the mainmast was clustered with men. When the Madras was about a mile away, the schooner was lying thrown up head to wind, 50 yards from the brig, and her boats were already engaged in picking up the swimmers. Suddenly the brig gave a heavy lurch. "There she goes!" the captain exclaimed. A moment later the hull had disappeared, and the schooner remained alone. By this time the whole of the ladies had ascended from their place of safety to the poop, and a general exclamation broke from the passengers as the brig disappeared. "The schooner will pick them all up," the captain said. "They must have suffered heavily from our fire, but I don't think any will have gone down with her. The boat, which has already reached the schooner, must have taken a good many, and the mainmast and foretopmast and spars will support the rest, to say nothing of the things they have thrown overboard. Well, there is one wasp the less afloat." No further adventure was met with throughout the voyage. They had a spell of bad weather off the Cape, but the captain said it was nothing to the gales they often encountered there, and that the voyage as a whole was an exceptionally good one, for even after the delays they had encountered at the start, the passage had lasted but 4 months and a half.
They touched at Point de Galle for news, and to ascertain whether any French warships had been seen of late along the coast. A supply of fresh vegetables and fruit was taken on board, as the vessel, after touching at Madras, was to go on to Calcutta. A few of the passengers landed at Point de Galle, but neither Dick nor his mother went ashore. "You will have plenty of opportunities of seeing Indians later on, Dick," Mrs. Holland had said, "and as the gigs will not take all ashore, we may as well stop quietly here. I heard the captain say that he would weigh anchor again in 4 hours." Dick was rather disappointed, but as they would be at Madras before long, he did not much mind. 10 days later they anchored off that town. Little was to be seen except the fort, a number of warehouses, and the native town, while the scenery contrasted strongly with that of Ceylon, with its masses of green foliage, with hills rising behind. For the last fortnight Mrs. Holland had been somewhat depressed. Now that the voyage was nearly over, the difficulties of the task before her seemed greater than they had done when viewed from a distance, and she asked herself whether, after all, it would not have been wiser to have waited another 2 or 3 years, until Dick had attained greater strength and manhood. The boy, however, when she confided her doubts to him, laughed at the idea. "Why, you know, Mother," he said, "we agreed that I had a much greater chance as a boy of going about unsuspected than I should have as a man. Besides, we could never have let Father remain any longer without trying to get him out." "No, no, Mother, you know we've gone through it over and over again, and talked about every chance. We've had a first-rate voyage, and everything is going on just as we could have wished, and it would never do to begin to have doubts again. We have both felt confident all along. It seems to me that, of all things, we must keep on being confident, at any rate until there is something to give us cause to doubt." On the following morning they landed in a surf boat, and were fortunate in getting ashore without being drenched. There was a rush of wild-looking and half-naked natives to seize their baggage, but upon Mrs. Holland, with quiet decision, accosting the men in their own language, and picking out 4 of them to carry the baggage up to one of the vehicles standing on the road that ran along the top of the high beach, the rest fell back, and the matter was arranged without difficulty. After a drive of 20 minutes they stopped at a hotel. "It's not like a hotel, Mother," Dick remarked as they drew up. "It's more like a gentleman's house standing in its own park. Almost all the European houses are built so here, Dick, and it's much more pleasant than when they are packed together." "Yes, much nicer," Dick agreed. "If each house has a lot of ground like this, the place must cover a tremendous extent of country." "It does, Dick, but as everyone keeps horses and carriages, that does not matter much. Blacktown, as they call the native town, stands quite apart from the European quarter." As soon as they were settled in their rooms, which seemed to Dick singularly bare and unfurnished, mother and son went out for a drive in one of the carriages belonging to the hotel. Dick had learned so much about India from her that, although extremely interested, he was scarcely surprised at the various scenes that met his eye, or at the bright and varied costumes of the natives. Many changes had taken place during the 17 years that had elapsed since Mrs. Holland had left India. The town had increased greatly in size. All signs of the effects of the siege by the French 30 years before had been long obliterated. Large and handsome government buildings had been erected, and the evidences of wealth and prosperity were everywhere present. End of Chapter 2. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 3 of The Tiger of Mysore by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. The Tiger of Mysore by G.A. Henty. Chapter 3. The Rajah. "Now, Mother, let us talk over our plans," Dick said, as after dinner they seated themselves in 2 chairs in the veranda, at some distance from the other guests at the hotel. "How are we going to begin?" "In the first place, Dick, we shall tomorrow send out a messenger to Tripatli to tell my brother of our arrival there." "How far is it, Mother?" "Oh, it's about 120 miles in a straight line, I think, but a good bit farther than that by the way we shall go." "How shall we travel, Mother?" "Well, I will make some inquiries tomorrow, but I think that the pleasantest way will be to drive from here to Conjeveram. I think that's about 40 miles. There we can take a native boat and go up the river Palar past Ercot and Vellore to Vaniambadi. From there it's only about 15 miles to Tripatli. I shall tell my brother the way I propose going. Of course, if he thinks any other way will be better, then we shall go by that."
Are we going to travel as we are, Mother, or in native dress?" "That is a point I have been thinking over, Dick. I will wait and ask my brother which he thinks will be best. When out there I always dressed as a native, and never put on English clothes except at Madras. I used to come down here 2 or 3 times every year with my mother, and generally stayed for a fortnight or 3 weeks. During that time we always dressed in English fashion, as by so doing we could live at the hotel and take our meals at public tables without exciting comment. My mother knew several families here, and liked getting back to English ways occasionally. Of course I shall dress in Indian fashion while I stay at my brother's, so it's only the question of how we shall journey there, and I think I should prefer going as we are. We shall excite no special observation travelling as English, as it will only be supposed that we are on our way to pay a visit to some of our officers at Arcot. At Conjeveram, which is a large place, there is sure to be a hotel of some sort or other, for it's on the main road from Madras south. On the way up by water we shall of course sleep on board, and we shall go direct from the boat to Tripataly. However, we need not decide until we get an answer to my letter, for it will take a very short time to get the necessary dresses for us both. I think it most likely that my brother will send down one of his officers to meet us, or possibly may come down himself." "You heard what they were all talking about at dinner, Dick?" "Yes, Mother. It was something about Tippoo attacking the Rajah of Travancore, but I didn't pay much attention to it. I was looking at the servants and their curious dresses." "It's very important, Dick, and will probably change all our plans. Travancore is in alliance with us, and everyone thinks that Tippoo's attack on it will end in our being engaged in war with him. I was talking to the officer who sat next to me, and he told me that if there had been a capable man at the head of government here, war would have been declared as soon as the Sultan moved against Travancore. Now that General Meadows had been appointed governor and commander in chief, there is no doubt, he said, that an army would move against Tippoo in a very short time, that it was already being collected, and that a force was marching down here from Bengal. So you see, my boy, if this war really breaks out, the English may march to Seringapatam and compel Tippoo to give up all the captives he has in his hands." "Oh, that would be splendid, Mother." "At any rate, Dick, as long as there is a hope of your father being rescued in that way, our plans must be put aside." "Well, Mother, that will be better in some respects, for, of course, if Father is not rescued by our army, I can try afterwards as we arranged. It would be an advantage in one way, as I should then be quite accustomed to the country, and more fit to make my way about." A week later an old officer arrived from Tripataly. "Ah, Rajbullub," Mrs. Holland explained as he came up with a deep salaam. "I am indeed glad to see you again. I knew you were alive, for my brother mentioned you when he wrote last year." Rajbullub was evidently greatly pleased at the recognition. "I think I should know you, lady," he said, "but 18 years makes more changes in the young than in the old. Truly I am glad to see you again. There was great joy among us who knew you as a child when the Rajah told us that you were here. He has sent me on to say that he will arrive tomorrow. I am to see to his apartments, and to have all in readiness. He intends to stay here some days before returning to Tripataly." "Will he come to this hotel?" "No, lady. He will take the house he always has when he is here. It is kept for the use of our princes when they come to Madras. He bade me say that he hopes you will remain here, for that none of the rooms could be got ready at such a short notice. He has not written, for he hates writing, which is a thing that he has small occasion for. I was to tell you that his heart rejoiced at the thought of seeing you again, and that his love for you is as warm as it was when you were a boy and girl together. This is my son, Rajbullub. He has often heard me speak of you." "Yes, indeed," Dick said warmly. "I heard how you saved her from being bitten by a cobra when she was a little girl." "Ah, the young lord speaks our tongue," Rajbullub said with great pleasure. "We wondered whether you would have taught it to him. If it had not been that you always wrote to my lord in our language, we should have thought that you yourself would surely have forgotten it, after dwelling so long among the white sahibs." "No, we always speak it when together, Rajbullub. I thought that he might some day come out here, and that he would find it very useful. And I, too, having been looking forward to returning for a time to the home where I was born." There were many questions to ask about her brother, his wife, and 2 sons. They were younger than Dick, for Mrs. Holland was 3 years senior to the Rajah. At last she said, "I will not detain you longer, Rajbullub. I know that you will have a great deal to do to get ready for my brother's coming. At what time will he arrive?" "He hopes to be here by 10 in the morning, before the heat of the day sets in." "I shall, of course, be there to meet him."
"So he hoped, lady. He said that he would have come straight here first, but he thought it would be more pleasant for you to meet him in privacy." "Assuredly it would," she agreed. "I will bring a carriage for you here at 9 o'clock, and take you and my young lord to the Rajah's house." At the appointed time a handsome carriage and pair drove up to the door of the hotel, and in 10 minutes Mrs. Holland and Dick alighted in the courtyard of a large house. 4 native servants were at the door, and the old officer led the way to a spacious room. This was carpeted with handsome rugs. Soft cushions were piled on the divan running round the room, the divan itself being covered with velvet and silk rugs. Looking glasses were ranged upon the walls, a handsome chandelier hung from the roof, draperies of gauze lightly embroidered with gold hung across the windows. "Why, Rajbullub, you have done wonders! That is, if the house was unfurnished yesterday." "It was simple," the Hindoo said. "My lord, your brother, like other rajahs who use the house when they come down here, has a room upstairs in which are kept, locked up, everything required for furnishing the rooms he uses. 4 of his servants came down here with me. We had but to call in sweepers to clear the house from dust and wash down the marble floors, and then everything was put into place. The cook, who also came down, has hired assistants, and all will be ready for my lord when he arrives." In half an hour one of the servants ran in and announced that the Rajah was in the courtyard. There was a great trampling of hoofs, and a moment later he ascended the stairs, and was met by his sister and Dick at the door of the room. Mrs. Holland had attired herself handsomely, not so much for the sake of her brother, but that, as his sister, those with him would expect to see in her an English lady of position, and Dick thought that he had never seen her looking so well as when, in a dress of rich brocade, with a flush of pleasure and expectation on her cheeks, she advanced to the door. She was still but a little over 33 years old, and although the long years of anxiety and sorrow had left their traces on her face, the rest and quiet of the sea voyage had done much to restore the fullness of her cheeks and to soften the outline of her figure. The Rajah, a young and handsome-looking man of 30, ascended the stairs with an eagerness and speed that were somewhat at variance with Dick's preconceived ideas of the stateliness of an Eastern prince. "My sister Margaret!" he exclaimed in English, and embraced her with a warmth that showed that his affection for her was unimpaired by the years that had passed since he had last seen her. Then he stood with his hands on her shoulders, looking earnestly at her. "I know you again," he said. "You are changed, but I can recall your face well. You are welcome, Margaret, most welcome." "And this is my nephew?" he went on, turning to Dick and holding out both his hands to him. "You are taller than I expected, well nigh as tall as I am. You are like your mother and my mother, and you are bold and active and strong," she writes me. "My boys are longing to see you, and you will be most welcome at Tripataly." "I have almost forgotten my English, Margaret," and indeed he spoke with some difficulty, evidently choosing his words. "I should quite have forgotten it had not I often had occasion to speak it with English officers. I see by your letters that you have not forgotten our tongue." "Not in the least, Mortiz. I have for years spoken nothing else with Dick, and he speaks it as well as I do." "That is good," the Rajah replied in his own tongue, and in a tone of relief. "I was wondering how he would get on with us. Now let us sit down. We have so much to tell each other, and moreover I am ravenous for breakfast, as I have ridden 40 miles since sunrise." Breakfast was speedily served, the Rajah eating in English fashion. "I cling to some of our mother's ways, you see, Margaret. As I have grown older I have become more English than I was. Naturally, as a boy of 13, as I was when you last saw me, I listened to the talk of those around me, and was guided by their opinions a good deal. Among them there was a feeling of regret that our father had married an Englishwoman, and I, of course, was ever trying my hardest to show that, in riding or the chase or in exercises of any kind, I was as worthy to be the son of an Indian rajah as if I had no white blood in my veins. As I grew up I became wiser. I saw how great the English were, how steadily they extended their dominions, and how vastly better off were our people under their sway than they were in the days when every rajah made war against his neighbour, and the land never had rest. Then I grew proud of my English blood, and although I am to my people Rajah of Tripataly, a native prince and lord of their destinies, keeping up the same state as my father and ruling them in native fashion, in my inner house I have adopted many English ways. My wife has no rival in the zenana. I encourage her to go about as our mother did, to look after the affairs of the house, to sit at table with me, and to be my companion,
and not a mere plaything. I am sure, Margaret, your stay with us will do her much good, and she will learn a great deal from you." "You have heard no news since you last wrote, Mortis?" A slight cloud passed across the Rajah's animated face. "None, Margaret. We have little news from beyond the mountains. Tippoo hates us, who are the friends of the English, as much as he hates the English themselves, so there is little communication between Mysore and the possessions of the Nabob of Arcot. We will talk later on of the plans you wrote of in your last letter to me." "You do not think they are hopeless, Mortis?" Mrs. Holland asked anxiously. "I would not say that they are hopeless," he said gently, "although it seems to me that, after all these years, the chances are slight indeed that your husband can be alive, and the peril and danger of the enterprise that, so far as I understood you, you intend your son to undertake would be terrible indeed." "We see that, Mortis. Dick and I have talked it over 1,000 times. But so long as there is but a shadow of a chance of his finding his father, he is ready to undertake the search. He is a boy in years, but he has been trained for the undertaking, and will, when the trial comes, bear himself as well as a man." "Well, Margaret, I shall have plenty of opportunities for forming my own judgment, because, of course, he will stay with us a long time before he starts on the quest, and it will be better to say no more of this now. Now, tell me about London. Is it so much a greater city than Madras?" Mrs. Holland sighed. She saw by his manner that he was wholly opposed to her plan, and although she was quite prepared for opposition, she could not help feeling disappointed. However, she perceived that, as he said, it would be better to drop the subject for a time, and she accordingly put it aside and answered his questions. "Madras is large, that is, it spreads over a wide extent, but if it were packed with houses as closely as they could stand, it would not approach London in the number of its population." "How is it that the English do not send more troops out here, Margaret?" "Because they can raise troops here, and English soldiers cannot stand the heat as well as those born to it. Moreover, you must remember that at present England is at war, not only with France and half Europe, but also with America. She is also obliged to keep an army in Ireland, which is greatly disaffected. With all this on her hands, she cannot send a large army so far across the seas, especially when her force here is sufficient for all that can be required of it." "That is true," he said. "It is wonderful what they have done out here with such a small force. But they will have harder work before they conquer all India, as I believe they will do, than they have yet encountered. In spite of Tippoo's vauntings, they will have Mysore before many years are over. The Sultan seems to have forgotten the lesson they taught him 6 or 7 years back, but the next time will be the last, and Tippoo, tiger as he is, will meet the fate he seems bent on provoking. But beyond Mysore lies the Mahratta country, and the Mahrattas alone can put 30,000 horsemen into the field. They are not like the people of Bengal, who have ever fallen with scarce an attempt at resistance under the yoke of one tyrant after another. The Mahrattis are a nation of warriors. They are plunderers, if you will, but they are brave and fearless soldiers, and might, had they been united, have had all India under their feet before the coming of the English. That chance has slipped from them, but when we, I say we, you see, Margaret, meet them, it will be a desperate struggle indeed." "We shall thrash them, uncle," Dick broke in. "You will see that we shall beat them thoroughly." The Rajah smiled at Dick's impetuosity. "So you think English soldiers cannot be beaten, eh?" "Well, uncle, somehow they never do get beaten. I don't know how it is. I suppose that it's just obstinacy. Look how we thrashed the French here, and they were just as well drilled as our soldiers, and there were twice as many of them." The Rajah nodded. "Our secret of our success, Dick, is that the English get on better with the natives here than the French do. I don't know why, except what I have heard from people who went through the war. They say that the French always seemed to look down on the natives, and treat even powerful allies with a sort of haughtiness that irritated them, and made them ready to change sides at the first opportunity, while the British treated them pleasantly, so that there was a real friendship between them." Dick, finding that the conversation now turned to the time when his mother and uncle were girl and boy together, left them and went downstairs. He found some 20 horses ranged in the courtyard, while their riders were sitting in the shade, several of them being engaged in cooking. These were the escort who had ridden with the Rajah from Tripataly, for no Indian prince would think of making a journey unless accompanied by a numerous retinue. Scarcely had he entered the yard than Rajbullub came up.
with the officer in command of the escort, a fine-looking specimen of a Hindu soldier. He salaamed as Rajbullub presented him to Dick. The lad addressed him at once in his own tongue, and they were soon talking freely together. The officer was surprised at finding that his lord's nephew from beyond the sea was able to speak the language like a native. First Dick asked the nature of the country and the places at which they would halt on their way. Then he inquired what force the Rajah could put into the field, and was somewhat disappointed to hear that he kept up but 100 horsemen, including those who served as an escort. "You see, Sahib, there is no occasion for soldiers. Now that the whites are the masters, they do the fighting for us. When the Rajah's father was a young man, he could put 2,000 men under arms, and he joined at the siege of Trichinopoly with 1,200. But now there is no longer need for an army. There is no one to fight. Some of the young men grumble, but the old ones rejoice at the change. Formerly they had to go to the plough with their spears and their swords beside them, because they never knew when marauders from the hills might sweep down. Besides, when there was war, they might be called away for weeks while the crops were wasting upon the ground. As to the younger men who grumble, I say to them, if you are tired of a peaceful life, go and enlist in a company's regiment. And every year some of them do so. In other ways the change is good. Now that the Rajah has no longer to keep up an army, he is not obliged to squeeze the cultivators. Therefore they pay but a light rent for their lands, and the Rajah is far better off than his father was, so that on all sides there is content and prosperity. But even now the fear of Mysore has not quite died out. "My position, Margaret," the Rajah said after Dick had left the room, "is a very precarious one. When Hyder Ali marched down here 8 years ago, he swept the whole country from the foot of the hills to the sea coast. My father would have been glad to stand neutral, but was, of course, bound to go with the English, as the Nabob of Arcot, his nominal sovereign, went with them. His sympathies were, of course, with your people, but most of the chiefs were at heart in favour of Hyder. It was not that they loved him, or preferred the rule of Mysore to that of Madras, but at that time Madras was governed by imbeciles. Its council was composed entirely of timid and irresolute men. It was clear to all that before any force capable of withstanding him could be put in the field, the whole country, beyond reach of the guns of the forts of Madras, would be at the mercy of Hyder. What that mercy was had been shown elsewhere. Whole populations had been either massacred or carried off as slaves. Therefore, when the storm was clearly about to burst, almost all of them sent secret messages to Hyder to assure him that their sympathies were with him, and that they would gladly hail him as ruler of the Carnatic. My father was in no way inclined to take such a step. His marriage with an Englishwoman, the white blood in my veins, and his long-known partiality for the English, would have marked him for certain destruction. And as soon as he received news that Hyder's troops were in movement, he rode with me to Madras. At that time his force was comparatively large, and he took 300 men down with us. He had allowed all who preferred it to remain behind, and some 400 stayed to look after their families. Most of the population took to the hills, and as Hyder's force were too much occupied to spend time in scouring the ghauts in search of fugitives, when there was so much loot and so many captives ready to their hands on the plains, the fugitives for the most part remained there in safety. The palace was burnt, the town sacked and partly destroyed, and some 1,500 of our people who had remained in their homes killed or carried off. My father did some service with our horse, and I fought by his side. We were with Colonel Bailey's force when it was destroyed, after for 2 days resisting the whole of the Hyder Ali's army. Being mounted, we escaped and reached Madras in safety, after losing half our number, but all that I can tell you about some other day. When peace was made and Hyder retired, we returned home, rebuilt the palace, and restored the town. But if Tippoo follows his father's example, and sweeps down from the hills, there will be nothing for it but to fly again. Tippoo commanded one of the divisions of Hyder's army last time, and showed much skill and energy, and has, since he came to the throne, been a scourge to his neighbours in the north. So far as I can see, Madras will be found as unprepared as it was last time, and although the chiefs of Vellore, Arcot, Conjeveram, and other places may be better disposed toward the English than they were before, for the Carnatic had a terrible lesson last time, they will not dare to lift a finger against him until they see a large British force assembled. So you see, sister, our position will be a very precarious one at Tripatli. and it's likely that, at any time, we may be obliged to seek refuge here. The trouble may come soon, or it may not come for a year, but sooner or later I regard it as certain that Tippoo will strive to obtain what his father failed to gain, the mastership of the Carnatic. Indeed, he makes no secret of his intention to become lord of the whole of southern India. The Nizam, his neighbour in the north, fears his power, and could offer but a feeble resistance, were Tippoo once master of the south and west coast. The Mahrattis can always be bought over, especially if there is a prospect of plunder. He relies, too, upon aid from France, for although the French, since the capture of Pondicherry, have themselves lost all chance of obtaining India, they would gladly aid in any enterprise that would bring about the fall of English predominance here. There are, too, considerable bodies of French troops in the pay of the Nizam, and these would, at any rate, force their master to remain neutral in the struggle between the English and Tippoo. However, it will be quite unnecessary that you should resume our garb, or that Dick should dress in the same fashion. Did I intend to remain at Tripataly, I should not wish to draw the attention of my neighbours to the fact that I had English relations resident with me. Of course, everyone knows that I am half English myself, but that is an old story now. They would, however, be reminded of it, and Tippoo would hear of it, and would use it as a pretext for attacking and plundering us. But as I have decided to come down here, there is no reason why you should not dress in European fashion." "We would remain here, brother," Mrs. Holland said, "rather than bring danger upon you. Dick could learn the ways of the country here, as well as with you, and could start on his search without going to Tripataly." "Not at all, Margaret. Whether you are with me or not, I shall have to leave Tripataly when Tippoo advances, and your presence will not in any way affect my plans. My wife and sons must travel with me, and one woman and boy, more or less, will make no difference. At present, this scheme of yours seems to me to border on madness, but we need not discuss that now. I shall, at any rate, be very glad to have you both with me. The English side of me has been altogether in the background since you went away, and though I keep up many of the customs our mother introduced, I have almost forgotten the tongue, though I force myself to speak it sometimes with my boys, as I am sure that, in the long run, the English will become the sole masters of southern India, and it will be a great advantage to them to speak the language. However, I have many other things to see about, and the companionship of Dick will benefit them greatly. You know what it always is out here. The sons of a rajah are spoilt, early, by everyone giving way to them, and their being allowed to do just as they like. Naturally, they get into habits of indolence and self-indulgence, and never has occasion to exert themselves, or to obtain the strength and activity that make our mother's countrymen irresistible in battle. They have been taught to shoot and to ride, but they know little else, and I am sure it will do them an immense deal of good to have Dick with them for a time. If nothing comes of this search for your husband, I hope you will take up your residence permanently at Tripataly. You have nothing to go back to England for, and Dick, with his knowledge of both languages, should be able to find good employment in the Company's service." "Thank you greatly, brother. If, as you say, my quest should come to nothing, I would gladly settle down in my old home. Dick's inclinations at present turn to the sea, but I have no doubt that what you say is true, and that there may be far more advantageous openings for him out here. However, that is a matter for us to talk about in the future." The Rajah stayed 4 days at Madras. Every morning the carriage came at 9 o'clock to fetch Mrs. Holland, who spent several hours with her brother, and was then driven back to the hotel, while Dick wandered about with Rajbullub through the native town, asking questions innumerable, observing closely the different costumes and turbans, and learning to know at once the district, trade, or caste from the colour or fashion of the turban, and, of course, from other little signs as well. The shops were an endless source of amusement to him, and he somewhat surprised his companion by his desire to learn the names of all the little articles and trinkets, even of the various kinds of grain. Dick, in fact, was continuing his preparations for his work. He knew that ignorance of any trifling detail, which would, as a matter of course, be known to every native, would excite more surprise and suspicion than would be caused by a serious blunder in other matters, and he wrote down in a notebook every scrap of information he obtained, so as to learn it by heart at his leisure. Rajbullub was much surprised at the lad's interest in all these little matters, which, as it seemed to him, were not worth a thought on the part of his lord's nephew. "You will never have to buy these things, Sahib," he said. "Why should you trouble about them?" "I am going to be over here some time, Rajbullub, and it's just as well to learn as much as one can. If I were to stroll into the market at Tripataly and
had a fancy to buy any trifle, the country people would laugh in my face were I ignorant of its name." His companion shook his head. "They would not expect any white sahib to know such things," he said. "If he wants to buy anything, the white sahib points to it and asks, 'How much?' Then, whether it is a brass iota, or a silver trinket, or a file, or a bunch of fruit, the native says a price 4 times as much as he would ask anyone else. Then the sahib offers him half, and after protesting many times that the sum is impossible, the dealer accepts it, and both parties are well satisfied. If you have seen anything that you want to buy, Sahib, tell me, and I will go and get it for you. Then you will not be cheated." The start for Tripataly was made at daybreak. Dick and his mother drove in an open carriage that had been hired for the journey. The Rajah rode beside it, or cantered on ahead. His escort followed the vehicle. The luggage had been sent off 2 days before by cart. The country as far as Arcot was flat, but everything was interesting to Dick, and when they arrived at the city, where they were to stop for the night at the house the Rajah had occupied on his way down, he sallied out, as soon as their meal was over, to inspect the fort and walls. He had, during his outward voyage, eagerly studied the history of Clive's military exploits, and the campaigns by which that portion of India had been wrested from the French, and he was eager to visit the fort, whose memorable defence by Clive had first turned the scale in favour of the British. These had previously been regarded by the natives as a far less warlike people than the French, who were expected to drive them in a very short time out of the country. Rajbullub was able to point out to him every spot associated with the stirring events of that time. "'Tis 46 years back, and I was but a boy of 12, but 6 years later I was here, for our Rajah was on the side of the English, although Tripataly was, and is now, under the Nabob of Arcot. But my lord had many causes of complaint against him, and when he declared for the French, our lord, who was not then a Rajah, although chief of a considerable district, threw in his lot with the English, and when they triumphed was appointed Rajah by them, and Tripataly was made almost wholly independent of the Nabob of Arcot. At one time a force of our men was here, with 4 companies of white troops, when it was thought that Dupleix was likely to march against us, and I was with that force, and so learned all about the fighting here." The next day the party arrived, late in the evening, at Tripataly. A large number of men with torches received them in front of the palace, and on entering Mrs. Holland was warmly received by the Rajah's wife, who carried her off at once to her apartments, which she did not leave afterwards, as she was greatly fatigued by the 2 long days of travel. Dick, on the contrary, although he had dozed in the carriage for the last 2 or 3 hours of the journey, woke up thoroughly as they neared Tripataly. As soon as they entered the house, the Rajah called his 2 sons, handsome, dark-faced lads of 12 and 13. "This is your cousin, boys," he said. "You must look after him, and see that he has everything he wants, and make his stay as pleasant as you can." Although a little awed by the to them tall figure, they evinced neither shyness nor awkwardness, but advancing to Dick, held out their hands one after the other with grave courtesy. Their faces both brightened as he said in their own language, "I hope we shall be great friends, cousin. I am older and bigger than you are, but everything is new and strange to me, and I shall have to depend upon you to teach me everything." "We did not think that you would be able to talk to us," the elder, whose name was Doast Assud, said, smiling. "We have been wondering how we should make you understand. Many of the white officers who come here sometimes speak our language, but none of them as well as you do. You see, they only learn it after they come out here, while I learnt it from my mother, who has talked to me in it since I was quite a little boy, so it comes as naturally to me as to you." In a few minutes supper was announced. The 2 boys sat down with their father and Dick, and the meal was served in English fashion. Dick had already become accustomed to the white-robed servants at the hotel at Madras, and everything seemed to him pleasant and very homelike. "Tomorrow, Dick," his uncle said, "you must have your first lesson in riding." The 2 boys looked up in surprise. They had been accustomed to horses from their earliest remembrance, and it seemed to them incredible that their tall cousin should require to be taught. Dick smiled at their look of astonishment. "It is not with us in England as it is here," he said. "Boys who live in the country learn to ride, but in London, which is a very great town, with nothing but houses for miles and miles everywhere, few people keep horses to ride. The streets are so crowded with vehicles of all sorts, and with people on foot, that it is no pleasure to ride in them, and everyone who can afford it goes about in a carriage. Those who cannot go in hired vehicles are on foot. You would hardly see a person on horseback once in a week." "I do not like walking," Doast said gravely. "Well, you see, you have no occasion to walk, as you always have your horses. Besides, the weather here is very hot,
but in England it's colder, and walking is a pleasure. I've walked over 20 miles a day many times, not because I had to do it, but as a day's pleasure with a friend." "Can you shoot, cousin?" "No," Dick laughed. "There's nothing to shoot at. There are no wild beasts in England, and no game birds anywhere near London." Dick saw at once that he had descended many steps in his cousin's estimation. "Then what can you find to do?" the younger boy asked. "Oh, there's plenty to do," Dick said. "In the first place, there's school. That takes the best part of the day. Then there are all sorts of games. Then I used to take lessons in sword exercise, and did all sorts of things to improve my muscles and to make me strong. Then on holidays 3 or 4 of us would go for a long walk, and sometimes we went out on the river in a boat, and every morning early we used to go for a swim. Oh, I can tell you there was plenty to do, and I was busy from morning till night. But I want very much to learn to shoot, both with gun and pistol, as well as to ride." "We have got English guns and pistols," Doast said. "We will lend them to you. We have a place where we practice. Our father says everyone ought to be able to shoot. Don't you, father?" The Rajah nodded. "Everyone out here ought to, Doast, because you see every man here may be called upon to fight, and everyone carries arms. But it's different in England. Nobody fights there, except those who go into the army, and nobody carries weapons." "What? No swords, pistols, and daggers, father?" Doast explained in surprise, for to him it seemed that arms were as necessary a part of attire as a turban, and much more necessary than shoes. "But when people are attacked by marauders, or 2 chiefs quarrel with each other, what can they do if they have no arms?" "There are no marauders and no chiefs," Dick laughed. "In the old times, hundreds of years ago, there were nobles who could call out all their tenants and retainers to fight their battles, and in those days people carried swords, as they do here. There are nobles still, but they have no longer any power to call out anyone, and if they quarrel they have to go before a court for the matter to be decided, just as everyone else does." This seemed to Doast a very unsatisfactory state of things, and he looked to his father for an explanation. "It is as your cousin says, Doast. You have been down with me to Madras, and you have seen that, except the officers in the army, none of the Europeans carry arms. It is the same in England. England is a great island, and as they have many ships of war, no enemy can land there. There is one king over the whole country, and there are written laws by which everyone, high and low alike, are governed. So you see no one has to carry arms. All disputes are settled by the law, and there is peace everywhere. For as nothing would be settled by fighting, and the law would punish anyone, however much in the right he might be, who fought, there is no occasion at all for weapons. It is a good plan, for, you see, no one, however rich, can tyrannize over others, and were the greatest noble to kill the poorest peasant, the law would hang him just the same as it would hang a peasant who killed a lord. And now, boys, you had better be off to bed. Your cousin has had a long day of it, and I have no doubt he will be glad to do so. Tomorrow we will begin to teach him to ride and to shoot, and I have no doubt that he will be ready, in return, to teach you a great deal about his country." The boys got up, but Doast paused to ask his father one last question. "But how is it, father, if the English never carry weapons and never fight, that they are such brave soldiers? For have they not conquered all our princes and rajahs, and have even beaten Tippoo Sahib, and made him give them much of his country?" "The answer would be a great deal too long to be given tonight, Doast. You had better ask your cousin about it in the morning." End of Chapter 3. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 4 of The Tiger of Mysore by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. The Tiger of Mysore by G.A. Henty. Chapter 4. First Impressions. The next morning Dick was up early, eager to investigate the palace, of which he had seen little the night before. The house was large and handsome, the Rajah having added to it gradually every year. On passing the doors, the great hall was at once entered. Its roof, of elaborately carved stones, was supported by 2 rows of pillars with sculptured capitals. The floor was made of inlaid marble, and at one end was raised a foot above the general level. Here stood a stone chair, on which the Rajah sat when he adjudicated upon disputes among his people, heard petitions, and gave audiences. while a massive door on the left-hand side gave entrance to the private apartments. These were all small in comparison with the entrance hall. The walls were lined with marble slabs, richly carved, and were dimly lighted by windows generally high up in the walls, which were of great thickness. The marble floors were covered with thick rugs, and each room had its divan with soft cushions and rich shawls and covers. The room in which they had supped the night before was the only exception. This had been specially furnished and decorated in English fashion. The windows here were low and afforded a view over the garden. Next to it were several apartments, all fitted with divans, but with low windows and a bright outlook. They could be darkened during the heat of the day by shutters. With the exception of these windows, the others throughout the house contained no glass, the light entering through innumerable holes that formed a filigree work in the thin slabs of stone that filled the orifices. The grounds round the palace were thickly planted with trees, which constituted a grove rather than a garden according to Dick's English notions. This was indeed the great object of the planter, and numerous fountains added to the effect of the overhanging foliage. Dick wandered about, delighted. Early as it was, men with water-skins were at work among the clumps of flowers and shrubs that covered the grounds, wherever there was a break among the trees. Here and there were small pavilions, whose roofs of sculptured stone were supported by shafts of marble. The foliage of shrubs and trees alike was new to Dick, and the whole scene delighted him. Half an hour later his two cousins joined him. "We wondered what had become of you," Dost said, "and should not have found you if Rajbullub had not told us that he saw you come out here. Come in now. Coffee is ready. We always have coffee the first thing, except in very hot weather, when we have fruit sherbet. After that we ride or shoot till the sun gets hot, and then come in to the morning meal at 10. On going in, Dick found that his mother and the Ranee were both up, and they all sat down to what Dick considered a breakfast, consisting of coffee and a variety of fruit and bread. One or two dishes of meat were also handed round, but were taken away untouched. "Now come out to the stables, Dick," the Rajah said. "Anwar, the officer who commanded the escort, will meet us there. He will be your instructor." The stables were large. The horses were fastened to rings along each side, and were not, as in England, separated from each other by stalls. A small stone trough with running water was fixed against each wall at a convenient height, and beneath this was a pile of fodder before each horse. "This is the one that I have chosen for you," the Rajah said, stopping before a pretty creature that possessed a considerable proportion of Arab blood, as was shown by its small head. "It's very gentle and well trained, and is very fast. When you have got perfectly at ease upon it, you shall have something more difficult to sit, until you are able to ride any horse in the stable barebacked. Murad is to be your own property, as long as you are out here." Asais led the horse out. It was bridled but unsaddled, and Anwar gave a few instructions to Dick, and then said, "I will help you up, but in a short time you will learn to vault onto his back, without any assistance. See, you gather your reins so, in your left hand, place your right hand on its shoulder, and then spring up." "I can do that now," Dick laughed, and placed his hand on the horse's shoulder. He lightly vaulted into his seat. "Well done, Dick," the Rajah said, while the two boys, who had been looking on with amused faces, clapped their hands. "Now, Sahib," Anwar went on, "you must let your legs hang easily. Press with your knees, and let your body sway slightly with the movement of the horse. Balance yourself rather than try to hold on." "I understand," Dick said. "It's just as you do on board ship, when she is rolling a bit. Let go the reins." For half an hour the horse proceeded at a walk along the road that wound in and out through the park-like grounds. "I begin to feel quite at home," Dick said at the end of that time. "I should like to go a bit faster now. It's no odds if I do tumble off." "Shake your rein a little. The horse will understand it," Anwar said. Dick did so, and Murad at once started at a gentle canter. Easy as it was, Dick thought several times that he would be off. However, he gripped as tightly as he could with his knees, and as he became accustomed to the motion, and learned to give to it, acquired ease and confidence. He was not, however, sorry when, at the end of another half hour, Anwar held up his hand as he approached him, and the horse stopped at the slightest touch of the rein. As Dick slid off, his legs felt as if they did not belong to him, and his back ached so that he could scarcely straighten it. The Rajah and his sons had returned to the palace, and the boys were there waiting for him.
"You have done very well, cousin," Doast said with grave approval. "You will not be long before you can ride as well as we can. Now you had better go up at once and have a bath and put on fresh clothes." Dick felt that the advice was good, as, bathed in perspiration and stiff and sore in every limb, he slowly made his way to his room. For the next month he spent the greater part of his time on horseback. For the first week he rode only in the grounds of the palace. Then he ventured beyond, accompanied by Anwar on horseback, when his two cousins joined the party, and by the end of the month he was perfectly at home on Murad's back. So far he had not begun to practice shooting. "It would be of no use," the Rajah said when he one day spoke of it. "You want your nerves in good order for that, and it requires an old horseman to have his hand steady enough for shooting straight after a hard ride. Your rides are not severe for a horseman, but they are trying for you. Leave the shooting alone, lad. There is no hurry for that." By this time the Rajah had become convinced that it was useless to try and dissuade either his sister or Dick from attempting the enterprise for which they had come over. Possibly the earnest conviction of the former that her husband was still alive influenced him to some extent, and the strength and activity of Dick showed him that he was able to play the part of a man. The Rajah said little, but watched the boy closely, made him go through trials of strength with some of his troopers, and saw him practice with blunted swords with others. Dick did well in both trials, and the Rajah then requested Anwar, who is celebrated for his skill with the tulwar, to give him daily half an hour's sword play after his riding lesson. He himself undertook to teach him to use the rifle and pistol. Dick threw himself into his work with great ardour, and in a very short time could sit any horse in the stable, and came to use a rifle and pistol with an amount of accuracy that surprised his young cousins. "The boy is getting on wonderfully well," the Rajah said one day to his sister. "His exercises have given him so much nerve, and so steady a hand, that he already shoots very fairly. I should expect him to grow up into a fine young man, Margaret, were it not that I have the gravest fears as to this mad enterprise, which I cannot help telling you, both for your good and his, is, in my opinion, absolutely hopeless." "I know, Mortiz," she said, "that you think it is folly on my part to cling to hope, and while I do not disguise from myself that there would seem but little chance that my husband has survived, and that I can give no reason for my faith in his still being alive, and my confidence that he will be restored to me some day, I have so firm a conviction that nothing will shake it. Why should I have such a confidence if it were not well founded? In my dreams I always see him alive, and I believe firmly that I dream of him so often because he is thinking of me. When he was at sea, several times I felt disturbed and anxious, though without any reason for doing so, and each time on his return I found, when we compared dates, that his ship was battling with a tempest at the time. I was so troubled with him. I remembered that the first time this happened he laughed at me, but when, upon 2 other occasions, it turned out so, he said, 'There are things we do not understand, Margaret. You know that. In Scotland there are many who believe in second sight, as it's called, and that there are families there, and they say in Ireland also, where a sort of warning is given of the death of a member of the family. We sailors are a superstitious people, and believe in things that landsmen laugh at. It does not seem to me impossible that when 2 people love each other dearly as we do, one may feel when the other is in danger, or may be conscious of his death. It may be said that such things seldom happen, but that is no proof that they never do so, for some people may be more sensitive to such feelings or impressions than others, and you may be one of them. There is one thing, Margaret, the fact that you have somehow felt when I was in trouble should cheer you when I am away, for if mere danger should so affect you, surely you will know should death befall me, and as long as you do not feel that, you may be sure that I shall return safe and sound to you. Now I believe that firmly. I was once troubled, so troubled that for 2 or 3 days I was ill, and so convinced was I that something had happened to Jack, and yet that he was not dead, that when nigh 2 years afterwards Ben came home, and I learned that it was on the day of the wreck of his ship that I had so suffered, I was not in the least surprised. Since then I have more than once had the same feelings, and have always been sure that at the time Jack was in special danger, but I have never once felt that he was dead, never once thought so, and am as certain that he is still alive as if I saw him sitting in the chair opposite to me, for I firmly believe that, did he die, I should see his spirit, or that, at any rate, I should know for certain that he had gone. So whatever you say, though reason may be altogether on your side, it will not shake my confidence one bit. I know that Jack is alive, and I believe firmly, although of this I am not absolutely sure, that he will some day be restored to me." "You did not tell me this before, Margaret," the Rajah said, "and what you say goes for much with me. Here in India there are many who, as is said, possess this power that you call second sight. Certainly some of the fakirs do. I have heard many tales of warnings they have given, and these have always come true. I will not try in future to damp your confidence, and will hope with you that your husband may yet be restored to you." One evening Dick remarked, "You said down at Madras, uncle, that you would some day tell me about the invasion by Hyder Ali. Will you tell me about it now?" The Rajah nodded. His sons took their seats at his feet, and Dick curled himself up on the divan by his side. "You must know," the Rajah began, "that the war was really the result of the intrigues of Sir Thomas Rumbold, the governor of Madras, and his council. In the first place, they had seriously angered the Nizam. The latter had taken a French force into his service, which the English had compelled Basult Jung to dismiss, and Madras sent an officer to his court with instructions to remonstrate with him for so doing. At the same time, they gave him notice that they should no longer pay to him the tribute they had agreed upon, for the territory called the Northern Sirkars. This would have led to war, but the Bengal government promptly interfered, cancelled altogether the demands made by the Madras government, and for the time patched up the quarrel. The Nizam professed to be satisfied, but he saw that trouble might arise when the English were more prepared to enforce their demands. He therefore entered into negotiations with Hyder Ali and the Mahrattis for an alliance whose object was the entire expulsion of the British from India. The Mahrattis from Poona were to operate against Bombay, those in central India and the north were to make incursions into Bengal, the Nizam was to invade the Northern Sirkars, and Hyder was to direct his force against Madras. Hyder at once began to collect military stores, and obtained large quantities from the French at Mahi, a town they still retain on the Malabar coast. The Madras government prepared to attack Mahi, when Hyder informed them that the settlements of the Dutch, French, and English on the Malabar coast, being situated within his territory, were equally entitled to his protection, and that if Mahi were attacked, he should retaliate by an incursion into the province of Arcot. In spite of this threat, Mahi was captured. Hyder for a time remained quiet, but the Madras government gave him fresh cause for offence by sending a force in August of 1779 to the assistance of Basult Jung at Adani. To get there, this detachment had to pursue a route which led for 200 miles through the most difficult passes, and through the territories both of the Nizam and of Hyder. The council altogether ignored the expressed determination of both of these princes to oppose the march, and did not even observe the civility of informing them that they were going to send troops through the territory. I did not say, Dick, that this made any real difference in the end. The alliance between the three native powers being made, it was certain that war would break out shortly. Still, had it not been for their folly in giving Hyder and the Nizam a reasonable excuse for entering upon hostilities, it might have been deferred until the Madras government was better prepared to meet the storm. The Bengal government, fortunately, again stepped in and undid at least a part of the evil. It took the entire management of affairs out of the hands of Rumbold's council, and its action was confirmed by the board of directors, who censured all the proceedings, dismissed Sir Thomas Rumbold and his two chief associates from the council, and suspended other members. The prompt and conciliatory measures taken by the Bengal government appeased the resentment felt by the Nizam, and induced him to withdraw from the Confederacy. Hyder, however, was bent upon war, and the imbecile government here took no steps whatever to meet the storm. The commissariat was entirely neglected, they had no transport train whatever, and the most important posts were left without a garrison. It was toward the end of June that we received the news that Hyder had left his capital at the head of an army of 90,000 men, of whom 28,000 were cavalry. He attempted no disguise as to his object, and moved, confident in his power, to conquer the Carnatic and drive the English into the sea. My father had already made his preparations. Everything was in readiness, and as soon as the news reached him he started for Madras, under the guard of his escort, with my mother and myself,
most of the traders of the town, and the landowners who had gathered here in fear and trembling. It was a painful scene, as you may imagine, and I shall never forget the terrified crowds in the streets, and the wailing of the women. Many families who then left reached Madras in safety, but of those who remained in the town, all are dead or prisoners beyond the hills. Hyder descended through the pass of Changama on the 20th of July, and his horsemen spread out like a cloud over the country, burning, devastating, and slaughtering. Hyder moved with the main army slowly, occupying town after town and placing garrisons in them. You must not suppose that he devastated the whole country. He was too wise for that. He anticipated reigning over it as its sovereign, and had no wish to injure its prosperity. It was only after tracts where he considered that devastation would hamper the movements of an English army that everything was laid waste. On the 21st of August he invested Arcot, and a week later, hearing that the British army had moved out from Madras, he broke up the siege and advanced to meet them. Sir Hector Munro, the British general, was no doubt brave, but he committed a terrible blunder. Instead of marching to combine his force with that of Colonel Bailey, who was coming down from Guntur, he marched in the opposite direction to Conjeveram, sending word to Colonel Bailey to follow him. Bailey's force amounted to over 2,800 men, Munro's to 5,200. Had they united, the force would have exceeded 8,000, and could have given battle to Hyder's immense army with fair hope of success. The English have won before now with greater odds against them. My father had marched out with his cavalry, 150 strong, with Munro, of course. I was with him, and it was to him that the English general gave the dispatch to carry to Colonel Bailey. We rode hard, for at any moment Hyder's cavalry might swoop down and bar the road, but we got through safely, and the next morning, the 24th, Bailey started. The encampment was within 25 miles of Madras, and with one long forced march we could have effected a junction with Munro. The heat was tremendous, and Bailey halted that night on the bank of the river Cortalur. The bed was dry, and my father urged him to cross before halting. The colonel replied that the men were too exhausted to move farther, and that, as he would the next day be able to join Munro at Muttered Knot, on which side of the river he encamped. That night the river rose, and for 10 days we were unable to cross. On the 4th of September we got over, but by that time Tippoo, with 5,000 picked infantry, 6,000 horse, 6 heavy guns, and a large body of irregulars, detached by Hyder to watch us, barred the way. Colonel Bailey, finding that there was no possibility of reaching Conjeveram without fighting, took up a position at a village, and on the 6th was attacked by Tippoo. The action lasted 3 hours, and although the enemy were 4 times more numerous than we were, the English beat off the attacks. We were not engaged, for against Tippoo's large cavalry force our few horsemen could do nothing, and were therefore forced to remain in the rear of the British line. But though Colonel Bailey had beaten off the attacks made on him, he felt that he was not strong enough to fight his way to Conjeveram, which was but 14 miles distant, and he therefore wrote to Sir Hector Munro to come to his assistance. For 3 days Sir Hector did nothing, but on the evening of the 8th he sent off a force composed of the flank companies of the regiments with him. These managed to make their way past the forces both of Hyder and Tippoo, and reached us without having to fire a shot. Their arrival brought our force up to over 3,700 men. Had Munro made a feigned attack upon Hyder and so prevented him from moving to reinforce Tippoo, we could have got through without much difficulty, but he did nothing, and Hyder, seeing the utter incapacity of the man opposed to him, moved off with his whole army and guns to join his son. Our force set out as soon as it was dark on the evening of the 9th, but the moment we started we were harassed by the enemy's irregulars. The march was continued for 5 or 6 miles, our position becoming more and more serious, and at last Colonel Bailey took the fatal resolution of halting till morning, instead of taking advantage of the darkness to press forward. At daybreak 50 guns opened on us. Our 10 field pieces returned the fire until our ammunition was exhausted. No orders were issued by the colonel, who had completely lost his head, so that our men were mowed down by the hundreds, until at last the enemy poured down and slaughtered them relentlessly. We did not see the end of the conflict. When the colonel gave the orders to halt, my father said to me, "This foolish officer will sacrifice all our lives. Does he think that 3,000 men can withstand 100,000, with a great number of guns? We will go while we can. We can do no good here." We mounted our horses and rode off. In the darkness we came suddenly upon a body of Tippoo's horsemen, but dashed straight at them and cut our way through.
but with the loss of half our force, and did not draw rein until we reached Madras. The roar of battle had been heard at Conjeveram, and the fury and indignation in the camp at the desertion of Colonel Bailey's detachment was so great that the general at last gave orders to march to their assistance. When his force arrived within 2 miles of the scene of conflict, the cessation of fire showed that it was too late, and that Bailey's force was well nigh annihilated. Munro retired to Conjeveram, and at 3 o'clock the next morning retreated, with the loss of all his heavy guns and stores, to Madras. The campaign only lasted 21 days, and was marked by almost incredible stupidity and incapacity on the part of the 2 English commanders. We remained at Madras. My father determined that he would take no more share in the fighting until some English general, possessing the courage and ability that had always before distinguished them, took the command. In the meantime Hyder surrounded and captured Arcot after 6 weeks' delay, and then laid siege to Amboor, Chingleput, and Wandiwash. In November Sir Eyre Coote arrived from England and took the command. Confidence was at once restored, for he was a fine old soldier, and had been engaged in every struggle in India from the time of Clive. But with the whole country in the hands of Hyder, it was impossible to obtain draught animals or carts, and it was not until the middle of January that he was able to move. On the 19th he reached Chingleput, and on the 20th sent off 1,000 men to obtain possession of the fort at Karanguli. It was a strong place, and the works had been added to by Hyder, who had placed there a garrison of 700 men. The detachment would not have been sent against it had not news been obtained on the way that the garrison had fallen back to Chingleput. Our troop of cavalry went with the detachment, as my father knew the country well. To the surprise of Captain Davis, who was in command, we found the garrison on the walls. "What do you think, Rajah?" Captain Davis, who was riding by his side, asked. "My orders were that I was to take possession of the place, but it was supposed to be that I should find it empty." "I should say that you had better try, with or without orders," my father replied. "The annihilation of Bailey's force and the miserable retreat of Munro have made a terribly bad impression throughout the country, and a success is sorely needed to raise the spirits of our friends." "We will do it," Captain Davis said, and called up a few English engineers, and a company of white troops he had with him, and ordered them to blow in the gate. My father volunteered to follow close behind them, with his dismounted cavalry, and when the word was given, forward we went. Oh, it was hot work, I can tell you. The enemy's guns swept the road, and their musketry kept up an incessant roar. Many fell, but we kept on until close to the gate, and then the white troops opened fire upon Hyder's men on the wall, so as to cover the sappers, who were fixing the powder bags. They soon ran back to us. There was a great explosion, and the gates fell. With loud shouts we rushed forward into the fort, and close behind us came the Sepoys, led by Captain Davis. It took some sharp fighting before we overcame the resistance of the garrison, but fought desperately, knowing well enough that after the massacre of Bailey's force little quarter would be given them. The British loss was considerable, and 20 of my father's little company were among the killed. Great stores of provisions were found here, and proved most useful to the army. The news of the capture of Karanguli so alarmed the besiegers of Wandiwash that they at once raised the siege and retreated, and on the following day Sir Eyre Coote and his force arrived there. It was a curious thing that on the same day of the same month Sir Eyre Coote had 21 years before raised the siege of Wandiwash by a victory over the army that was covering the operation. Wandiwash had been nobly defended by a young lieutenant named Flint, who had made his way in through the enemy's lines a few hours before the treacherous native officer in command had arranged with Hyder to surrender it, and taking command had repulsed every attack, and had even made a sortie. There was now a long pause. Having no commissariat train, Sir Eyre Coote was forced to make for the seashore, and though hotly followed by Hyder, reached Cuddalore. A French fleet off the coast, however, prevented provisions being sent to him, and even after the French had retired, the Madras government were so dilatory in forwarding supplies that the army was reduced to the verge of starvation. It was not until the middle of June that a movement was possible, owing to the want of carriage. The country inland had been swept bare by Hyder, and on leaving Cuddalore, Sir Eyre Coote was obliged to follow the seacoast. When he arrived at Porto Novo, the army was delighted to find a British fleet there, and scarcely less pleased to hear that Lord Macartney had arrived as Governor of Madras. Hyder's army had taken up a strong position between the camp and Cuddalore, and Sir Eyre Coote determined to give him battle. 4 days' rice was landed from the fleet, and with this scanty supply in their knapsacks the troops marched out to attack Hyder. We formed part of the baggage guard, and had therefore an excellent opportunity of seeing the fight. The march was by the sea. The infantry moved in order of battle in 2 lines. After going for some distance we could see the enemy's position plainly. It was a very strong one. On its right was high ground, on which were numerous batteries, which would take us in flank as we advanced, and their line extended from these heights to the sand hills by the shore. They had thrown up several batteries, and might, for aught we know, have many guns hidden on the high ground on either flank. An hour was spent in reconnoitring the enemy's position, during which they kept up an incessant cannonade, to which the English field guns attempted to reply. To me and the officers of this troop it seemed impossible that any force could advance to the attack of Hyder's position without being literally swept away by the crossfire that would be opened upon it. But when I expressed my fears, my father said, "No, you will see no repetition of that terrible affair with Bailey's column. The English have now got a commander who knows his business, and when that is the case there is never any fear as to what the result will be. I grant that the lookout seems desperate. Hyder has all the advantage of a very strong position, a very powerful artillery, and has 6 or 7 to 1 in point of numbers. But for all that, I firmly believe that before night you will see us in possession of those hills, and Hyder's army in full flight." Presently we saw a movement. The 2 lines of infantry formed into columns, and instead of advancing toward Hyder's position, turned down toward the sea, and marched along between it and the sand hills. We were at the same time set in motion, and kept along between the infantry and the sea, so as to be under their protection if Hyder's cavalry should sweep down. All his preparations had been made under the supposition that we should advance by the main road to Cuddalore, and this movement entirely disconcerted his plans. The sandhills completely protected our advancing columns, and when they had reached a point almost in line with Hyder's centre, the artillery dashed up to the crest of the hills, and the first column passed through a break in them and moved forward against the enemy, the guns above clearing a way for them. A short halt was made, until the artillery of the second line came up, and also took their position on the hill. Then the first column, with its guns, moved forward again. Hyder had, in the meantime, moved back his line and batteries into a position at right angles to that they had before occupied, and facing the passage through the sand hills by which the English were advancing. As soon as the column issued from the valley, a tremendous fire was poured upon it, but it again formed into line of battle, and, covered by the fire of the artillery, moved forward. It was a grand sight. My father and I had left the baggage, which remained by the sea, and had ridden up onto a sandhill from which we had a view of the whole of the battleground. It was astonishing to see the line of English infantry advancing under that tremendous fire against the rising ground occupied by the dense masses of the enemy. Presently there was a movement opposite, and a vast body of cavalry moved down the slope. As they came, the red English line suddenly broke up, and, as if by magic, a number of small squares, surrounded by glistening bayonets, appeared where it had stood. Down rode Hyder's cavalry. Every gun on our side was turned upon them, but though we could see the confusion in the ranks, caused by the shot that swept them, they kept on. It seemed that the little red patches must be altogether overwhelmed by the advancing wave, but as it came closer, flashes of fire spurted out from the faces of the squares. We could see the horses recoil when close to the bayonets, and then the steam poured through the intervals between the squares. As they did so, crackling volleys broke out, while from the batteries on the sandhills an incessant fire was kept up upon them. Then, following the volleys, came the incessant rattle of musketry. The confusion among the cavalry grew greater and greater. Regiments were mixed up together, and their very numbers impeded their action. Many gallant fellows, detaching themselves from the mass, rode bravely at the squares and died on the bayonets. Others huddled together, confused and helpless against the storm of bullets and shot, and at last, as if with a sudden impulse, they rode off in all directions, and sweeping round regained their position in the rear of their infantry, while loud cheers broke from our side. The squares began again to fall into line, which, advancing steadily, drove Hyder's infantry before it. As this was going on, a strong force of infantry and cavalry, with guns, was moved round by Hyder to fall on the British rear. These, however, were met by the second line, which had hitherto remained in reserve, and after fierce fighting were driven back among the sandhills. But as they were retreating, the main body of Hyder's cavalry moved round to support the attack. Fortunately, a British schooner which had sailed from Porto Novo when the troops started had anchored near the shore to give what protection she could to the baggage, and now opened fire with her guns upon the cavalry as they rode along between the sandhills and the sea, and with such effect that they halted and wavered, and when two of the batteries on the sandhills also opened fire upon them, they fell back in haste. This was Hyder's last effort. The British line continued to advance until it had gained all the positions occupied by the enemy, and these were soon in headlong flight, Hyder himself, who had been almost forced by his attendants to leave the ground, being with them. It was a wonderful victory. The English numbered but 8,476 men, of whom 306 were killed or wounded. Hyder's force was about 65,000, and his loss was not less than 10,000. The victory had an immense effect in restoring the confidence of the English troops, which had been greatly shaken by the misfortunes caused by the incapacity of Munro and Bailey. But it had no other consequences, for want of carriage, and a deficiency of provisions and equipment, prevented Sir Eyre Coote from taking the offensive, and he was obliged to confine himself to capturing a few forts near the coast. On the 27th of August the armies met again, Hyder having chosen the scene of his victory over Bailey's force to give battle, believing the position to be a fortunate one for himself. Hyder had now been joined by Tippoo, who had been present at the last battle, and his force numbered 80,000 men, while the English were 11,000 strong. I did not see the battle, as we were at the time occupied in escorting a convoy of provisions from Madras. The fight was much better contested than the previous battle had been. Hyder was well acquainted with the ground, and made skilful use of his opportunities by fortifying all the points at which he could be attacked. The fight lasted 8 hours. At last Sir Eyre Coote's first division turned the enemy's left flank by the capture of the village of Pillalore, while his second turned their right, and Hyder was obliged to fall back. But this was done in good order, and the enemy claimed that it was a drawn battle. This, however, was not the case, as the English at night encamped on the position occupied by Hyder in the morning. Still, the scandalous mismanagement at Madras continued to cripple us, but learning from the commandant at Vellore that, unless we were relieved, he would be driven to surrender for want of provisions, Sir Eyre Coote marched to his help. He met the enemy on the way. Hyder was taken by surprise, and was moving off when the English arrived. In order to give his infantry time to march away, he hurled the whole of his cavalry against the English. Again and again they charged down with the greatest bravery, and although the batteries swept their ranks with grape, and the squares received them with deadly volleys, they persevered until Tippoo had carried off his infantry and guns, and then, having lost 5,000 men, followed him. The English then moved on toward Vellore. Hyder avoided another encounter, and Vellore was relieved. Sir Eyre Coote handed over to its commandant almost the whole of the provisions carried by the army, and having thus supplied the garrison with sufficient food for 6 weeks, marched back to Madras, his troops suffering greatly from famine on the way. Nothing took place during the winter, except that Sir Eyre Coote again advanced and revictualled Vellore. In March a French fleet arrived off the coast, landed a force of 3,000 men to assist Hyder, and informed him that a much larger division was on its way. Fortunately this did not arrive, many of the ships being captured by the English on their way out. In the course of the year there were several fights, but none of any consequence, and things remained in the same state until the end of the year, when on the 7th of December Hyder died, and Tippoo was proclaimed his successor. Bussy arrived with fresh reinforcements from France in April, and took the command of Hyder's French contingent, and in June there was a battle between him and a force commanded by General Stewart, the successor to Sir Eyre Coote, who had been obliged to resign from ill health, and who had died in the spring. The French position was a very strong one, and was protected by numerous field works. The battle was the most sanguinary fought during the war, considering the numbers engaged. The English carried a portion of the works and captured 14 guns, and as the French retired during the night, were able to claim a victory. Their loss, however, was over 1,000, while that of the French was not more than a third of that number. During that year there was little fighting down here. A Bombay force, however, under the command of General Matthews, captured Bednore, but Tippoo hastened against him with a great force, besieged Bednore, and forced it to surrender after a desperate defence.
Tippoo violated the terms of capitulation and made the defenders prisoners. Bangalore was next besieged by him, but resisted for nearly 9 months, and only surrendered in January of 1784. Tippoo had by this time lost the services of his French auxiliaries, as England and France had made peace at home. Negotiations between Tippoo and the English went on till March, when a treaty was signed. By its provisions, Tippoo should have handed back all his prisoners. He murdered large numbers of them, but 1,000 British soldiers and 1,600 sepoys obtained their liberty. No one knows how many were retained of the number, calculated at 200,000, of natives carried off from the counties overrun by Hyder's troops. Only 2,000 were released. More British would doubtless have been freed had it not been for the scandalous cowardice of the 3 men sent up as British commissioners to Tippoo. They were treated with the greatest insult and contempt by him, and, in fear of their lives, were too glad to accept the prisoners he chose to hand over, without troubling themselves in the slightest about the rest, whom they basely deserted and left to their fate. End of Chapter 4. First Impressions. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 5 of The Tiger of Mysore by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. The Tiger of Mysore by G.A. Henty. Chapter 5. War Declared. That gives you a general idea, Dick, of the war with Tippoo. I saw little of the events after the Battle of Porto Novo, as my father was taken ill soon after and died at Madras. Seeing that there was no probability whatever of the English driving Hyder back until they had much larger forces and a much better system of management, I remained in Madras until peace was made. Then I came back here, rebuilt the palace, and have since been occupied in trying to restore the prosperity of my poor people. It is, I feel, a useless task, for it is certain that ere long the English will again be engaged with Mysore, and if they are, it's well nigh certain that Tippoo's hordes will again sweep down from the hills and carry ruin and desolation everywhere. He would, as Hyder had, have the advantage on his side at the beginning of the war. He has a score of passes to choose from, and can descend on to the plain by any one he may select. And even were there a force here capable of giving battle to the whole Mysorean army, it could not watch all the passes, and, as to do so, the army would have to be broken up into a dozen commands. Tippoo will therefore again be able to ravage the plains for weeks perhaps before the English can force him to give battle. But there is no army at present in existence of sufficient strength to meet him. The Madras force would have to wait until reinforcements arrived from Calcutta. It was bad before, but it will be worse now. Hyder no doubt slaughtered many, but he was not cruel by nature. He carried off enormous quantities of people with their flocks and herds, but he did this to enrich Mysore with their labour, and did not treat them with unnecessary cruelty. Tippoo, on the other hand, is a human tiger. He delights in torturing his victims, and slays his prisoners from pure love of bloodshed. He is proud of the title of tiger. His footstool is a tiger's head, and the uniforms of his infantry are a sort of imitation of a tiger's stripes. He has military talent, and showed great judgment in command of his division. Indeed, most of the successes gained during the last war were his work. Since then he has laboured incessantly to improve his armies. Numbers of regiments have been raised, composed of the captives carried off from here and from the west coast. They are drilled in European fashion by the English captives he still holds in his hands. But why, uncle, instead of giving time to Tippoo to come down here, should we not march up the passes and compel him to keep his army up there to defend Seringapatam? Because, Dick, in the first place, there is not an army strong enough to do so. But even were there a force of 50,000 men at Madras, they could not take the offensive in time. An English army cannot move without a great train to carry ammunition, stores, and provisions, and to get such a train together would be the work of months. As I have been telling you, during the 3 years the last war lasted, the Madras authorities were never able to collect such a train, and the consequence was that their army was unable to go more than 2 or 3 days' march from the city. On the other hand, Tippoo could any day order that 3 days' supply of rice or grain should be served out to each soldier, and could set out on his march the following morning. as, from the moment he reached the plains, his cavalry would have the whole of the resources of the country at their mercy."
"I see, Uncle. Then, if war broke out, you would at once go to Madras again?"
"There would be nothing else to do, Dick. I should send everything of value down there, as soon as I saw that war was inevitable. The traders here have already begun to prepare. The shops are half empty, for they have not replaced goods they have sold, and a very few hours would suffice for everything worth taking to be cleared out of the town. The country round here is comparatively uninhabited, and but a small portion of it tilled, so great was the number carried off by Hyder. Next time they will take to the hills at once, and I believe that many have already stored up grain in hiding places there. This time it may be hoped that a few weeks or months at most may see Tippoo driven back, and for that time the peasants can manage to exist in the hills. No doubt the richer sort, who have large flocks of goats and many cattle, will, as soon as danger threatens, drive them down to Madras, where they are sure to fetch good prices for the use of the army. I have already told all men who have bullock carts and teams that they can, if forced to leave home, earn a good living by taking service in the English transport train. I hope, therefore, that the results will not be so disastrous as before. The town may be burnt down again, but unless they blow up my palace, they can do little harm to it. When I rebuilt it, seeing the possibility of another war, I would not have any wood whatever used in its construction. Therefore, when the hangings are taken down and the furniture from these rooms cleared out, there will be nothing to burn, and they are not likely to waste powder in blowing it up. As to the town, I warned the people who returned that it might be again destroyed before long, and therefore there has been no solid building. The houses have all been lightly run up with wood, which is plentiful enough in the hills, and no great harm, therefore, will be done if it is again burnt down. The pagoda and palace are the only stone buildings in it. They did some harm to the former last time by firing a shot at it for a day or two, and as you can see for yourself, no attempt has since been made to repair it, and I do not suppose they will trouble to damage it further. So, you see, Dick, we are prepared for the worst." "Will you fight again, as you did last time, Uncle?" "I do not know, Dick. I show my loyalty to the English rule by repairing to the capital, but my force is too small to render much service. You see, my revenues have greatly diminished, and I cannot afford to keep up so large a force as my father could. Fortunately, his savings had been considerable, and from these I was able to build his palace, and to succour my people, and have still enough to keep up my establishment here without pressing the cultivators of the soil for taxes. This year is the first that I have drawn any revenue from that source, but at any rate I am not disposed to keep up a force which, while it would be insufficient to be of any great value in a war like this, would be a heavy tax on my purse." "Even the force you have must be that, Uncle." "Not so much as you would think, Dick, with your English notions. The pay here is very small, so small that it would seem to you impossible for a man to live on it, and yet many of these men have wives and families. All of them have patches of land that they cultivate, only 20 who are changed once a month being kept on duty. They are necessary, for I should have but little respect from my people, and less still from other rajahs, did I not have sentries at the gates and a guard ready to turn out in honour of any visitor who might arrive, to say nothing of an escort of half a dozen men when I ride through the country. Of course, all can be called out whenever I want them, as, for example, when I rode to Madras to meet you. The men think themselves well off upon the pay of 3 rupees a month, as they are practically only on duty 2 months each year, and have the rest of the time to cultivate their fields. Therefore, with the pay of the officers, my troop only costs me about 400 rupees a month, which is, you know, equivalent to 40 English pounds, so that you cannot call it an expensive army, even if it is kept for show rather than force." "No, indeed, Uncle. It seems ridiculous that a troop of 100 men can be kept up for £500 a year. Of course, the men have some little privileges, Dick. They pay no rent or taxes for their lands. This is a great thing for them, and really costs me nothing, as there is so much land lying uncultivated. Then, when they are too old for service, they have a pension of 2 rupees a month for life, and on that and what little land they can cultivate they are comparatively comfortable." "Well, it does not seem to me, Uncle, that soldiering is a good trade in this country." "I don't know that it is a good trade in the money way anywhere. After all, the pay out here is quite as high, in comparison with the ordinary rate of earning of a peasant, as it is in England. It is never the pay that tempts soldiers. Among young men there are always great numbers who prefer the life to that of a peasant, working steadily from daylight to dark, and I don't know that I altogether blame them."
"Then you think, Uncle, there is no doubt whatever that there will be war?" "Not a shadow of a doubt, Dick. Indeed, it may be said to have begun already, and like the last it is largely due to the incapacity of the government of Madras." "I have just received a message from Arcot," the Rajah said 2 months later, "and I must go over and see the Nabob." "I thought," Mrs. Holland said, "that Tripataly was no longer subject to him. I understood that our father was made independent of Arcot." "No, Margaret, not exactly that. The Nabob had involved himself in very heavy debts, during the great struggle. The Company had done something to help him, but were unable to take all his debts on their shoulders, and indeed there was no reason why they should have done so, for although during most of the war he was their ally, he was fighting on his own behalf and not on theirs. In the war with Hyder it was different. He was then quite under English influence, and indeed could scarcely be termed independent, and as he suffered terribly, his lands were wasted, his towns besieged, and his people driven off into slavery, the Company are at present engaged in negotiations for assisting him to pay his debts, which are very heavy. It was before you left, when the Nabob was much pressed for money, and had at that time no claim on the Company, that our father bought of him a perpetual commutation of tribute, taxes, and other moneys and subsidiaries payable by Tripataly. Thus I am no longer tributary to Arcot. Nevertheless, this forms a portion of the Nabob's territories, and I cannot act as if I were an independent prince. I could not make a treaty with Mysore on my own account, and it is clear that neither Arcot nor the English could allow me to do so, for in that case Mysore could erect fortresses here, and could use Tripataly as an advanced post on the plain. Therefore I am still subject to the Nabob, and could be called upon for military service by him. Indeed, that is one of the reasons why, even if I could afford it, I should not care to keep up a force of any strength. As it is, my troop is too small to be worth summoning. The Nabob has remonstrated with me more than once, but since the war with Hyder I have had a good excuse, namely that the population has so decreased that my lands lie untilled, and it would be impossible for me to raise a larger force. I have, however, agreed that, in case of a fresh war, I will raise an additional 100 cavalry. I expect it is in relation to this that he has sent for me to Arcot. We know that the English are bound by their treaty with Travancore to declare war. They ought in honour to have done it long ago, but they were unprepared. Now that they are nearly ready, they may do so at any time, and indeed the Nabob may have learned that fighting has begun. The lookout is bad. The government of Madras is just as weak and as short-sighted as it was during Hyder's war. There is but one comfort, and that is that Lord Cornwallis at Calcutta has far greater power than his predecessors, and as he is an experienced soldier, and is said to be an energetic man, he may bring up reinforcements from Calcutta without loss of time, and also set the troops of Bombay in motion. I expect that, as before, things will go badly at first, but I hope that, this time, we shall end by giving Mysore so heavy a lesson that she will be powerless for mischief in future." "And release all the captives," Mrs. Holland exclaimed, clasping her hands. "I sincerely trust so, Margaret," her brother said gravely, "but after what happened last time we must not be sanguine. Scattered about as they may be, in the scores of little hill forts that dot the whole country, we can, unhappily, never be sure that all are delivered, when we have only the word of a treacherous tyrant like Tippoo. We know that last time he kept back hundreds of prisoners, among whom, as we may hope, was your husband, and it may be that, however completely he may be defeated, he may yet retain some of them, knowing full well it is impossible that all these hill forts and their dungeons can be searched. However, doubtless, if an English army marches to Seringapatam, many will be recovered, though we have reason to fear that many will, as before, be murdered before our arrival." When the Rajah returned from Arcot on the following day, he brought back the news that General Meadows had moved to the frontier of Karur, 50 miles beyond Trichinopoly, and that the war was really about to begin. "You know," he said, "how matters stand up to now. Tippoo, after making peace with the Nizam and the Mahrattis, with whom he had been engaged in hostilities for some time, turned his attention to the western coast, where Coorg and Malabar had risen in rebellion. After, as usual, perpetrating horrible atrocities, and after sending a large proportion of the population as slaves to Mysore, he marched against Travancore. Now, Travancore was specially mentioned in the Treaty of Mangalore as one of the allies of the English, with whom Tippoo bound himself not to make war,
and had he not been prepared to fight the English, he would not have attacked their ally. The excuse for attacking Travancore was that some of the fugitives from Coorg and Malabar had taken refuge there. Seeing that Tippoo was bent upon hostilities, Lord Cornwallis and his council at Calcutta directed, as I learnt from an official at Madras, the authorities there to begin at once to make preparations for war. Instead of doing so, Mr. Holland, the governor, gave the Rajah the shameful and cowardly advice to withdraw his protection from the fugitives. The Rajah refused to comply with such counsel, and after some months spent in negotiations, Tippoo attacked the walls that run along the northern frontier of Travancore. Now that was about 6 months ago. Yes, it was on the 28th of December, so it is just 6 months. His troops, 14,000 strong, made their way without difficulty through a breach, but they were suddenly attacked by a small body of Travancore men. A panic seized them. They rushed back to the breach, and in the wild struggle to pass through it, no less than 2,000 were either killed or crushed to death. It was nearly 3 months before Tippoo renewed his attack. The lines were weak, and his army was so strong that resistance was impossible. A breach 3/4 of a mile in length was made in the wall, and, marching through this, he devastated Travancore from end to end. His unaccountable delay before assaulting the position has been of great advantage to us. Had he attacked at once, instead of wasting his time before Travancore, he would have found the Carnatic so defenceless and as completely at his mercy as Hyder did. He would still have done so, had it depended upon Madras, but as the authorities here did nothing, Lord Cornwallis took the matter into his own hands. He was about to come here himself when General Meadows, formerly Governor of Bombay, arrived, invested by the Company with the offices of both Governor and Commander-in-Chief. Meadows landed here late in February, and at once set to work to prepare for war. Lord Cornwallis sent from Calcutta a large amount of money, stores, and ammunition, and a battalion of artillerymen. The sepoys objected to travel by sea, as their caste rules forbade them to do so, and he therefore sent off 6 battalions of infantry by land, and the Nabob tells me they are expected to arrive in 4 or 5 weeks' time. The Nabob of Arcot and the Rajah of Tanjore, both of whom are very heavily in debt to the government, are ordered during the continuance of the war to place their revenues at its disposal, a liberal allowance being made to them both for their personal expenses. Tippoo is still in Travancore, at least he was there 10 days ago, and has been endeavouring to negotiate. The Nabob tells me he believes that the object of General Meadows, in advancing from Trichinopoly to Karur, is to push on to Coimbatore, where he will, if he arrives before Tippoo, cut him off from his return to his capital, and as Meadows has a force of 15,000 men, he ought to be able to crush the tyrant at a blow. I fear, however, there is little chance of this. The Mysore troops move with great rapidity, and as soon as Tippoo hears that the English army is marching toward Karur, he is sure to take alarm, and by this time has probably passed Coimbatore on his way back. With all his faults, Tippoo is a good general, and the Nabob's opinion, and I quite agree with him, is that as soon as he regains the tableland of Mysore, he will take advantage of the English army being far away to the south, and will pour down through the passes into this part of the Carnatic, which is at present absolutely defenceless. This being the case, I shall at once get ready to leave for Madras, and shall move as soon as I learn for certain that Tippoo has slipped past the English. The Nabob has called upon me to join him with my little body of cavalry, and as soon as the news comes that Tippoo is descending the passes, I shall either join him or the English army. That will be a matter to decide afterwards. "You will take me with you, of course, Uncle?" Dick asked eagerly. "Certainly, Dick. If you are old enough to undertake the really perilous adventure of going up in disguise to Mysore, you are certainly old enough to ride with me. Besides, we may hope that, this time, the war is not going to be as one-sided as it was the last time, and that we may end by reaching Seringapatam, in which case we may rescue your father, if he is still alive, very much more easily than it could be managed in the way you propose." The news that the English army had marched to Karur, and that there was no force left to prevent the Mysoreans from pouring down from the hills, spread quickly, and when Dick went out with the 2 boys into the town, groups of people were talking earnestly in the streets. Some of them came up and asked respectfully if there was any later news. "Nothing later than you have heard," Dick said. "The Rajah is not going away yet, Sahib." No, he will not leave unless he hears that Tippoo has returned with his army to Seringapatam. Then he will go at once, for the Sultan might come down through the passes at any moment,
and can get here a fortnight before the English army can return from Karur." "Yes, it will be no use waiting here to be eaten up, Sahib. Do you think Conjeveram would be safe? Because it is easy to get down there by boat." "I should think so. Hyder could not take it last time, and the English army is much stronger than it was then. Besides, there will be 6,000 men arriving from Bengal in a month's time, so I should think there is no fear of Conjeveram being taken. It is a little trouble getting there, but it is a long journey to Madras. We could go down with our families and goods in 2 days in a boat, but there would not be boats enough for all, and it will be best, therefore, that some should go at once, for if all wait until there is news that Tippoo is coming, many will not be able to get away in time." "No, not in boats," Dick agreed, "but in 3 days a bullock cart could get you there." Next day several of the shops containing the most valuable goods were shut up, and day by day the number remaining open grew smaller. "It is as I expected," the Rajah said one morning as he came into the room where the family was sitting. "A messenger has just come in from the Nabob with the news that sickness broke out among the army as soon as they arrived at Karur, and in 24 hours 1,000 men were in hospital. This delayed the movement, and when they arrived at Coimbatore they were too late. Tippoo and his army had already passed, moving by forced marches back to Mysore. Finish your packing, ladies. We will start at daybreak tomorrow morning. I secured 3 boats 4 days ago, and have been holding them in readiness. Rajbullub will go in charge of you. There is not the least fear of Tippoo being here for another fortnight at the earliest. I shall ride with the troop. Dick and the boys will go with me. We shall meet you at Conjeveram. I have already arranged with some of our people, who have gone on in their bullock carts with their belongings, and will unload them there, to be in readiness to take our goods on to Madras, so there will be no delay in getting forward." By nightfall the apartments were completely dismantled. The furniture was all stowed away in a vault which the Rajah had had constructed for the purpose, when the palace was rebuilt. Access was obtained to it through the floor in one of the private apartments. The floor was of tessellated marble, but some 10 squares of it lifted up in a mass, forming together a trap door, from which steps led down into the vault. When the block was lowered again, the fit was so accurate that, after sweeping a little dust over the joint, the opening was quite imperceptible to anyone not aware of the hiding place. The cushions of the divans were taken down here, as well as the furniture, and all the less valuable carpets, rugs, and hangings, while the costlier articles were rolled up into bales for transport. The silver cups and other valuables were packed in boxes, and were during the night carried by coolies down to the boats, over which a guard was placed until morning. Provisions for the journey down the river were also placed on the boat. The palace was astir long before daybreak. The cushions that had been slept on during the night were carried down to the boats, the boxes of wearing apparel closed and fastened, and a hasty meal was taken. The sun was just rising when they started. One boat had been fitted up with a bower of green boughs for the use of the 2 ladies and their 4 attendants. The other 2 carried the baggage. After seeing them push off, the Rajah, his sons, and Dick returned to the palace. Here, for a couple of hours, he held a sort of audience and gave his advice to the townspeople, and any others who came, in considerable numbers, to consult with him. When this was done, they went into the courtyard, where all was ready for their departure. The troop had, during the past week, been raised to 200 men, many of the young cultivators coming eagerly forward, as soon as they heard that the Rajah was going to increase his troop, being anxious to take a share in the adventures that might be looked for, and to avenge the sufferings that had been inflicted on their friends by Hyder's marauders. They were a somewhat motley troop, but this mattered little, as uniformity was unknown among the forces of the native princes. The majority were stout young fellows. All provided their own horses and arms, and although the former lacked the weight and bone of English cavalry horses, they were capable of performing long journeys, and of existing on rations on which an English horse would starve. All were well armed, for any deficiency had been made up from the Rajah's store, and from this a large number of guns had, 3 days before, been distributed among such of the ryots as intended to take to the hills on the approach of the enemy. Ammunition had also been distributed among them. Every man in the troop carried a shield and tulwar, and on his back was slung a musket or spear, and there were few without pistols in their girdles. They rode halfway to Conjeveram, and stopped for the night at a village, the men sleeping in the open air, while the Rajah, his sons, and Dick were entertained by the chief man of the place. The next morning they rode into Conjeveram, where, Just at sunset the boats also arrived. The troop encamped outside the town, while the Rajah and his party occupied some rooms that had been secured beforehand for them. In the morning the ladies proceeded in a native carriage, with the troop, an officer and 10 men following in charge of the bullock carts containing the baggage. On reaching Madras they encamped on the Maidan, a large open space used as a drill ground for the troops garrisoned there, and the Rajah and his party established themselves in the house occupied by him on the occasion of his last visit. The next day the Rajah went to the Government House and had an interview with the Deputy Governor. If Tippoo comes down from the hills, he will not be able to take the field against him, and will need all his forces to defend Arcot, Vellore, and his smaller forts, and cavalry would be of no real use to him. Your troop would be of much greater utility to the battalions from Bengal when they arrive. They will be here in 3 weeks or so, and as soon as they come I will attach you to them. I will write to the Nabob saying that you are about to join him, but that in the interest of the general defence I had thought better, at present, to attach you to the Bengal contingent. You see, they will be entirely new to the country, and it will be a great advantage to them to have a troop like yours, many of whom are well acquainted with the roads and general geography of the country. Your speaking English, too, will of course add to your usefulness." "I have a nephew with me who speaks English perfectly, and also Hindustani," the Rajah said. "He is a smart young fellow, and I have no doubt that the officer in command would be able to make him very useful. He is eager to be of service. His father, who was an Englishman, was wrecked some years ago on the west coast, and sent up a prisoner to Mysore. He was not one of those handed over at the time of the peace, but whether he has been murdered, or is still a prisoner in Tippoo's hands, we do not know. My sister came out with the boy 3 or 4 months ago to endeavour to obtain some news of him. I will make a note of it, Rajah. I have no doubt that he will be of great use to Colonel Cockerell." In the last week in July the Rajah moved with his troop to Conjeveram, and on the 1st of August the Bengal forces arrived there. They were joined at once by 3 regiments of Europeans, 1 of native cavalry, and a strong force of artillery, raising their numbers to 9,500 men. Colonel Kelly took command of the force, and begged the Rajah to advance with his horsemen at once to the foot of the ghauts, to break it up into half troops, and to capture or destroy any small parties of horse Tippoo might send down by any of the passes, to reconnoitre the country, and to ascertain the movements and strength of the British forces. He was also to endeavour to obtain as much information as he could of what was going on in Mysore, and to ascertain whether Tippoo was still with his army, watching General Meadows in the west, or was moving, as if with the intention of taking advantage of the main force of the English being away south, to descend into the Carnatic. The order was a very acceptable one to the Rajah. His troop made a good appearance enough when in company with those of the Nabob of Arcot, but he could not but feel that they looked a motley body by the side of the trained native and European troops, and he was frequently angered by hearing the jeering comments of English soldiers to each other, when he rode past them with his troop, and had not a little astonished the speakers more than once by turning round on his horse and abusing them hotly in their own language. He was therefore glad to be off. For such work his men were far better fitted than they were even the native cavalry in the Company's service. They were stout, active fellows, accustomed to the hills, and speaking the dialect used by the shepherds and villagers among the ghauts. Proceeding northward through Vellore, he there divided his force into 4 bodies. He himself, with 50 men, took up a position at the mouth of the pass of Amboor. Another 50 were sent to the pass of Mugni, to the west of Chittoor, under the command of Anwar, the captain of the troop. The rest were distributed among the minor passes. Dick remained with his uncle, who established himself in a village 7 miles up the pass. He was well satisfied with the arrangement, for he was anxious to learn to go about among the hills as a spy, and was much more likely to get leave from his uncle to do so than he would have been from any of the officers of the troop, who would not have ventured to allow the Rajah's nephew to run into any danger. In the second place, his especial friend among the officers, a youth named Surajah, son of Rajbullab, was with the detachment. Surajah had been especially picked out by the Rajah as Dick's companion. He generally joined him in his rides, and they had often gone on shooting excursions among the hills. He was about 3 years Dick's senior, but in point of height there was but little difference between them. Every day half the troop under an officer rode up the pass until within a mile of the fort near the summit, garrisoned by Mysorean troops. They were able to obtain but little information, for the villages toward the upper end of the pass were all deserted and in ruins, the inhabitants never having ventured back since Hyder's invasion. The Rajah was vexed at being able to learn nothing of what was passing on the plateau, and was therefore more disposed than he might otherwise have been to listen to Dick's proposal. "Don't you think, Uncle," the latter said one evening, "that I might try to learn something by going up with Surajah alone? We could strike off into the hills, as if on a shooting expedition, just as we used to do from Tripataly, except that I should stain my face and hands. The people in the villages on the top of the ghauts are, everyone says, simple and quiet. They have no love for Tippoo or Mysore, but are content to pay their taxes and to work quietly in their fields. There will be little fear of our being interfered with by them." "You might find a party of Tippoo's troops in one of the villages, Dick, and get into trouble." "I don't see why we should, Uncle. Of course, we should not go up dressed as we are, but as shikarees, and when we went into a village should begin by asking whether the people are troubled with any tigers in the neighbourhood. You see, I especially came out here to go into Mysore in disguise, and I should be getting a little practice in this way, besides obtaining news for you." "I am certainly anxious to get news, Dick. So far, I have had nothing to send down, except that the reports from all the passes agree in saying that they have learned nothing of any movement on the part of Tippoo, and that no spies have come down the passes, or any armed party whatever. This is good, so far as it goes, but it only shows that the other passes are, like this, entirely deserted. Therefore, we really know nothing whatever. Even at this moment, Tippoo might have 50,000 men gathered on the crest of the hills, ready to pour down tomorrow through one of the passes, and therefore, as I do not think you would be running any great danger, I consent to your going with Surajah on a scouting expedition, on foot, among the hills. As you say, you must, of course, disguise yourselves as peasants. You had better, in addition to your guns, each take a brace of pistols, and so armed, even if any of the villagers were inclined to be hostile, they would not care about interfering with you." "Thank you, Uncle. When would you expect us back, if we start tomorrow morning?" "That must be entirely in your hands, Dick. You would hardly climb the ghauts and light upon a village in one day, and it might be necessary to go farther before you could obtain any news. It is a broken country, with much jungle for some distance beyond the hills, and the villages lying off the roads will have but little communication with each other, and might know nothing whatever of what has happened in the cultivated plains beyond. At any rate, you must not go into any village on the roads leading to the heads of the passes, for there are forts everywhere, and you would be certain to find parties of troops stationed in them. Even before war broke out, I knew that this was the case, as they were stationed there to prevent any captives, native or European, escaping from Mysore. You must therefore strictly avoid all the main roads, even though it may be necessary to proceed much farther before you can get news. I should think, if we say 3 days going and as many returning, it will be as little as we can count upon, and I shall not begin to feel at all uneasy if you do not reappear for a week. It is of no use your returning without some information as to what is going on in Mysore, and it would be folly to throw away your work and trouble when, in another day or two, you might get the news you want. I shall therefore leave it entirely to your discretion." Greatly pleased at having succeeded beyond his expectations, Dick at once sought out Surajah. The latter was very gratified when he heard that he was to accompany the young Sahib on such an expedition, and at once set about the necessary preparations. There was no difficulty in obtaining in the village the clothes required for their disguises, and one of the sheep intended for the following day's rations was killed, and a leg boiled. If we take, in addition to this, 10 pounds of flour, a gourd of ghee, and a little pan for frying the cakes in, we shall be able to get on without having to buy food for 4 or 5 days. And, of course, when we are once among the villages, we shall have no difficulty in getting more. You had better cut the meat off the bone and divide it in 2 portions, and divide the flour too. Then we can each carry our share." "I will willingly carry it all, Sahib." "Not at all, Surajah. We will each take our fair share. You see, we shall have a gun, pistols, ammunition, and a tulwar, and that, with 7 or 8 pounds of food each, and our water bottles, will be quite enough to carry up the ghauts. The only thing we want now is some stain." "I will get something that will do, and bring it with me in the morning, Sahib. It won't take you a minute to put it on. I will come for you at the first gleam of daylight." Dick returned to the cottage he occupied with his uncle, and told him what preparations they had made for their journey, and they sat talking over the details for another hour.
The Rajah's last words, as they lay down for the night, were, "Don't forget to take a blanket each. You will want it for sleeping in the open, which you will probably have to do several times, although you may occasionally be able to find shelter in a village." By the time the sun rose, the next morning, they were well upon their way. They had a good deal of toilsome climbing, but by nightfall had surmounted the most difficult portions of the ascent, and encamped, when it became dark, in a small wood. Here they lighted a fire, cooked some cakes of flour, and with these and the cold meat made a hearty meal. They had during the day halted twice, and had breakfasted and lunched off some bread, of which they had brought sufficient for the day's journey. "I suppose there is no occasion to watch, Surajah?" "I don't know, Sahib. I do not think it will be safe for us both to sleep. There are, as you know, many tigers among these hills, and although they would not approach us as long as the fire is burning brightly, they might steal up and carry one of us off when the fire gets low. I will therefore watch." "I certainly should not let you do that without taking my turn," Dick said, "and I feel so tired with the day's work that I do not think I could keep awake for 10 minutes. It would be better to sleep in a tree than that." "You would not get much sleep in a tree, Sahib. I have done it once or twice when I have been hunting in a tiger-infested neighbourhood, but I got scarcely any sleep, and I was so stiff in the morning that I could hardly walk. I would rather sit up all night and keep up a good fire than do that." Dick thought for a minute or two, and then got up and walked about under the trees, keeping his eyes fixed upon the branches overhead. "This will do," he said at last. "Come here, Surajah. There. You see those two branches coming out on the same direction? At one point they are about 5 or 6 feet apart. We might fasten our blankets side by side, with the help of the straps of our water bottles and the slings of the guns, so as to make what are called on board ship hammocks, and lie there perfectly safe and comfortable." Surajah nodded. "I have a coil of leather thong, Sahib. I thought that it might be useful if we wanted to bind a prisoner, or for any other purpose, so I stuffed it into my waist sash." "That is good. Let us lose no time, for I am quite ready for sleep. I will climb up first." In 10 minutes the blankets were secured, fastened side by side between the branches. Surajah descended, threw another armful of wood onto the fire, placed their meat in the crotch of a bough, 6 feet above the ground, and then climbed the tree again. Thus they were soon lying side by side in their blankets. These bagged rather inconveniently under their weight, but they were too tired to mind trifles, and were very soon fast asleep. Dick did not wake until Surajah called him. It was already broad daylight. His companion had slipped down quietly, stirred up the embers of the fire, thrown on more wood, and cooked some chapatis before waking him. "It is too bad, Surajah," Dick said, as he looked down. "You ought to have woke me. I will unfasten these blankets before I get down. It will save time after breakfast." Half an hour later they were again on their way, and shortly came upon a boy herding some goats. He looked doubtfully at them, but seeing that they were not Mysorean soldiers, he did not attempt to fly. "How far is it to the next village, lad?" Surajah asked, "and which is the way? We are shikaris, and are there any tigers about?" "Oh, plenty of them," the boy said. "I drive the goats to a strong high stockade every evening, and would not come out before the sun rose, for all the money they say the sultan has. Make for that tree, and close to it you will see a spring. Follow that down. It will take you to the village." After walking 6 hours they came to the village. It was a place of some little size, but there were few people about. Women came to the doors to look at Surajah and Dick as they came along. "Where are you from?" an old man asked as he came out from his cottage. "From down the mountainside. Tigers are getting scarce there, and we thought we would come over and see what we could do here." "Here there are many tigers," the old man said. "For the last 20 years the wars have taken most of our young men away. Some are forced to go against their will, for when the order comes to the head man of the village that the sultan requires so many soldiers, he is forced to pick out those best suited for service. Others go of their own free will, thinking soldiering easier work than tilling the fields, besides the chance of getting rich booty. So there are but few shikaris, and the tigers multiply and are a curse to us. We are but poor people, but if you choose to stay here for a while, we will pay something for every tiger you kill, and we will send round to the other villages within 10 miles, and doubtless every one of them will contribute, so that you might get enough to pay for your exertions." "We will think of it," Surajah replied. "We did not intend to stop in one village, but propose to travel about in the jungle-covered district, and wherever we hear complaints of a tiger committing depredations, we will stop and do our best to kill the evil beast. We mean first to find out where they are most troublesome, and then we shall work back again.
We hear that the Sultan gives good prices for those taken alive."
"I have heard so," the old man said, "but none have been caught alive here, or by anyone in the villages round. The Sultan generally gets them from the royal forests, where none are allowed to shoot, save with his permission. Sometimes, when there is a lack of them there, his hunters come into these districts and catch them in pitfalls, and have nets and ropes with which the tigers are bound and taken away." A little crowd had by this time collected round them, and the women, when they heard that the strangers were shikaris, who had come up with the intention of killing tigers, brought them bowls of milk, cakes, and other presents. "I suppose, now that the Sultan is away at war," Dick said, "his hunters do not come here for tigers." "We know nothing of his wars," a woman said. "They take our sons from us, and we do not see them again. We did hear a report that he had gone with an army to conquer Travancore, but why he should want to do it, none of us can make out. His dominions are as wide as the heart of man can require. It is strange that he cannot rest contented, but, like his father, should be always taking our sons away to fight. However, these things are beyond the understanding of poor people like us, but we can't help thinking that it would be better if he were to send his armies to destroy all the tigers. If he would do that, we should not grudge the sums we have to pay when the tax gatherers come round." After pausing for an hour in the village, they continued on their way. 2 or 3 other small collections of huts were passed, but it was not until the evening of the next day that they issued from the jungle-covered country into the cultivated plain. At none of the places they had passed was there anything known as to Tippoo or his army, but they were told that there were parties of troops in all the villages along the edge of the plain, as well as in the passages. "We must be careful now, Surajah," Dick said, as after a long day's march they sat down to rest, at a distance of half a mile from a large village. "Our tale that we are shikaris will not do here. Had that really been our object, we should have stopped at the first place we came to, and, at any rate, we should not have come beyond the jungle. We might still say that we are shikaris, but that tigers had become scarce on the other side of the hills, and hearing a talk that Tippoo and the English are going to war with each other, we made up our minds to go to Seringapatam and enlist in his army." "Now, that would do very well," Surajah agreed. "They would have no reason for doubting us, and even if the officer here were to suggest that we should enlist under him, we could do so, as there would be no difficulty in slipping away and making off into the jungle again." They waited until the sun set, and then walked on to the village. They had scarcely entered when 2 armed men stopped them and questioned them whence they came. Surajah repeated the story they had agreed upon, and the men appeared quite satisfied. "You will be just in time," one said. "We have news that the Sultan has just moved with his army to Seringapatam. Officers came here only yesterday to buy up cattle and grain. These are to be retained here until orders are received where they are to be sent, so I should say that he is coming this way, and will be going down the passes, as Hyder did. We shall be very glad, for I suppose we shall join as he passes along. It has been dull work here, and we are looking forward to gaining our share of the loot. It would be just as well for you to join us here now, as to go on to Seringapatam." "It would save us a long tramp," Surajah agreed. "We will think it over, and maybe we will have a talk with your officer tomorrow morning." They sauntered along with the men, talking as they went, and so escaped being questioned by other soldiers. Presently they made the excuse that they wanted to buy some flour and ghee before the shops were closed, and, with a friendly nod to the 2 soldiers, stopped before the stall of a peasant who had, on a small stand in front of him, a large jar of ghee. Having purchased some, they went a little farther and laid in a fresh supply of flour. "Things are very dear," Surajah remarked. "There is very little left in the village," the man said. "All the flour was bought up yesterday for the Sultan's army, which they say is coming in this direction, and I have only got what you see here. It has been pounded by my wife and some other women since morning." "That's good enough," Dick said, as they walked away. "Our work is done, Surajah, and it is not likely that we should learn anything more, if we were to stop here for a week. Let us turn down between these houses, and make our way round behind. We might be questioned again by a fresh party of soldiers, if we were to go along the street." They kept along on the outskirts of the village, regaining the road by which they had come, and walked on until they reached the edge of the jungle. Going a short distance among the trees, they collected some sticks, lit a fire, and sat down to cook their meal. At the last village or 2 they had heard but little of tigers, and now agreed that they could safely lie down, and that it would not be necessary for them to rig up their blankets as hammocks, as they had done on the first 2 nights. Chapter 5. War declared. Recording by Mike Harris.
Chapter 6 of The Tiger of Mysore by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. The Tiger of Mysore by G.A. Henty. Chapter 6. A Perilous Adventure. They retraced their steps without adventure until they reached the village they had first stopped at. "There are soldiers here," Surajah exclaimed as they entered. "We can't help it now," Dick said. "There's nothing for it but to go on boldly. I suppose that Tippoo has sent troops into all these frontier villages to prevent any chance of news of his movements being taken to the plains. Ah, there's the old chap who spoke to us last time. Let's stop at once and talk with him." "So you are back again?" the peasant said as they came up to him. "Yes," Surajah replied. "We told you we should come back here, unless we got news of some tiger being marked down near one of the other villages. We have been as far as the edge of the jungle, and although we have heard of several, not one of them seems to be in the habit of coming back regularly to the same spot. So we thought we could not do better than return here at once and make it our headquarters. I see you have got some soldiers here." "Yes," the old man said discontentedly, "and a rough lot they are. They demand food, and instead of paying for it in money, their officer gives us bits of paper with some writing on them. He says that when they go we are to take them to him, and he will give us an equal to the whole of them, for which we can receive money from the treasury at Seringapatam. A nice thing that. None of us have ever been to Seringapatam, and should not know what to do when we got there. Moreover, there would be no saying whether one would ever come back again. It is terrible. Besides, we have only grain enough for ourselves, and shall have to send down to the plains to buy more. And where the money is to come from, nobody can tell." "I think I could tell you how you had better proceed, if you will take us into your house," Surajah said. "This is not a place for talking. There are 4 or 5 soldiers there watching us." The old man entered the house and closed the door behind them. "How would you counsel us to proceed?" he asked, as soon as they had seated themselves on a divan, formed of a low bank of beaten earth, with a thick covering of straw. "It is simple enough," Surajah said. "One of you would take the order, on the sultan's treasury, to a large village down in the plain. You would go to a trader, and say that you wished to purchase so much grain and other goods, and would pay for them with an order on the sultan's treasury. It would probably be accepted as readily as cash, for the trader would send it to a merchant or banker at Seringapatam to get it cashed for him, to pay for goods he had obtained there, and either to send him any balance there might be, or to retain it for further purchases. An order of that kind is better than money for trading purposes, for there would be no fear of its being stolen on the way, as it could be hidden in the hair or shoe, or anywhere among the clothes of the messenger." "Wonderful!" the old peasant said. "Your words are a relief indeed to me, and will be to all the village when they hear them." "And now," Dick broke in, "let us talk about tigers. While you have been speaking, those soldiers have passed the door twice, and have been looking suspiciously at the house. If they take it into their heads to come here, and to ask who we are and what is our business, it would not do to tell them that we have been discussing the value of the orders on the sultan's treasury. Now, if our advice has been of any assistance to you in this matter, you, in turn, can render us aid in our business of killing tigers. We want you to find out for us when a tiger was last seen near the village, where its lair is supposed to be, and whether, according to its situation, we should have the best chance of killing it by digging a pitfall, on the path by which it usually comes from the jungle, or by getting a kid and tying it up to attract the tiger to a spot where we shall be stationed in a tree." "I will assuredly do that, and everyone here will be glad to assist when I tell them the advice I have received from you, and would indeed do so in any case, for it will be a blessing to the village if you can kill the tiger that so often carries off some of our sheep and goats." At this moment there was a loud knocking on the door. On the peasant opening it, a group of soldiers demanded to see the men who had entered. "We are here," Surajah said, coming forward. "What do you want?" "We want to know who you are, and where you come from." "Anyone in the village could have told you that," Surajah said. "We are shikaris, and have come here to destroy tigers. We are arranging with this old man to find us guides who can point out the tracks of the one which has, for some time, been preying on their animals." "Yes, and on our children," the old man put in, "for 3 of them were carried off from the street here within the last month." The soldiers looked doubtful, but one of them said, "This is for our officer to inquire about. The men are strangers to the village, and he will want to question them." "We are quite ready to be questioned," Surajah said. "Our host here will bear me out in what I say, and there are others in the village who will tell you that we have been arranging with them to kill tigers in this neighbourhood, though as yet we have not settled what they will pay us for each beast we destroy." Accompanied by the peasant, they went with the soldiers to the guard house, with which each of the frontier villages was provided, It consisted of a group of huts surrounded by a thick wall of sunburnt bricks. They were taken into the largest hut, where the officer of the party was seated on a rough divan. "Who have you here?" he asked irritably, for he had been awakened from a doze by their entry. "They are two young fellows who are strangers here. They say they are shikaris, who have come into the village to gain a reward for killing a tiger that has been troublesome." "They were here 3 days ago, Sahib," the villager said, "and asked us many questions about the tigers, and were, when the soldiers came to the door, questioning me as to the tiger's place of retreat, and whether a pitfall or a kid as a decoy would be most suitable." "Where do you come from?" the officer asked Surajah. "We live in a little village some distance down the ghauts. We heard that tigers were more abundant in the village country up here than they are below, and thought that we would, for a time, follow our calling here. We can get good prices for the skins down below, and with that, and what we get from the villages for freeing them from the tigers, we hope that in a few months to take back a good store of money." "Your story is a doubtful one," the officer said harshly. "You may be what you say, and you may be spies." "If we had been spies," Surajah said, "we should not be here, but at Bangalore or Seringapatam. These villages are not the places where news is to be gained." This was so self-evident that the officer had nothing to say against it. "At any rate," he said after a pause, "there is no confirmation to your story, and as I have orders to put all suspicious persons under arrest, I shall detain you." "It is very hard," Surajah began, but the officer made an impatient gesture, and while two of the soldiers put their hands on the shoulders of the prisoners, and led them from the hut. "You need not look so downcast," one of the guards said good-naturedly. "I don't suppose you will be kept here long, and will no doubt be released when the sultan has gone down the passes with his army. A week or two here will do you no harm. The tigers can wait for a bit. There, give us your weapons. I dare say you will get them back again when we go on, as I hope we shall do, for there is nothing to eat and nothing to do in this miserable place." The arms were taken into the officer's hut, and as there was a sentry at the gate, no further attention was paid to them. "I will get you some provisions and bring them in," the old man said. "It is hard indeed that men cannot go about their business without being interfered with." "Thank you, but we have enough for 2 or 3 days. When that is gone, we will give you some money to buy more, for we have a few rupees with us, as we knew it might be some time before we should be able to kill a tiger." As soon as the old man had left them, they seated themselves on a large faggot of wood that had been brought in by the villagers for fuel. "We cannot stay here, Surajah. It is most important that we should get back with the news, and I have no doubt that pig-headed brute in there will do as he says, and will hold us prisoners until Tippoo has gone down the passes. We must get off tonight, if possible. We are not likely to be looked after very sharply. I don't think that fellow really suspects us, but is simply keeping us to show his authority. There ought to be no difficulty in getting out. I suppose we shall be put into one of the soldiers' huts tonight, and if we crawl out when they are asleep, we have only to make our way up those narrow steps to the top of the wall, and then let ourselves down the other side. It's not above 15 feet high, and even if we dropped, we should not be likely to hurt ourselves." "There will most likely be a sentry at the gate," Surajah observed, "and there is a moon tonight. There ought to be no difficulty in pouncing on him suddenly, gagging him before he can give the alarm, and then tying him up. We'll walk round and see if there is any rope lying about. If not, I'll tear my sash into strips. We can use yours to lower ourselves over the wall. I should like to get our weapons if we could. The guns do not matter, but the pistols are good ones, and if there is an alarm given, we may have to fight. Besides, it's not impossible that we may come across a tiger as we go along. I vote that, when we have secured the sentry, we pay the officer a visit." Surajah nodded. He was quite ready to agree to anything that Dick might suggest, and felt a strong desire to repossess himself of his arms, for it seemed to him that it would be a humiliation to go back without them. "Of course," Dick went on, "if the sentry gives the alarm before we can secure him, we must give up part of our plan, for in that case we should have to bolt. Once over the wall, we should be all right. They may fire away at us as we run, but there is no fear of their hitting us, half asleep as they will be, and not quite sure what it's all about. If we get a fair start of them, we need not have much fear of their catching us." "Not as long as it's straight running, Sahib, but if they follow us far, they may come up within range of us, as we are making our way down some of those nasty places where we came up the face of the ghat. If we once get well away from them, we'll hide up somewhere, and then strike off on another line." "Yeah, we might do that," Surajah agreed, "but, you know, the place where we came up was the only one that seemed to us climbable, and it would be certainly better to make for it again if we can find our way." "Oh, I quite agree with you there, Surajah. It would never do to go and find ourselves on the edge of a precipice that we could not get down, with the soldiers anywhere near us. Besides, it's of the greatest importance that we should take this news back as soon as possible, as every hour may be of importance. I only wish we could find out which pass Tippoo means to go by, but I don't suppose that will be known until he starts for it." Anyway, our news will be very valuable, for at present he is supposed to be over on the other side, and he would have taken our troops entirely by surprise if he had suddenly poured out into the plain. So we must give up my idea of hiding up, for if we did so, we should have to lie there all day, and it would mean the loss of 24 hours. For I would not go down those ghauts for any money except in daylight. It's a very different thing going downhill to going up, and if we were to attempt it in the dark we should break our necks for a certainty. If we can get away early tonight, we shall be at the edge of that steep place by 9 o'clock in the morning, and if we strike the right point, we might be back to the Rajah by nightfall." "It will be difficult to find our way back in the dark," Surajah said. "No doubt. Still, we can keep in the general direction, and even if we do not hit upon the stream tonight, we shall find it in the morning." It was late in the afternoon when they reached the village, and it was now growing dark. 2 soldiers came up to them and bade them follow them into one of the huts, and there pointed to the farther corner as their place. They wrapped themselves in their blankets and at once lay down. "If they take it into their heads," Dick whispered to Surajah, "to put a sentry on guard at the door, it will upset all our plans. It would not be very difficult to cut our way through the mud wall behind us, but in the first place they have taken away our knives, and, even if we had them, it would be risky work trying it. The chances are that they will probably sit and talk all night. Of course, we might surprise the sentry, but it would be a great risk with those fellows close at hand, and we should have to run straight for the steps, and might get a dozen balls after us before we were over the wall." "Oh, I don't think there would be much chance of their hitting us," Surajah said. "Jumping up from their sleep in confusion, they would be a minute or so before they could find out what had happened, and we should be at the foot of the walls before they saw us, and then they would fire almost at random. But in that case we should lose our weapons," he added regretfully. "We cannot help that. The arms are no consequence at all, compared to our getting away, unless, of course, any of them happen to overtake us." For 3 or 4 hours the soldiers, of whom there were 10 in the hut, sat eating, talking, and smoking round the fire, which they kept burning on the earthen floor. One by one, however, they left it and lay down. When but 3 remained, one of them got up with a grumble of discontent, took his musket, which was leaning against the wall, and went out of the hut. "What a nuisance!" Dick whispered. "He is evidently going on sentry duty." "Perhaps he has gone to the gate?" "I am afraid not. I expect the other hut is furnishing the sentry there. Listen." During the pauses of the low conversation of the 2 men still sitting by the fire, they could hear a footfall outside. "That settles the question," Dick said. "Now, the sooner those fellows go to sleep, the better." "We had better wait for some time after they do," Surajah replied. "1 or 2 of the men who lay down first are sure to get up and go to the door and look out. They always do that once or twice during the night. The sentry will soon get accustomed to the door being opened, and won't look around sharp." "That's a good idea," Dick agreed. "The moon is at the back of the hut, so we shall be in the shadow. I'll spring upon him, and will try and grip him by the throat, so that he can't hole out. You wrench the musket from his hands, and snatch his belt of cartridges. That will give us a weapon, anyhow. As soon as you have got it, I will give him one sharp squeeze and throw him down. It will be some time before he gets his breath enough to hold." In half an hour, the 2 men by the fire lay down. It was not long before, as Surajah predicted, one of the sleepers sat up and stretched himself. Then he rose and walked to the door, opened it, and stood at the entrance. A moment later he was joined by another figure, and for a few minutes they stood talking together. Then he came in again, shut the door, and lay down. During the next hour 3 of the others followed his example, the last of them leaving the door ajar behind him when he came in. "Now is our chance, Surajah. We must give him 10 minutes to fall asleep again, then we will move. Should one of them be lying awake and notice us, which is not likely, for it is too dark in here to see figures distinctly, and ask where we are going, say, 'To the door to get cool.' They won't imagine that we are thinking of escape, with one sentry at the door and another at the gate. Don't you think, Sahib, that it would be safer to kill the sentries?" "Safer or not, Surajah, we will not do it. At present they have done us no harm. They are only acting as their officer ordered, and we have no grudge against them. When they take to shooting at us, we must shoot at them, but to kill this sentry would be nothing short of murder." After waiting a few minutes longer, Dick said, "We had better be off now. If we are to wait longer, we should have another fellow getting up." They rose quietly to their feet, made their way to the door, and opened it noiselessly. The sentry was standing leaning on his long matchlock a few feet away. Suddenly a voice behind exclaimed, "Who is that?" The sentry was in the act of turning round when Dick sprang upon him and grasped him by the throat. No cry came from the man's lips, but the gun fell from his grasp as he clutched convulsively at Dick's wrists, and went off as it fell. "Pick it up!" Dick shouted, "and run!" He released his grip from the man's throat, snatched the bandolier from his shoulder, and, tripping his feet from under him, threw him heavily to the ground, and then turned to run. The hold had occupied but a few seconds, but as he started, a soldier ran out from the hut, shouting loudly. He had a gun in his hand. Dick changed his mind, turned, threw himself upon him, wrenched the gun from his hold, and, as the man staggered back, struck him with his right hand under the chin. The man fell back through the open door as if shot. Dick seized the handle and closed it, and then ran at full speed toward the foot of the steps. They were but some 20 yards away. "Up you go, Surajah. We have not a moment to lose." Dick sprang up the steps, Surajah following. As they reached the top of the wall, a shot was discharged at them by the sentry at the gate, who, ignorant of the cause of the sudden uproar, had been standing in readiness to fire. He was, however, too excited to take aim, and the bullet flew harmlessly over their heads. In another instant they sprang over the parapet. "Lower yourselves by your arms, and then drop." The wall, like many others of its sort, was thicker at the base than on the top, and the foot projected 2 feet beyond the upper line, so that it was a sharp slide rather than an absolute fall. It was well that it was so, for although only some 12 feet inside, it was 8 feet higher on its outer side, as a dry ditch encircled it. Both came down in a heap on the sand that had crumbled from the face of the wall. As soon as they picked themselves up, Dick exclaimed, "Keep along the foot of the wall, Surajah," and they dashed along until they reached the angle. As they turned the corner, they heard a burst of voices from the wall where they had slid down, and several shots were fired. Dick led the way along the ditch to the next angle, then left it and entered the village, and dashed along the street. The sound of firing had roused many of the peasants. Doors were opened, and men coming out. Exclamations of surprise were heard, as the 2 figures rushed past, but no one thought of interfering with them. As they left the houses behind them, Surajah said, "You are going the wrong way, Sahib. You are going right away from the ghauts." "I know that well enough," Dick panted, "but I did it on purpose. We'll turn and work round again. They'll hear from the villagers that we have come this way, and will be following us down the road while we are making our way back to the ghauts." They ran for another 100 yards, then quitted the path, and made across the fields. From the fort and the village they could hear a great hubbub, and above it could make out the voice of the officer, shouting orders. They continued to run for another quarter of a mile, and then they turned. "Now we can go quietly," Dick said, breaking into a walk. "This line will take us clear of the fort and the village, and we have only to make straight for the ghauts. I think we have thrown them well off the scent, and unless the officer suspects that we have only gone the other way to deceive him, and that we are really making for the ghauts, we shall hear nothing more of them." "It is capital," Surajah said. "I could not think what you were doing when you turned round the corner of the fort and made for the village, instead of going the other way. But where did you get that gun from?" Dick told him how it had come into his possession. "It is not so much that I cared for the gun," he said, "as that I wanted to prevent the man from using it. If he had followed me closely, he could hardly have helped hitting me, or one of us, at least, as we went up the steps. By shutting the door, we gained a few moments, for they were all in confusion in the dim light inside, and would certainly not learn anything, either from the man I pitched in among them, or from the sentry outside. I don't suppose any of them had an idea of what had happened, until the sentry shouted to them that we had got over the wall. Then they rushed up and fired at random from the top, thinking that we should be running straight from it. They walked along for a short distance, and then Dick said, "I've got my wind again now. We'll go on to a jog trot." I mistrust that officer. He had a crafty face, and as we said we belonged to a village down the ghauts, he may have a suspicion that we have been trying to throw him off the scent, and think we should be sure to double back and make for home. They kept on their way, sometimes dropping into a walk, but generally going at an easy trot until daybreak. "As soon as it gets a little lighter, Surajah, we will go up on to one of those rises, so as to have a good look down over the line we have come. If they are following us, we must go on at the top of our speed. If we see nothing of them, we can take it quietly. Of course, they can't have been following our steps, but it's quite likely that some of the villagers may know that the ghauts can be climbed at the point where we came up. You know, we noticed signs of a path 2 or 3 times on the way up. In that case, if the officer really did think of pursuing us, he would take one of the villagers as a guide." Half an hour later, they ascended a sharp rise and threw themselves down on its crest. "I don't think there is the least chance of their coming," Surajah said, carelessly. "When they had gone some distance without overtaking us on the road, they may possibly have suspected that we had turned and made this way, but by the time they got back to the village, they would know well enough that there is no chance of overtaking us." Dick made no answer. He had a sort of uneasy conviction that the officer would at once suspect their plan, and that pursuit would have commenced very shortly after they had repassed the fort. For some minutes no words were spoken. No sign of life was to be seen, but in so broken a country, covered in many places with jungle or wood, a considerable body of men might be coming up unperceived. Suddenly Dick grasped Surajah's arm. "There they are. You see that I was right. Look at that clump of bush half a mile away, well to the left of the line we came by. They have just come out from there. There are 10 or 12 of them." "I see them," Surajah said. "They are running too, but not very fast. We will crawl back till we are out of their sight, and then make a run for it. They must have got a guide, and are, no doubt, taking a more direct line than we are, for we may be a good bit off the stream we followed as we came along. I have not seen anything I recognize since it got light, though I am sure we are going somewhat near the right direction. Now, we have got to run for it." They dashed off at a rate of speed much higher than that which they had before been travelling, keeping as much as possible in ground covered from the sight of their pursuers, and bearing somewhat to the left, so as to place the latter directly behind them, and to strike the path Dick had no doubt their pursuers were keeping. "It's no use running too fast," he said a few minutes later. "There is a good long way to go yet, another 10 miles, I should think, and anyhow I don't think we can get down that steep place before they come to the edge of the cliff above. You see, we are not certain as to where it is. We might strike the cliffs a mile or two on either side of it, and I have no doubt that they will go straight to the spot. I expect the man they got as a guide has been in the habit of going down the ghauts, and knows his way. If it were not that we were in such a hurry to get to Uncle with the news about Tippoo, it would be much better to turn off altogether and stay in a wood for a day or two. They would not stop very long at the top of the ghauts, for they cannot be sure that we are going that way at all, and when a few hours passed and we didn't come, the officer would suppose that he was mistaken, and that we really kept on in the line on which we started." They trotted along for some time in silence, and then Surajah said, "Do you not think that it would be better for us to make for the pass to the left? It is 20 miles off, but we should be there by evening, and we should surely find some way of getting into it, below where the fort stands." Dick stopped running. "Why not go the other way, and make for the pass we know?" he said. "It can't be more than 15 miles at the outset, and once below the fort we know our way, and should get down to the village 12 hours sooner than if we went round by the other pass." "It would be the right plan if we could do it," Surajah agreed. "But you know the rocks rise straight up on both sides of the fort, and the road passes up through a narrow cleft, with the fort standing at its mouth. That's why I proposed the other pass." "I think we had better try it, nevertheless, Surajah. We should not be more than 3 hours in going straight there, and shall have ample time to follow the edge of the precipice for the last 5 miles. We may discover some break where we can get down. If we should find it impossible to descend anywhere, we must sleep till sunset, then strike the road above the fort, go down at night, and manage to slip past the sentry. The only thing is, Sahib, that it seems as if the fort lay right across the entrance to the gorge, and the road went through it." "It did look like that, Surajah. Certainly the road went through a gateway, but there must be a break somewhere. We could see that in the wet season a lot of water comes down there, so there must be some sort of passage for it, and if the passage is big enough for the storm water to go through, it must be big enough for us." Surajah agreed, and they turned off from the line that they had before been following, no longer hurrying, but walking at a leisurely pace. They were not pressed for time. There was no chance whatever of pursuit, and as they had been going for some 6 hours at the top of their speed, they were both feeling very exhausted. After proceeding for 2 miles, they came upon a small stream. Here they sat down, lighted a fire, mixed some flour and water, for although the ghee had been taken from them when they were disarmed, they had been allowed to retain their supply of flour for their sustenance in prison, and made some small cakes. These they cooked in the glowing embers. They could not be termed a success, for the outside was burnt black, while the centre was a pasty mass. However, they sufficed to satisfy their hunger, and after an hour's rest they again went forward. It was not very long before they stood on the edge of the rock wall. They followed this along, but could nowhere find a spot where a descent seemed at all possible. After walking for an hour, they saw a road winding up a long valley below them. "That's our road," Dick exclaimed. "That clump of houses, Surajah, must be the one where we generally turned. I know that from below these rocks looked as steep as walls, so there's no chance of our finding a way down anywhere between this and the fort." Surajah nodded. To him also the ascent of the ghauts had seemed impracticable. "It's no use following this line any more," Dick went on. "We may as well strike across until we come unto the edge of the pass, somewhere above the fort, and find a place where we can descend easily, and then lie down and sleep till it's time to make our attempt." In another hour they were looking down on the road a mile or so above the fort. The slopes here were gradual, and could be descended without the least difficulty, even in the dark. "There, do you see, Surajah? The watercourse runs along by the side of the road. There's a little water in it now. You know, we used to meet with it, down below, and water our horses at a pool close to that ruined village. When we start, we can follow the road until we get close to the fort, and then crawl along in the watercourse and take our chances. If we should find it so blocked up that we can't get through, we must then see how we can get past the place in some other way. If the gate is only barred, no doubt we should be able to overpower the sentry, and get the gate open before any alarm is given. If it's locked, we must do the best we can. We may calculate upon taking the sentry by surprise, as we did in the prison, and on silencing him at once. Then we should have time to break up some cartridges and pour the powder into the keyhole, which is sure to be a big one, and make a slow match and blow the lock open. We could make the slow match before we start, if we had some water. Shall I go down to the stream and get some? You have nothing to carry it up in, Surajah, and besides, someone might come along the valley. We shall only want a little water. I will take off my sash and dip it in the stream. That will give us plenty when it's wrung out. At any rate, Surajah, we will do nothing until it's getting dusk. See, there are some peasants with 3 bullocks coming down the valley, and there are 4 armed horsemen riding behind them. We will go back to those bushes 100 yards behind us, and sleep there until sunset. Then we will make our way down to that heap of boulders close to the stream, manufacture our slow match, and hide up there until it's time to start. We want a rest badly. We did not sleep last night, and if we get through, we must push on tonight without a stop. So we must have a good sleep now." The sun was low when they woke. They watched it dip below the hills, and then, after waiting until it began to get dusk, started for the valley. No one was to be seen on the road, and they ran rapidly down the slope until they reached the heap of boulders. Surajah tore off a strip of cotton 6 inches long by an inch wide from the bottom of his dress, and then went forward to the stream and wetted it. When he came back, they squeezed the moisture from it, broke up a cartridge, rubbed the powder into the cotton, and then rolled it up longwise. "That will be dry enough by the time we want to start. I hope we shan't have to use it, but if there is no other way, we must do so." They remained where they were until they thought that the garrison of the fort would be, for the most part, asleep. Then they crossed the stream and walked along by the side of the road, taking care not to show themselves upon it, as their figures would be seen for a long distance on its white, dusty surface. Presently the sides of the valley approached more closely to each other, and just where they narrowed they could make out a number of dark objects, which were, they doubted not, the houses occupied by the garrison. They at once took to the bed of the stream, stooping low as they went, so that their bodies would be indistinguishable among the rocks. They could hear the murmur of voices as they passed through the village. Once beyond it, they entered the gorge. Here there was but room enough for the road and the stream, whose bed was several feet below the causeway. A few hundred yards farther, the gorge widened out a bit, and in the moonlight they could see the wall of the fort stretching before them, and a square building standing close to it. "That is the guard house, no doubt," Dick said in low tones. "It's too close to be pleasant, and if we have to attack the sentry." Very carefully they picked their way among the rocks until close to the wall. Then Dick gave a low exclamation of disappointment. The stream ran through a culvert some 12 feet wide and 10 feet high, but this was closed by iron bars, crossing each other at intervals of only 5 or 6 inches, the lower ends of the perpendicular bars being fixed in a stone dam extending across the bed of the stream. Dick waded across the pool formed by the dam and felt the bars, but found them particularly solid and strong. "It's no good, Surajah," he said when he returned. "There is no getting through there. There is nothing for it but the gate, unless we can find the steps up to the top of the wall and get up unnoticed. Then we might tear up our sashes longwise, knot them together, and slip down. The first thing to do is to have a look round. I'll get up close to the wall. It's in shadow there." Entering the pool again, he climbed up the steep bank, which was here faced with stones. He stopped when his eyes were above the level and looked round. There was the gate, 12 feet away, and to his delight no sentry was to be seen. He was about to whisper Surajah to join him, when he heard voices. They came from above, and he at once understood that, instead of a man being posted behind the gate, 2 were on guard on the wall above it. He beckoned to Surajah to join him, and when he did so, whispered what he had discovered. "If the gate is only barred, we are all right now, Surajah, except that we shall have to run the risk of being shot by those fellows on the wall. We shall be a pretty easy mark on that white road by moonlight. Our only plan will be to keep close to the wall. When we are through the gate, get down into the bed of the stream again, and then crawl along among the rocks. The bottom will be in shadow, and we may get off without being noticed. The only fear is that we shall make a noise in opening the gate. Now, let's try it." Keeping close to the wall, they crept to the gateway. This projected 2 feet beyond the gate itself, and standing against the latter they could not be seen, even in the unlikely event of one of the sentries looking down. The only risk was of anyone in the guardhouse coming out. This, however, could not be avoided, and they at once began to examine the fastenings of the gate, which consisted of 2 massive bars of wood running across it. These, by their united strength, they removed one after another, but when they tried it, they found the gate still immovable. "The beastly thing is locked," Dick said. "There's nothing to do but to blow it open." He broke off the ends of 3 cartridges, poured the powder in at the keyhole, and then inserted the slow match. "Stand in the corner there, Surajah. I'll go down to the stream again to light the tinder. The noise is less likely to be heard there." He stole back again, sat down at the edge of the water, placed his tinder box in his lap, took his turban off and put it over his hands so as to deaden the sound, and then struck the steel sharply against the flint. The first blow was successful. The spark fell on the tinder, and at once began to extend. He listened intently. The men on the walls were still talking, and the sound had evidently not reached their ears. End of Chapter 6. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 7 of The Tiger of Mysore by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. The Tiger of Mysore by G.A. Henty. Chapter 7. Besieged. Dick hastily clambered up the wall, ran to the gate, blew the tinder, and then applied it to the slow match. A moment later, this began to fizz. "Round the corner of the wall, Surajah!" he exclaimed, running back himself. A few anxious seconds passed, then came a sharp explosion. In an instant they ran up. The gate stood 2 or 3 inches open. It yielded to a push, and they ran out. Loud shouts were heard from the men above, and a hubbub of cries from the guardhouse. "Run, Surajah! We must risk it. Keep on the edge of the road, and dodge as you go. The chances are they will run down below to see what has happened." At the top of their speed they dashed down the road. No shot was fired from the wall. Dick's conjecture that the first impulse of the sentries would be to run down below having been justified. They were a couple of 100 yards away before 2 shots were fired from the gate. The bullets whistled by harmlessly. "We're all right now," Dick cried. "They can scarcely see us, and we shall soon be out of sight altogether." 5 or 6 more shots were fired a few seconds later as the men from the guardhouse reached the gate. On looking back, when they had gone another 100 yards, they saw a number of figures on the road. "Not quite so fast, Surajah," Dick said. "It's going to be a long chase now. We have got 300 yards start, and they won't be able to load again running at full speed." For a time their pursuers gained somewhat upon them. Then gradually they began to straggle, as the effect of the speed at which they were running told upon them. When they reached the ruined village there were 4 men running together, some 300 yards behind. The rest were a considerable distance in the rear. "Another mile or 2, and they'll all give up the chase except these 4, Surajah. And if they turn out to be better runners than we do, we can make a stand. There are some more huts another 2 miles further on, and we'll fight them there." They were going slower now, for although the downward course of the road helped them a good deal, the run was telling on them. Not a word was spoken until they reached the second village. When they came to the first house, they stopped simultaneously and looked around. Their pursuers were not more than 200 yards behind them. "In here, Surajah," Dick said, as he ran into the ruined hut. Its roof was gone. Its door hung loose on its hinges. It had but one window, a small one looking up the valley. Dick laid his gun on the sill, which was nearly level with his shoulder. "I must wait until they get pretty close," he said, "for I am panting so that I can't keep the barrel steady, even with this rest." "I will kneel down outside," Surajah said. "Mind, I will fire first, Surajah. Don't you fire until they are within 20 yards of you. By that time I shall have loaded again." Dick had more time than he had expected, for as soon as their pursuers saw them enter the hut, they slackened their pace considerably. They were within about 80 yards when Dick held his breath, and standing for a moment immovable, took a steady aim and fired. One of the men stumbled in his run, took a step or 2 forward, then fell on his face. The others paused for a moment, and then, with a fierce yell, ran forward. The moment he had fired, Dick dropped the stock of his gun onto the ground, snatched a cartridge from the bandolier, bit off the end, and emptied the powder into the barrel, gave the gun a shake so as to be sure that it ran into the touch hole, and then rammed down the bullet. As he was in the act of doing so, Surajah fired, and a loud yell told that his shot had been successful. Dick sprang to the door as Surajah entered. 2 shots at the same instant rang out, but at even so short a distance the bullets went wide. Dick stepped out and in turn fired. One of the 2 remaining men fell, the other threw down his musket and fled up the road. "Oh, thank goodness that is over!" Dick exclaimed. "I thought they had no chance with us, and here, now, the first thing is to get our wind again." They stood for 2 or 3 minutes, breathing heavily. Then, as their breath came again, they prepared to move, when Dick exclaimed suddenly, "What is that noise?" There was a dull, confused sound in the air, and then Surajah, pointing up the road, exclaimed, "Cavalry!" Far away on the white road a dark mass could be seen. At first Dick instinctively turned to resume their flight, but then he said, "It's of no use, Surajah. The sides of the valley are too steep to climb, and they'll be up in 5 or 6 minutes. We must fight it out here. Run out to that man I shot, and bring in his gun, bandolier, pistols if he has any, and sword. I'll take them from these two. It'll make all the difference having spare weapons." Surajah, without a word, hurried up the road, while Dick ran over to the house opposite, which seemed to be larger than the one they had first entered. He looked round. It contained only one room, but this was 20 feet square. There were 3 small windows, one looking into the street, one looking up the valley, and one behind. The floor was littered with the beams of the roof. The door was still in its place. Having ascertained this, he ran back to the bodies of the 2 men, picked up the 3 guns, took off their bandoliers, and removed the pistols from their sashes, and with these and one of their swords returned to the house, just as Surajah came back. "This is the best house to defend, Surajah. There are some beams with which we can block up the door." Laying down the arms inside, they set to work with the beams, and barricaded the door so firmly that, short of its being splintered to pieces, no entry could be effected. This done, they recharged the 6 guns, examined the pistols, and finding that they were loaded, placed 3 of them in each of their sashes, and hung the swords by their sides. Then they went to the window looking up the valley. The horsemen, some 20 in number, were but a short quarter of a mile away, and were coming along at a gallop. "Don't fire, Surajah," Dick said. "They will have heard, from the man who has got away, that we are in the house opposite, and if they don't find us there, they'll think that we have gone on, and will ride down the valley till they are sure they must be ahead of us. Then they will search the ground carefully as they come back, and although we may gain an hour, and every moment is of use, it must be 2 o'clock now, and our troop generally gets here soon after 7. As he spoke, the horsemen drew up in front of the opposite hut. There was a momentary pause, and then a voice said, "It is empty." Then followed the command, "Ride on, men. They can't have got far. We shall overtake them in 10 minutes." As soon as they started, Dick said, "Take a ramrod, Surajah, and make some holes through the walls to fire through. If we were to show ourselves at the windows, we might get shot." The walls were built of mud and clay, and with the iron ramrods they had no difficulty in making 4 holes, an inch wide and 2 inches high, on each side of the house. "Now we are ready for them," Dick said, when they had finished. "They have been gone half an hour, and it won't be long before they are back." In a few minutes they heard the clatter of horses' hoofs. It ceased some 40 or 50 yards away, and by the sound of voices and orders it was evident that the other houses were being searched. Voices were also heard at the back of the house, and they guessed that the ground was being closely examined, up to the foot of the rock walls which enclosed the valley. "Now, Surajah, you can take a shot from the window of that side. The others will be here in a minute, and it's just as well to let them know where we are before they get close up to our door." Surajah went to the window at the back. 4 horsemen were making their way at a walk along the level ground between the rocks and the huts. The nearest was but some 40 yards away. Surajah fired, and the man at once fell from his horse. The others instantly galloped on at full speed up the valley, and from the window at the end Surajah saw them gather on the road 300 or 400 yards away, and then, after a short consultation, cross to the other side of the valley, with the intention, he had no doubt, of rejoining their comrades. The sound of the gun had been followed by shouts and exclamations from the party in the village. Dick could hear a conference in low tones, then all was silent. He went to the loophole at the corner, laid his rifle in it, and waited, looking along the barrel. 2 or 3 minutes later the hole was darkened, and he fired at once. There was a sound of a heavy fall, followed by cries of rage, and a moment later there was a rush of men against the door. Surajah ran across. 2 spare guns were pushed through the loopholes, one on each side of it. These had not been bored straight through the wall, but at angles that would enable them to fire at anyone attacking it. Looking along the barrels, each could see one of the group in front, and fired at the same moment. With a yell of rage and surprise, the assailants of the door sprang back and ran down the street. "Well, there are 4 less now, anyway," Dick said, as he and Surajah reloaded the empty guns. "Those loopholes will puzzle them, and I don't think they'll care to come on again for a bit." There was a pause for some minutes, and then from the huts opposite, and from various points higher up the valley and behind, a dropping fire was opened. "Keep out of the line of the windows, whatever you do, Surajah, and it will be just as well to lie down for a bit until we see whether any of their shots come through the wall. I think we're quite safe from the distant fire, but from the house opposite it's possible they may penetrate it. Anyhow, don't stand in the line of a loophole. A stray ball might find its way in." For a few minutes the enemy fired away unanswered.
and then Dick, who had been seated on the ground with his back against the end wall, got up and went along that facing the street, carefully examining it. "I don't think any of their balls have come through, Surajah. I should be able to see out into the moonlight if they had done so. Now it's time for us to be doing something. I expect they are getting a little bolder, and will perhaps give us a chance. You take this loophole. It's exactly in a line with the opposite hut, and the fellows in there must come to their door to fire. I'll take this slanting hole by the doorpost. I can see one of the windows of the next hut that we are in. I have no doubt that they are firing from there also. Don't wait for them to shoot, but fire directly a figure shows itself." In a very short time Surajah fired. Dick heard the clatter of a gun as it fell to the ground. "You've hit him, Surajah." "Yes, but only wounded him. I think I hit him in the shoulder. He let his gun drop and ran into the house." "Take a spare gun at once. If there are others there, they will think you are loading, and may show themselves again." A moment later Dick saw a gun thrust out through the window he was watching. Then the head and shoulders of a man appeared behind it. Dick fired, and the figure disappeared. Almost at the same time Surajah fired again. "I had one that time, Sahib." It was now quiet for some little time. Then a horseman dashed suddenly past and galloped up the valley at full speed. "The end window, Surajah. Bring him down if you can." Surajah ran there and fired. "I have missed him," he said in a tone of deep disappointment. "Well, it doesn't make much difference. If you had hit him, they could have sent another off close to the opposite side of the valley. There is no doubt as to what he has gone for. You see, they've lost 6 and 1 wounded. They must know that they have not the slightest chance of taking this hut. I have no doubt he has ridden back to bring down the infantry from the fort. From the number of huts round the gate and the sound of talking, I should think they were 50 or 60 at least, perhaps 100. If they send down 50, we shall have sharp work. Our difficulty will be to prevent them from making a rush at all the windows together. If they were to get there, they could riddle us with balls." "Could we block them up, Sahib?" "That's just what I was thinking. We might try, anyhow. It will be an hour and a half before they are down here. It must be past 4 now, and in another hour daybreak will begin. There's any amount of the old thatch down by the floor. The best way would be to fill up the window holes with it first, then to put 2 or 3 bits of wood across, and a strong piece down behind it, and to keep that in its place by wedging one of the long beams against it. If they come up and try to pull the thatch out, we can fire through it with our pistols, and we'll make a loophole below each when we've got the work done." It was not so difficult a business as they thought it would be. The windows were little more than a foot across and 2 feet high. It was but the work of a few minutes to fill these up with the masses of thatch. When this was done, they picked out thick pieces of wood for crossbars. Then they took a beam 8 feet long, made a hole with their tulwars in the clay floor close to the wall, put one end of the beam into it, and reared it upright against the window. Dick held it in place while Surajah hacked a deep notch in it, a by no means difficult matter, for it was half rotten with exposure. The notch was cut just opposite the middle of the window. The 3 cross pieces were then put into their place, and the upright pressed firmly against them. One end of a long beam was placed in the notch, and the other in a slight hole made in the ground, thus forming a strut which held the rest firmly in their positions. "That's a good job done," Dick said, "but a very hot one. Now, Surajah, sharpen 3 or 4 pieces of wood, and drive them down into the ground at the foot of that strut. Then it will be as firm as a rock." They then proceeded in the same way with the other 2 windows. "It's getting light fast," Dick said as he wiped the perspiration from his face. "Take a look out up the valley. They ought to be coming by this time." Surajah applied his eye to one of the loopholes. "Oh, I can see them. They're half a mile away. There are 2 mounted men. I expect one is their officer, and the other the man who rode back to fetch him. Let us set to work at the loopholes under the windows, Surajah. It's most important to get them done. You make the one at the end. I'll do that one looking into the street. Put it as close to the beam as you can." They worked hard, and it was not long before the walls were pierced. "Now, Surajah, you do the one at the back. The fellows will soon be within range, and I'll give them a lesson to be careful. They will naturally break up and go round behind the houses opposite, as they can find shelter nowhere else, and for a bit, at any rate, we shall get them all on one side of us, which is what we want." Dick carried the 6 guns to the end of the hut, and then applied his eye to the loophole there. The enemy were coming along at a run in a confused mass. "I can't very well miss them," he muttered to himself, as he thrust his gun through a loophole and fired. Without waiting to see the result, he thrust another gun out, aimed, and fired. "Never mind the hole, Surajah," he said. "Come here and reload." The 4 other shots were discharged in rapid succession. The Mysoreans at first opened an irregular fire on the hut. When the 6th shot was fired, they left the road in a body and ran across the valley, leaving 4 of their number on the ground behind them. As soon as the guns were reloaded, Surajah returned to his work. It was now broad daylight, and the sun was shining upon the hilltops. A quarter of an hour passed without a movement from the enemy.
Dick and his companion occupied the time in further strengthening the door with crossbeams, kept in their place by struts. "If they break it to splinters," Dick said, when they had finished, "they'll hardly be able to force their way in, for if they were able to try to crawl in between those crossbeams, they'd be completely at our mercy. Now, we must get ready for a rush. I expect they'll come all together. There are the 6 guns and 3 pistols each. Keep one of the latter in reserve. We ought not to waste a shot, and if they lose 10 men, I should think they'll give up the attack on the door. Stand clear of it, Surajah. They'll probably fire into it before they charge. Keep down below the level of the loopholes." Presently a volley of musketry was fired, and the door was riddled by bullets. Then a number of figures sprang from between the 2 opposite houses and rushed at the door. 2 of them carried a long, heavy beam. 2 shots flashed out in return from the hut. One of the men carrying the beam fell, as did an officer who was leading them, but instantly another caught up the end of the timber, and in a moment a crowd were clustered round the door. Several caught hold of the beam and swung it as though they meant to use it as a battering ram. 2 more puffs of smoke spurted out from the loopholes, and again 2 of the men fell. 2 others, however, swung it forward with a crash against the door. The end of the beam went right through the rotten woodwork. Dick and Surajah fired their last musket shots with as deadly effect as before. The next blow dashed the door from its hinges, and, split and shattered by the former shocks, it fell forward into the road, while a yell of triumph broke from the Mysoreans. This died away, however, when they saw the 3 crossbars blocking their entrance. Again 2 pistol shots carried death among them. "Load your guns, Surajah." But before Surajah had time to do so, the Mysoreans made a rush at the door. The defenders stepped forward and fired between the crossbars, and then, drawing their tulwars, ran the 2 men in front through the body. As they dropped, those behind them drew back. "The last pistols!" Dick shouted, and they fired 2 shots into the crowd. This completed the consternation of the enemy. It seemed to them that the defenders possessed an unlimited supply of firearms. Already 12 shots had been fired, and not one had failed to take effect. With a cry of consternation they fled down the street, leaving the ground in front of the fatal door strewn with bodies. The defenders instantly set about the work of recharging their firearms. They were not interrupted, but presently an irregular fire opened upon them from the jungle that had taken the place of the garden between the opposite houses. "We may as well lie down at full length," Dick said, setting the example. "There's no use in running risks. You keep that side and listen attentively. It's likely enough that they'll work round behind next time and try the windows. By the way they are firing, I fancy they are not more than 5 or 6 of them opposite." Another half hour passed. Then Surajah exclaimed, "I can hear them on this side." Dick got up and crossed at once. "I'll take the loophole under this window. You go to the one at the end. I expect they'll try both windows at once." Dick placed the muzzle of his gun in the loophole, and, glancing along, saw that something dark barred his view. He fired at once. There was a loud cry and a fall, then a rush to the window, and a moment later a hole appeared in the thatch. Dick discharged 2 pistols through it, and as he did so, Surajah fired. The thatch was speedily pulled down, as the enemy had learned to avoid the loopholes. A yell of rage rose as the fallen thatch showed them that the window was defended with crossbars in the same way as the door. Immediately afterwards, Dick had a narrow escape from a shot fired through a loophole close to him. "Stoop down," he cried, and crouching below the level of the loopholes, made his way to the end of the hut. "Recharge the guns first, Surajah. They may fire away through the loopholes as long as they like. It's lucky we made them so high, except the 3 under the windows. We must be careful in keeping out of the line of those. You sit down where you can command the end window and the one behind. I'll watch the front window and the door. A bold fellow might put his musket through and pick one of us off, and that's what we have to prevent. So keep your gun in readiness, and if you see a head appear, don't miss it." The enemy now kept up a constant fire through the loopholes at the end and back of the house, but as these were shoulder high and there was no altering the elevation of the guns, the shots flew harmlessly over the heads of the defenders. Several times, in fact, Dick went to one or the other of the loopholes, pistol in hand, and, standing close beside it, waited until a shot was fired, and then, thrusting the barrel into the loophole, fired before another gun could be inserted, the discharge being generally followed by a sharp cry of pain. After this had gone on for nearly an hour, the assailants evidently became discouraged. The shots came from the loopholes less frequently, and presently ceased altogether. "I would give a good deal to know what they are up to," Dick said, after a long pause. "Shall I look through the loopholes?" Surajah asked. "Certainly not. There will be a man standing at each of them, waiting in expectation of our taking a lookout. But there are none in front." "That's more than we can say. They have not been firing on that side, but they may have men there now. No, we'll leave well enough alone, Surajah. The longer they delay, the better for us. Keep your eye on the top of the wall, as well as on the window. They may have made some ladders by this time, and may intend to try a shot." "Perhaps they are gone?" Surajah suggested.
"Well, it's quite possible. They must know that our troop comes up here early, and as they have 4 miles to walk back to the fort and several wounded to carry with them, they certainly won't stay much longer, if, as you say, they have not gone already." It was indeed well that Surajah had not attempted to look out at one of the loopholes, for at the time he asked the question a dark figure was standing at each, looking along the barrel of his gun, in readiness to fire the moment the light was obscured. A few minutes later Dick exclaimed, "How stupid! We can easily test whether there is any one of there, Surajah," and taking up a piece of thatch he pushed it suddenly across one of the loopholes. No shot followed the action, and he went round the hut and repeated the experiment at each of them. "They have all gone," he said confidently. "Had they been outside, they would certainly have fired directly the light was obscured." Standing a short distance back from the end window, he looked out between the crossbeams. "Hooray!" he shouted. "There they go up the road. They are a quarter of a mile away. They are not more than half as strong as they were when they came down, and they are carrying 8 or 10 figures on their shoulders, on litters or doors." "I don't see the cavalry," Surajah said, as he joined him. "No, it's likely enough that they may be in hiding among the huts opposite, and are waiting in hopes that we may be foolish enough to take it for granted that they are all gone and pull down the bars of the door. I expect they will stay until they see our troop coming up the valley." They continued to look out from the window, from which they had now removed the bars. Half an hour later Dick exclaimed, "There they go, up that side of the valley. I have no doubt they saw our troop, and that in a few minutes we shall hear them coming." It was not long before they heard a trampling of horses, and a moment later the Rajah's voice exclaimed, "Why, what is this? Here are a dozen dead bodies. They are Mysoreans by their dress." "All right, Uncle," Dick shouted. "We'll be out as soon as we get these bars down. We've been standing a siege." It did not take long to remove the bars. The Rajah and his men had dismounted as soon as some of the latter had gone round the hut, and had brought back the report that there were 5 more dead on that side. As Dick and his companion stepped out, the Rajah explained, "What, are you alone?" "Yes, there is no one with us, Uncle." "Do you mean to say that you two have defended this place alone, and killed 16 of the enemy, besides some I see lying farther up the road?" "Yes, Uncle. You see, it was a pretty strong position, and we had time to block up the doors and windows, and to make loopholes to fire through." "What do you think of that, Anwar?" the Rajah explained to the captain of the troop. "My nephew and Rajbullub's son have shown themselves brave fighters, have they not?" "It is wonderful," the captain said, and exclamations of admiration broke from the men standing round. "Tell us all about it, Dick," the Rajah went on. "Well, it's a long story, Uncle, but the real news is that Tippoo, with his army, has left the head of the western passes, and has gone to Seringapatam. He is going to march down one of the passes this side at once. Provisions have been collected for his army to consume on the march. No one knows yet which pass he will come down by, but it will not be far from here, for they are buying up cattle in the villages at the top of the ghats." "That is important indeed, Dick, and we must ride off without delay. But first I must have a look at this fortress of yours." He entered the hut, the soldiers crowding in after him, and examined the defences at the windows and the loopholes, while Dick explained how the bars had been arranged to defend the door. "We began on the other side, Uncle. We had a fight with 4 men who came up with us there. Only one of them got away, and he left his gun behind. It was lucky, for their guns and pistols were of immense use to us. We could not have held out with only our own weapons. About 20 of their cavalry came up a few minutes afterward. We beat them back, and then they sent up to the fort for infantry, and about 50 men came down and attacked us just at sunrise. They kept it up to within half an hour ago. Then the infantry marched back, knowing, of course, that your troop generally got here about 7. The horsemen stayed here till within a few minutes of your arrival. No doubt they thought that we should suppose they had all gone, and might venture out and let them get a shot at us." "Why, it must have been a veritable battle, Dick." "Well, there was a good deal of noise, Uncle, though not much danger. So long as we kept below the level of the loopholes and windows, and out of the line of the door, there was no chance of our being hit." "They must have made a strong attack on the door," the Rajah said. "I see that the 2 lying next to it were both killed by sword thrusts." "Yes, that was the most critical moment, Uncle. We had emptied nearly all our barrels, and if they could have broken down the bars, which I have no doubt they could have done, if they had stuck to it, they would have made very short work of us." "Now, let us be going," the Rajah said. "You can tell me the whole story as we go along." 2 of the sowars were ordered to give up their horses to Dick and Surajah, and to mount behind comrades. Then they started down the valley, Dick riding between his uncle and the captain, while Surajah took his place with the 2 other officers of the troop. They rode so rapidly that Dick's story was scarcely concluded by the time they reached the village where the troops were quartered. "Well, you have done marvellously well, Dick," his uncle said. "Surajah deserves the highest praise, too.
Now I will write a note to the British officer with the Nabob giving the news of Tippoo's movements, and will send it off by 2 of the troopers at once. Where Colonel Maxwell's force is I have no idea. It marched to join General Meadows on the day we came up here. In the meantime you can have a wash while breakfast is cooking. I have no doubt that you are ready for it." "I am indeed, Uncle. We have had nothing yesterday but a few cakes made of flour and water, and have nothing at all since." "All right, lad. I will be ready almost as soon as breakfast is." After the meal was over the Rajah lit his hookah and said, "You must go through the story again this evening, Dick. You cut short some of the details, as you told it to me on the road, and I want to understand it all thoroughly. You had better turn in now for a long sleep. You must want it badly enough, lad, after the work of the last 2 nights." Dick slept until his uncle roused him at 6 o'clock. "Dinner will be ready in 10 minutes. It's just as well that you should get up for 2 or 3 hours. After that you will be good for another sleep till morning. We shall have to look out sharp now, and keep a couple of vedettes always at that village, as, for all we know, this may be the pass by which Tippoo is coming down." Dick got up rather reluctantly, but he was not long in shaking off his drowsiness, and after dinner was able to go through the story again, with full details of his adventures. "I don't know what I should have done without Surajah, Uncle. He is a capital fellow, and if ever I go up by myself into Mysore to look for my father, I hope that you will let me take him." "That I will certainly do, Dick. Ever since I first heard of your plans I have quite decided that you ought not to go alone. I dare say I should have chosen an older man to accompany you, but after what you and the lad have done together I don't think you could do better than take him. Of course such an affair would demand infinitely greater caution and care, though not greater courage, than you had occasion to use on this excursion. It's one thing to enter a village, to ask a few questions, make a purchase or two, and be off again, but it is a very different thing to be among people for weeks or perhaps months, and to live as one of themselves. However, we may hope that this war will end in our army marching to Seringapatam, when we shall recover many of the prisoners in Tippoo's hands. I do not say all. We know how many hundreds remained in his power last time, in spite of his promise to deliver them all up, and maybe something of the same sort will occur next time. Numbers may be sent away by him to the hill fortresses dotted all over the country, and we should never be able to obtain news of them. However, we must hope for the best." The next morning the troop arrived with a letter from the English resident at Arcot. The Rajah glanced through it and handed it to Dick with the remark, "You will not get the honour you deserve, Dick." The letter ran: "Dear Rajah, your news would be extremely valuable were it correct, but unfortunately it is not so, and doubtless the reports brought down by your nephew were spread by Tippoo for the purpose of deceiving us. Or possibly he may have intended to come that way, but afterwards changed his mind. We have news that, just after Colonel Maxwell effected his junction with General Meadows near Kaveripatam, and was about to ascend the ghauts by the Tabor Pass, Tippoo came down by that very route, slipped past them, and is marching on to Trichinopoly. That being the case, I see no further utility in your remaining with your troop in the passes, but think it were best that you should reassemble them at once and march here. There is no chance of Tippoo capturing Trichinopoly before Meadows, who is following him, can come up and force on a battle, so it is likely that the Mysore army may continue their march in this direction, in which case every fighting man will be of use to defend this place until it is relieved by the general." Dick uttered an exclamation of disgust as he laid the letter down. "It does not matter about my news turning out wrong," he said, "but it's very bad that General Meadows should have allowed Tippoo to pass him, as he may do frightful damage to the country before he can be overtaken." "He never can be overtaken as long as he chooses to keep ahead. He is hampered with no baggage train. He lives on the plunder of the country he passes through, and the British army with all its baggage and provision train has no more chance of overtaking him than it has of flying." Messengers were at once sent off to call in the scattered portions of the troop. These were assembled in 24 hours and at once started for Arcot, where they arrived after a 2 days' march. There they learned that Tippoo had appeared before Trichinopoly, and after pillaging and laying waste the sacred island of Seringam, had marched north. Day after day news arrived of the devastation of his committing on his march. At Thiagur, however, he met with a serious repulse. Great numbers of the inhabitants from the surrounding country had crowded into the town with their valuables, and Tippoo, expecting a rich booty, attacked the town. But although its fortifications were insignificant, the little garrison was commanded by Captain Flint, the officer who had so bravely defended Wandiwash in the previous war, and 2 assaults were repulsed with serious loss. At Trinley, 35 miles further north, he was more successful, capturing the town and putting the inhabitants to the sword. Here Tippoo changed his course and marched for Pondicherry,
capturing Permacoil by the way. The news that Tippoo had changed his course to the southeast was received with great joy at Arcot. Although confident that this capital would be able to resist any sudden attack, the belief had been general that the whole territory would be laid waste, as it had been by Hyder, and hopes were now entertained that the British army would arrive in time to bar Tippoo's further progress. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 8 of The Tiger of Mysore by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. The Tiger of Mysore by G.A. Henty. Chapter 8. The Invasion of Mysore. For some time there was a pause in the hostilities. Tippoo remained with his army near Pondicherry, carrying on negotiations with the French governor and arranging for the dispatch of an envoy to France, with a request that the Republic would furnish him with 6,000 French troops. While he was thus wasting his time, General Meadows was slowly moving with the army towards an encampment formed at Velout, some 18 miles west of Madras. On the 14th of December a messenger arrived with the news that Lord Cornwallis had arrived from Calcutta 2 days before, with considerable reinforcements, and that he was about to assume the supreme command of the army. The news caused unbounded satisfaction. By the extreme dilatoriness of his movements, and especially by the manner in which he allowed Tippoo to pass him near Kavaripatam, when he might easily have attacked him, while his troops were still struggling through the pass, General Meadows had disgusted his troops. He had frittered away, without striking a single blow, the finest army that the British had, up to that time, ever put into the field in India, and had enabled Tippoo, unmolested, to spread destruction over a large extent of country. The only countervailing success that had been gained by the British was a brilliant victory won by Colonel Hartley, who was in command of a Bombay force consisting of a European regiment and 2 battalions of sepoys. With these he engaged Hussain Ali, who had been left by Tippoo in Malabar, with a force of 9,000 men, when the Sultan first retreated before General Meadows' advance. This force was defeated with a loss of 1,000 men killed and wounded, 900, including Hussain himself, taken prisoners on the field, and 1,500 more in the pursuit, the total British loss being only 52 men. A few days after this victory, General Abercrombie arrived from Madras with reinforcements, and the whole of Tippoo's fortified palaces in Malabar were captured, one after another, and the entire province conquered. As soon as Lord Cornwallis reached the camp at Velout, with a large train of draft animals that had been brought up by sea from Calcutta, the Rajah and his troops received orders to join him. It was on the 29th of January, 1791, that the Commander-in-Chief arrived at Velout, and the Rajah arrived there on the 4th of February. As he was the bearer of a letter from the Resident at Arcot, he was at once enabled to have an interview with Lord Cornwallis. On finding that he could speak English, the general received him with much courtesy. "I am glad, indeed, to have a troop like yours with us, Rajah," he said. "There are few of my officers who know anything of this part of the country, and your local knowledge will be invaluable. Moreover, as I do not speak the language myself, it will be a great advantage to have someone with me through whom I can communicate freely with the people of the country. There is no doubt that such communications are much more effectual when they come through one of their own princes than through English officers. I shall therefore order that on the march a space be allotted for the encampment of your troop by the side of that occupied by my own escort, and hope that when not employed on scouting or other duties, you will ride with my staff." "Your mother, Rajah, was an English lady, I am told?" "She was, sir. My sister, who married an Englishman, is at present in Madras with my family, and her son is with me." "I beg to recommend him to your lordship. He speaks my language perfectly, and having been brought up in his father's country, naturally speaks English as well as Hindustani, and will understand far better than I can do any orders that you may give. He has come out with his mother in the hopes of finding his father, who has, if alive, been a prisoner for several years in the hands of Tippoo. He is a fine young fellow. The other day he made a most dangerous reconnaissance into Mysore, in order to ascertain Tippoo's movements. He had with him a young officer of mine, 2 or 3 years older than himself, and when I tell you that the 2 young fellows held a ruined hut for hours against the attack of some 70 of Tippoo's troops, and beat them off with a loss of upwards of 20 killed,
I need hardly say that he has no lack of courage." "You are right indeed, Rajah. Let the lad ride beside you with my staff. Some day he will perhaps shorten a long day's march by giving me details of this adventure of his." On the 5th day of February the army started on its march, and on the 11th reached Vellore. Tippoo had for 2 months been wasting his time at Pondicherry, but upon hearing news that, instead of, as he expected, the English general having marched south from Vellout to meet him, he had turned westward, and that Mysore itself was threatened with invasion, he hastily broke up his camp and marched at full speed for the Ghauts, and reaching the tableland hurried to oppose the British army as it endeavoured to ascend the pass going from Vellore through Amboor, by which he made sure he would come. Lord Cornwallis encouraged him in the idea by sending a battalion of considerable distance up the pass, while he started north and entered the easy pass of Mooglee, leading west from Chittoor to Moolwaglee. He pushed rapidly up the pass, and gaining the summit before Tippoo could reach the spot and oppose him. It took 4 days longer for the battering train, baggage, and provisions to reach the top of the pass, after a delay of a day or two to rest the animals, which included 67 elephants which had been brought from Bengal. The army set out for Bangalore, the second largest town in Mysore. The Rajah's troops had been busily employed from the time the army moved from Vellout. The men on their tireless little horses carried his messages to the various divisions and brigades, brought up news of the progress of the train, or rode on ahead with the officers of the quartermaster's department, whose duty it was to precede the army, to decide on the camping ground, and to mark off the spots to be occupied by the various corps. In this way they saved the regular cavalry from much fatiguing duty. Surajah and Dick were generally with the party that went on with the quartermasters, and, as soon as the camping ground was fixed upon, aided them in the purchase of forage and food from the natives, as it was most desirable that the 40 days' provisions the army carried with it should remain intact until the army had passed up the Ghauts. Beyond that, it was expected that it would be harassed by the Mysore horse, who would render it impossible for the cavalry to go out to collect forage or provisions from the country through which it marched. So well did the Rajah's troop perform its duties that Lord Cornwallis ordered it to be taken on the strength of the army, and to receive the pay and rations of native cavalry in the service. On the day after leaving Vellore, the general sent an orderly to request the Rajah and his nephew to ride with him. "I have not had an opportunity of hearing of your scouting expedition," he said to Dick, "and shall be glad if you will give me full details of it." Dick related the adventure from the time they had started. "You were wonderfully lucky in getting back safely," the general said, when he had finished. "At least, luck is not the proper word, for your safety was due to your quick-wittedness and courage, and your escape with your companion from the guardhouse, the manner in which you got through the fort in the pass, and your defence of that hut until the Rajah's troop arrived to your rescue, were all of them admirably managed." He then proceeded to inquire further into the object for which Dick had come out to India. "I heartily wish you success in your search," he said, "and sincerely hope we may obtain news of your father. I do not know what your intentions may be afterwards, but should you wish to enter the army, I will at once nominate you to a commission in one of our native cavalry regiments." "I am deeply obliged to your excellency," Dick replied, "but as, if we learn nothing of my father during the war, I am quite resolved to spend, if necessary, some years in Mysore in the search for him, I must therefore be free to devote my time to that." "At any rate," the general said, "if at any time you should feel free to accept my offer, it will be open to you. In the meantime, I will appoint you one of the interpreters to the army during the expedition, and will attach you to my own staff. It will give you a recognized position, and it is only right that, as you are doing good service, you should receive pay. You shall be put in orders this evening. You can, of course, continue to camp and live with the Rajah." The change made very little difference in Dick's duties, and he continued at his former work in the quartermaster's department until the army was ready for its advance to Bangalore. To the general's surprise, as the army moved forward, nothing was seen of Tippoo's cavalry, by which they had expected to be continually harassed. The sultan had, as soon as he perceived that Bangalore was threatened, hurried the whole army to that city, where he had sent his harem when he started from Seringapatam to attack Travancore, and instead of sending off a few hundred horsemen to escort them to the capital, while with his army he opposed the advance of the British, he took his whole force with him in order to remove his harem with all the pomp and ceremony with which their passage through the country was generally accompanied. Consequently, it was not until after taking, without resistance, the forts of Kolar and Uskota, and arriving within 10 miles of Bangalore, that the army actually encountered Tippoo's cavalry. This was on the 4th of March. They made an attempt to reach the baggage trains, but were sharply repulsed, and on the following day the army took up its position before Bangalore. As they approached the town, 3 horsemen dashed out from a small grove and rode furiously towards a little group, consisting of Lord Cornwallis, General Meadows, and the staff, who were reconnoitring at some little distance from the head of the column. It was evident that their intention was to cut down the general. The Rajah, who was riding as usual with the staff, dashed forward with 4 or 5 other officers, and encountered the horsemen before they could reach the general. The Rajah cut down one of them, another was killed by one of the staff, and the third knocked off his horse and captured. It was learned that the enterprise was not a planned one, but was the result of a quarrel between the men themselves. One had charged the others with cowardice, and in return they had challenged him to follow them where they dared go. All had prepared themselves for the enterprise by half intoxicating themselves with bhang, and thus made but a poor fight, when they found their object thwarted by the officers, who threw themselves between them and their intended victim. Bangalore was a fine town, situated on a plain so elevated that the climate was temperate, the soil fertile, and vegetation abundant. The town was of considerable extent, that portion lying within the fortifications, being 1.25 miles long by half a mile broad. It was surrounded by a strong rampart, a thick hedge, and a deep, dry ditch. The wall, however, did not extend across the side facing the fort, whose guns were supposed to render it ample protection. The fort was oval in shape, and about 900 yards across at its greatest diameter. It was defended by a broad rampart, strengthened by 30 semicircular bastions and 5 outworks. The 2 gates, one at each end, were also protected by outworks. In the fort stood the splendid palace built by Tippoo. Here also were immense foundries of cannon, factories for muskets, the arsenal, and large magazines of grain and ammunition. The position taken up by the army lay to the northeast of the Petah, or town, and the next morning a reconnoitring party, escorted by Colonel Floyd with the whole of the cavalry and a brigade of infantry, went out to examine the defences of the town and the fort. Seeing a large body of laden elephants and camels, escorted by a strong body of horsemen, Colonel Floyd rode with the cavalry to attack them. The movement was a rash one, as the guns on the fort opened fire, and although at first he defeated the Mysore horse, a heavy fire was poured upon him when entangled in broken ground. He himself was shot by a musket ball which, striking him in the face, passed through both jaws. It was at first believed he was dead, but he was carried back to camp and ultimately recovered. This rash attack cost the lives of 71 men and of 4 times as many horses. As Tippoo's army was lying at a distance of only 6 miles away, the general determined that it would be best in the first place to capture the town without delay, and to assault the fort on that side, as he could then do so without any fear of an attack by Tippoo, who would be able to harass him constantly were he approached the fort from any other direction. Orders were therefore issued for the 36th Regiment, supported by the 26th Bengal Sepoys, and a party of artillery under Colonel Moorhouse, to prepare to storm the north gate of the town at daybreak the next morning. As soon as dawn broke, the troops rushed toward against the gate. The outside work was speedily stormed, but as they issued from it toward the gate itself, they were received with a very heavy fire from the walls, together with a storm of hand grenades. Colonel Moorhouse brought forward a 6-pounder, receiving 2 wounds as the price was run up to the gate. The first time it was fired it had no effect beyond making a small hole, and the next shot had no greater success. Colonel Moorhouse ordered a 12-pounder to be brought up, but as he was aiding to put it into position, another ball struck him and he fell dead. While the artillerymen were pouring shot after shot into the gate, the roar of musketry was unceasing, the 36th keeping up an incessant fire upon the enemy upon the wall, in order to cover as much as possible the operations of the gunners. At last the gate gave way, the troops poured in, cheering loudly, and the enemy at once fled. Many, however, took up their positions in the houses and kept up a galling fire until their places of refuge were stormed by detachments of troops scattered through the town. By 9 o'clock all was over, and the town completely in the possession of the British. Tippoo, furious at its having been so speedily captured, moved down early in the afternoon with a strong force of infantry, and, marching along by the side of the fort, endeavoured to force his way into the town through the open space at that end. He was aided by the guns of the fort, while his artillery kept up a heavy cannonade upon the British encampment. When the Sultan was seen marching toward the town with the evident intention of endeavouring to retake it, the 76th Regiment was sent in to reinforce the garrison, and the 3 battalions opposed so steady a resistance to Tippoo's infantry that the latter were forced to fall back, after sustaining a loss of some 500 men. The troops began next morning to erect batteries. The position was a singular one. A small army was undertaking the siege of a strong fortress, while an army vastly outnumbering it was watching them.
and was able at any moment to throw large reinforcements into the fort through the Mysore gate, which was at the opposite end of the fort to that attacked, and the efforts of the British being directed against the Delhi gate, which faced the town. The advantage which had been gained by the employment of the great train carrying the provisions for the troops was now manifest, for unless the army had been so provided, it would have been forced to retreat, as in the face of Tippoo's army with its great host of cavalry it would have been impossible to gather provisions. The first batteries erected by the engineers proved to be too far distant from the wall of the fort to effect any material damage, and others were commenced at a much shorter range. The work was performed with great difficulty, for the guns of the defenders were well served, and a storm of missiles were poured night and day into the town and against the batteries. The garrison, which consisted of 8,000 men, were frequently relieved by fresh troops from the Sultan's army, and were thus able to maintain their fire with great vigour. On the 17th Tippoo cannonaded the British camp from a distance, but without doing great damage. In the meantime the fire of our siege guns was steadily doing its work, in spite of the heavy fire kept up on them. The stone facing of the bastion next to the gateway was soon knocked away, but the earth banks behind, which were very thick and constructed of a tough red clay, crumbled but slowly. Still the breach was day by day becoming more practicable, and Tippoo, alarmed at the progress which had been made, moved his army down toward the east side of the fort, and seemed to meditate an attack upon our batteries. He placed some heavy guns behind a bank surrounding a large tank, and opened some embrasures through which their fire would have taken our trenches, which were now pushed up close to the fort, in the flank. Lord Cornwallis at once directed a strong force to advance, as with the intention of attacking the new work, and Tippoo ordered his troops to retire from it. It was evident, however, that he had determined to give battle in order to save the fort, and the English general therefore determined to storm the place that very night, the 21st of March. The preparations were made secretly, lest the news should be taken to Tippoo by one of the natives in the town, and it was not until late in the evening that orders were issued to the troops which were to take part in the assault. The column was to be composed of the grenadier and light companies of all the European regiments, and these were to be followed and supported by several battalions of sepoys. The force, commanded by Colonel Maxwell, at 11 o'clock issued from the town and advanced through the trenches. The besieged were vigilant, and the instant the leading party sprang from the trenches, and in the bright moonlight ran forward to the breach, a number of blue lights were lighted all along the ramparts, and a heavy musketry fire was opened. The scene was eagerly watched by the troops in the camp, every feature being distinctly visible. The storming party could be seen rushing up the breach and mounting by ladders over the gateway, which was the central object of attack. The enemy gathered in masses at the top of the breach, but as soon as the stormers collected in sufficient strength and charged them with the bayonet, they broke and dispersed. The grenadiers moved along the ramparts to the right, clearing it of its defences as they went along. The light companies did the same along the ramparts to the left, while the sepoys descended into the body of the fort. The whole of the defenders fled toward the Mysore gate at the other end of the fort, and when the three bodies of troops met there, they found the gate blocked by the masses of fugitives. They charged them on all sides. The governor, a brave old soldier and a great favourite of the Sultan, died fighting gallantly to the last. 600 of the garrison fell, and 300, for the most part wounded, were taken prisoners. The British loss was only 50 officers and men killed and wounded. The body of the governor was found next morning among the slain, and Lord Cornwallis sent a message to Tippoo with an offer to have the body carried to his camp for burial. Tippoo, however, replied that the proper place for a soldier to be buried was where he fell, and accordingly the brave old soldier was laid to rest in the fort by the Mohammedan troops in the Sepoy regiment, with all military honours. While the assault was going on, Tippoo, who, in spite of the precautions taken, had received news of the intention of the general, and had warned the garrison of the fort to be prepared, dispatched 2 heavy columns as soon as the fire opened to attack the British camp on its flank. The movement had been foreseen and prepared against, and the attacks were both repulsed with heavy loss. The capture of the fort was effected but just in time, for the provisions were almost entirely consumed, and the scanty rations were eked out by digging up the roots of grasses and vegetables within the circuit of our pickets. The draft and carriage cattle were dying daily by the hundreds. The few remaining, intended for food, were in so emaciated a state that the flesh was scarcely eatable, and, worst of all, the supply of ammunition was almost exhausted. The news of the fall of the fortress, considered by the natives to be almost impregnable, under the very eyes of the Sultan himself and his great army, produced a widespread effect, greatly depressing the spirit of Tippoo's adherents, while it proportionately raised those of the British troops, and excited the hopes of the peoples conquered by Tippoo and his father. One result was that the polagars, or chiefs, of a tribe that had but recently fallen under the yoke of Mysore, were at once emboldened to bring in provisions to the town. As great stores were found in the magazines in the fort, the starving animals regained some of their condition during the 10 days that the troops were occupied in repairing the breaches, burying the dead, and placing the fort in a condition to stand a siege, should Tippoo return during the absence of the army. When this was done, and the stores of ammunition replenished from the magazines, the army started on its march north to Dianhully, where they were to effect a junction with the cavalry that the Nizam had agreed to furnish. As it marched, it passed within 3 miles of Tippoo's army, which was proceeding in a westerly direction. Tippoo could here have brought on a general engagement had he wished it, but the capture of Bangalore had for the time cowed his spirit, and he continued his march at a rate that soon placed him beyond the reach of the British. At Dianhully a junction was effected with the Nizam's horse, 10,000 in number. These proved, however, of no real utility, being a mere undisciplined herd, who displayed no energy whatever except in plundering the villages. The united force now moved southeast to guard a great convoy which was advancing up the pass of Amboor, and when this had been met, returned to Bangalore. During the operations of the siege, the Rajah's troop had been rather inactive, and Dick's duties as interpreter had been nominal. At Bangalore no English prisoners had been found, and he was heartily glad when he heard that it was the intention of Lord Cornwallis to march directly upon Seringapatam. It was indeed a necessity for the English general to bring the campaign to a speedy termination. The war was entailing a tremendous strain upon the resources of the Company. The Nizam and the Mahrattis were not to be depended upon in the slightest degree, and might at any moment change sides. The French Revolution had broken out, and all Europe was alarmed, and many of the English regiments might at any moment be ordered to return home. Therefore anything like a thorough conquest of Mysore was impossible, and there was only time to march to Seringapatam, to capture Tippoo's capital, and to dictate terms to him. Immense exertions were made to restore the efficiency of the baggage train, and on the 3rd of May the army marched from Bangalore. Tippoo, devoured alike by rage and fear, had taken no efficient steps to meet the coming storm. His first thought was to prevent the English from discovering the brutal cruelty with which his white captives had been treated. He had over and over again given the most solemn assurances that he had no white prisoners in his hands, and he now endeavoured to prevent their obtaining evidence of his falsehood and cruelty by murdering the whole of those who remained in his hands at Seringapatam. Having effected this massacre, he next ordered all the pictures that he had caused to be painted on the walls of his palace and other buildings, holding up the English to the contempt and hatred of his subjects, to be obliterated, and he also ordered the bridge over the northern loop of the Cauvery to be destroyed. He then set out with his army to bar the passage of the British to Seringapatam. The weather was extremely bad when the British started. Rainstorms had deluged the country, and rendered the roads well nigh impassable, and the movement was, in consequence, very slow. Tippoo had taken up a strong position on the direct road, and in order to avoid him, Lord Cornwallis took a more circuitous route, and Tippoo was obliged to fall back. The whole country through which the English passed had been wasted. The villages were deserted, and not an inhabitant was to be met with. Suffering much from wet and the immense difficulties of bringing on the transport, the army on the 13th of May arrived on the Cauvery, 9 miles east of Seringapatam. Here it had been intended to cross the river, but the rains had so swollen the stream that it was found impossible to ford it. It was therefore determined to march to a point on the river 10 miles above Seringapatam, where it was hoped that a better ford could be found, and where a junction might be effected with General Abercrombie's Bombay army, which was moving up from the Malabar coast, and was but 30 or 40 miles distant. To effect this movement it was necessary to pass within sight of the capital. Tippoo came out and took up a strong position on a rugged and almost inaccessible height. In front was a swamp stretching to the river, while batteries had been thrown up to sweep the approaches. By a night march, accomplished in the midst of a tremendous thunder and rainstorm, Lord Cornwallis turned Tippoo's position. The confusion occasioned by the storm, however, and the fact that several of the corps lost their way, prevented the full success hoped for from being attained, and gave Tippoo time to take up a fresh position. Colonel Maxwell led 5 battalions up a rocky ledge, held by a strong body of the Mysore troops, carried it at the point of the bayonet, and captured some guns. Tippoo immediately began to fall back, but would have lost the greater portion of his artillery had not the Nizam's horse moved forward across the line by which the British were advancing. Here they remained in an inert mass, powerless to follow Tippoo,
and a complete barrier to the British advance. So unaccountable was their conduct that it was generally believed in the army that it was the result of treachery, and it was with difficulty that the British troops could be restrained from firing into the horde of horsemen who had, from the time they joined the force, been worse than useless. As soon as the British could make their way through or round the obstacle of their advance, they pursued the retreating force of Tippoo until it took refuge under the guns of the works round Seringapatam. Their loss had been 2,000, that of the British 500. But the success was of little benefit to the latter. The terrible state of the roads and the want of food had caused the death of great numbers of draught animals, and the rest were so debilitated as to be absolutely useless. And during the 2 days' march that were required to reach the point on the river previously determined upon, the battering train and almost the whole of the carts were dragged along by the troops. The position of the army was bad in the extreme. Neither food nor forage were to be obtained from the country round. The troops were almost on famine rations, worn out by fatigue and by the march through heavy rains, and nights spent on the sodden ground. Tippoo's horsemen hovered round them. The cavalry of the Nizam, which had been specially engaged to keep the foe at a distance, never once ventured to engage them. It was absolutely impossible to communicate with General Abercrombie, and after remaining but a couple of days in his new camp, Lord Cornwallis felt that the army could only be saved from destruction by immediate retreat. No time was lost in carrying out the decision once arrived at. Some natives were paid heavily to endeavour to make their way to Abercrombie, with orders for him to retire down the Ghauts again into Malabar. Then the whole of the battering train and the heavy equipments were destroyed, and on the 26th of May the army started for its long march back to Bangalore. It had made but 6 miles when a body of horsemen, some 2,000 strong, were seen approaching. Preparations were instantly made to repel an attack, when a soldier rode in and announced that the horsemen were the advanced party of 2 Mahratta armies close at hand. This was welcome news indeed, for Cornwallis had no idea that the Mahrattas were within 200 miles of him, and had come to believe that they had no intention whatever of carrying out their engagements. They had, it appeared, sent off a messenger every day to inform him of their movements, but so vigilant were Tippoo's cavalry that not one of them ever reached the British. In a few hours the junction was completed, and the sufferings of the army were at an end. Stores of every kind were abundant with the Mahrattas, and not only food but clothing and every necessity of life could be purchased in the great bazaars, occupied by the Mahratta traders who accompanied the army. Had the 2 Mahratta armies arrived a couple of days earlier, the destruction of the siege train would have been avoided, Seringapatam would have been besieged, Abercrombie's army of 8,000 men have joined, and the war brought at once to a conclusion. It was now, however, too late. The means for prosecuting the siege of so powerful a fortress were altogether wanting, and the united armies returned by easy marches to Bangalore. On the march, the future plan of operations were decided upon. Lord Cornwallis sent orders for the sum of 1,500,000 rupees that had been intended for China to be at once dispatched to Bangalore for the use of the army and the allies. The larger of the Mahratta forces, under Purseram Bhow, with a detachment of Bombay troops that had accompanied it, were to march to the northwest and reduce some of the forts and towns still held by the troops of Mysore. The other Mahratta force, consisting chiefly of cavalry under Hari Punt, were to remain at Bangalore. The cause of the long delay on the part of the Nizam and the Mahrattis was now explained. The Nizam's troop had spent 6 months in the siege of the fortress of Kabul, while an equal time had been occupied by Purseram Bhow in the siege of Durwar, a very strong place garrisoned by 10,000 men. Tippoo began negotiations immediately after his defeat near Seringapatam, and these were continued until July, when they were finally broken off. Some months were occupied in reducing a number of the hill forts, commanding the entrances to the various passes. Among these, 2, deemed absolutely impregnable, Savandroog and Nundigrug, were captured, but the attack upon Kisnageri was repulsed, with considerable loss. By the capture of these places, Lord Cornwallis obtained access to supplies from the Malabar and Karnataka coasts, and was thus free from the risk of any recurrence of the misfortunes that had marred his previous attempt to lay siege to Seringapatam. And on the 5th day of February, 1792, he again came within sight of Tippoo's capital. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 9 of The Tiger of Mysore by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. The Tiger of Mysore by G. A. Henty. Chapter 9. News of the Captive. During the 9 months that had elapsed since the retreat from before Seringapatam, Dick had been occupied in following out the main object of his presence in Mysore. Finding that Purseram Bhow's army was the first that would be engaged in active service, he asked permission from the general to join it. This was at once granted, and Lord Cornwallis introduced him to the officer in command of the Bombay troops attached to that army, informing him of the object they had in view. "You'll not be much use as an interpreter," Cornwallis said, "for as the country in which you are going to operate formed until lately a part of the Mahratta dominions, Marathi will be principally spoken. He will therefore go simply as an officer of my staff, attached for the present to your command. He has asked me to allow him to take with him 20 men belonging to the troop of his uncle, the Rajah of Tripatli. His object in doing so is that he will be able to traverse the country independently, and can either rejoin me here, or go to one of the other columns operating against the hill forts, if it should seem to him expedient to do so. Should you desire to make a reconnaissance at any time while he is with you, you will find him useful as an escort, and will not be obliged to ask Purseram Bhow for a party of his cavalry." Dick was sorry to leave his uncle, whose tent he had now shared for the last 10 months. He found himself, however, very comfortable with the Bombay troops, being made a member of the mess, consisting of the officer in command and the 4 officers of his staff. Wishing to have some duties with which to occupy himself, he volunteered to act as an aide-de-camp, and although the work was little more than nominal, it gave him some employment. When not otherwise engaged, he generally rode with Surajah, whom his uncle had appointed to command the 20 troopers. In the year that had elapsed since his arrival in India, Dick had grown considerably and broadened out greatly, and was now a powerful young fellow of over 17. He had, since the troop joined the army of Lord Cornwallis, exchanged his civilian dress for the undress uniform of an officer, which he had purchased at the sale of the effects of a young lieutenant on the general's staff, who had died just as the army arrived before Bangalore. It was indeed necessary that he should do this, riding about as he did, either on the staff of the general, or with the officers of the quartermaster's department. There would be no difficulty in renewing his uniform, for hardship, fever, and war had carried off a large number of officers as well as men, and the effects were always sold by auction on the day following the funeral. Many hill fortresses were captured by the Mahrattis, but few offered any resistance, as their commanders knew well that there was no chance of their being relieved, while the men were, in most cases, delighted at the prospect of an escape from their enforced service, and of freedom to return to their homes. In a few of these forts English captives were found. Some had been there for years, their very existence being apparently forgotten by the tyrant. Some had been fairly treated by the Mysore governor, and where this was the case, the latter was furnished by the British officers with papers testifying to the kindness with which they had treated the prisoners, and recommending them to the officers of any of the allied forces they might encounter on their way home, or when established there. Upon the other hand, some of the prisoners were found to have been all but starved, and treated with great brutality. In 2 cases, where the captives said that some of their companions had died from the effects of the ill treatment they had received, the governors were tried by court-martial and shot, while some of the others they sentenced to be severely flogged. Every captive released was closely scrutinized by Dick and eagerly questioned. From one of them he obtained news that his father had certainly been alive 4 years previously, for they had been in prison together in a hill fort near Bangalore. "I was a civilian and he a sailor," he said. "Consequently neither of us were of any use to drill in Tipu's battalions, and had been sent up there. Your father was well then. The governor was a good fellow, and we had nothing much to complain of. Mr. Holland was a favourite of his, for being a sailor he was handy at all sorts of things. He could mend a piece of broken furniture, repair the lock of a musket, and make himself generally useful. He left there before I did, as the governor was transferred to some other fort. I never heard where it was, and he took your father with him. I don't know whether he had Tipu's orders to do so, or whether he took him simply because he liked him. At any rate, he was the only prisoner who went with him. The rest of us remained there till a few months back, when the fort was abandoned. It was just after the capture of Bangalore, and the place could have offered no resistance if a body of troops had been sent against it.
At any rate, an order arrived one morning, and a few hours afterwards the place was entirely abandoned, and we and the garrison marched here."
"My father was quite well?"
"Oh, yes, quite well. He used to talk to me at times of trying to make his escape, but being a sailor, I have no doubt that he could have got down from the precipice on which the fort stood. But he knew that, if he did so, we should all suffer for it, and probably be all put to death, as soon as Tippoo heard that one of us had escaped, for that was always done in order to deter prisoners from trying to get away."
"Do you think there is any chance of his being alive?"
"Really, it's more than I can possibly say. You see, we've not known much of what's passing outside our prison. Some of the guards were good-natured enough, and would occasionally give us a scrap of news, but we heard most from the ill-tempered ones, who delighted in telling us anything they knew that would give us pain. 3 or 4 months ago we heard that every white prisoner in Seringapatam had been put to death by Tippoo's orders, and that doubtless there would be a similar clearance everywhere else. Then, again, we were told that the English had retreated, beaten, from before Seringapatam, and that the last of them would soon be down the ghauts, but whether the prisoners have been killed in other hill forts like this I cannot say, although I suppose not. Well, we should not have escaped."
"Certainly no such orders can have been sent to the forts here, for we found a few prisoners in several of them. Of course, it may be otherwise in the forts near the capital, which Tippoo might have thought were likely to fall into our hands, while he may not have considered it worth while to send the same orders to places so far away as this, where no British force was likely to come. Still, at any rate, it is a great satisfaction that my father was alive 4 years ago, and that he was in kind hands. That's all in favour of my finding him still alive in one of the places we shall take, for Lord Cornwallis intends to besiege some of the fortresses that command the passes, because he cannot undertake another siege of Seringapatam until he can obtain supplies freely and regularly from beyond the ghauts. As nothing whatever can be obtained from the country round here, so completely is it wasted by Tippoo's cavalry, I have therefore great hopes that my father may still be found in one of these forts."
"I hope indeed that you may find him. I am convinced that the governor would save his life if he could do so, though on the other hand he would, I am sure, carry out any order he might receive from the Tippoo. Of course, he may not be in charge of a fort now, and may have been appointed colonel of one of the regiments. However, it's always better to hope that things will come as you wish them, however unlikely it may seem that they'll do so. We've been living on hope here, though the chances of our ever being released were small indeed. Of course, we didn't even know that Tippoo and the English were at war until we heard that an English army was besieging Bangalore, and even then we all felt that even if Tippoo were beaten and forced to make peace, it would make no difference to us. He kept back hundreds of prisoners when he was defeated before, and would certainly not surrender any he now holds unless compelled to do so, and no one would be able to give information as to the existence of captives in these distant forts. And yet, in the teeth of all these improbabilities, we continued to hope, and the hopes have been realized." The capture of the forts by the Mahratta army was abruptly checked. Having so far met with such slight opposition, Purseram Bhow became overconfident, and scattered his force over a wide extent of country, in order that they might more easily find food and forage. In this condition they were suddenly attacked by Tippoo, who took advantage of the English being detained at Bangalore, while the transport train was being reorganized, to strike a blow at the Mahrattis. And the strike was a heavy one. Many of the detached parties were completely destroyed, and the Mahratta general, after gathering the rest to his standard, was forced to retreat until strong reinforcements were sent him from Bangalore. Learning from them that it was probable Lord Cornwallis would advance as soon as they rejoined him, Dick determined to go back to Bangalore, as it was unlikely that, after the severe check they had received, the Mahrattis would resume the offensive for a time. Surajah and the men were glad to return to the troop, and as soon as the Mysorean force returned to Seringapatam, Dick, without waiting for the infantry to get in motion, rode rapidly across the country with his little party. He accompanied the English army during their operations, obtaining permission to do so with the columns engaged in the siege of the hill fortresses, and was present at the capture of all the most important strongholds. To his bitter disappointment, no English prisoners were found in any of them, and it was but too certain that all who might have been there had been massacred, by Tippoo's orders, on the first advance of the British against Seringapatam. Great indeed was the satisfaction of the army when they at last came in sight of the city. The capital of Mysore stood on an island in the river Cauvery. This was 4 miles in length and 2 in breadth.
The town stood in its centre, the fort at the northern end. The island was approached by two bridges, one close to the fort, the other at the south, both being defended by strong batteries. There were also 3 fords, 2 of these being at the north end of the island, and also defended by batteries. The third was near the centre of the island, a mile below the fort, and leading to the native town. The fort was separated from the rest of the island by a deep ditch cut across it. It was defended by numerous batteries. There were 2 gardens on the island, full of large trees, one of them being the burial place of Hyder Ali. This was connected with the fort by 2 avenues of trees. The country round was flat, a considerable portion being almost level with the river, and devoted to the cultivation of rice, while at other points a forest extended almost to the bank. After obtaining a view from some high ground of the city and of Tippoo's army encamped beyond its walls, the British force took up its position 6 miles to the northwest of the city. No sooner had the army reached their camping ground than Lord Cornwallis with his staff reconnoitred the approaches. A thick hedge, formed by a wide belt of thorny shrubs, interlaced and fastened together by cords, extended from the bank of the river about 1,000 yards above Seringapatam, and, making a wide sweep, came down to it again opposite the other end of the island. It was within the shelter of this formidable obstacle that Tippoo's army was encamped. Within the enclosed space were 7 or 8 eminences, on which strong redoubts had been erected. Fearing that Tippoo might, as soon as he saw the position taken up by the assailants, sally out with his army, take the field, and, as before, cut all his communications, Lord Cornwallis determined to strike a blow at once. At sunset, orders were accordingly issued for the forces to move in 3 columns at 3 o'clock, by which time the moon would be high enough to light up thoroughly the ground to be traversed. The centre column, consisting of 3,700 men, under Lord Cornwallis himself, was to burst through the hedge at the centre of the enemy's position, to drive the enemy before them, and, if possible, to cross the ford to the island with the fugitives. This, however, was not to be done until the centre column was reinforced by that under General Meadows, which was to avoid a strong redoubt at the northwest extremity of the hedge, and, entering the fence at a point between the redoubt and the river, drive the enemy before it until it joined the centre column. Colonel Meadows had 3,300 men under his command. The left column, consisting of 1,700 men under Colonel Maxwell, was first to carry a redoubt on Carrygut Hill, just outside the fence, and, having captured this, to cut its way through the hedge, to cross the river at once with a portion of the centre column. Unfortunately, owing to a misunderstanding as to the order, the officer guiding General Meadows' column, instead of taking it to a point between the northwest redoubt and the river, led it directly at the fort. This was stoutly defended, and cost the British 80 men and 11 officers. Leaving a strong garrison here, the column advanced, but came upon another redoubt of even greater strength and magnitude, and the general, fearing that the delay that would take place in capturing it would entirely disarrange the plan of the attack, thought he had better make his way out through the hedge, march round it to the point where the centre column had entered it, and so give Lord Cornwallis the support he must need, opposed as he was to the whole army of Tippoo. In the meantime, Colonel Maxwell's force had stormed the work on Carrygut Hill, and had made its way through the hedge, suffering heavily as it did so from the fire of a strong body of the enemy concealed in a watercourse. The head of the centre column, under General Knox, after cutting its way through the hedge, pushed on with levelled bayonets, thrust its way through the enemy's infantry, and, mingling with a mass of fugitives, crossed the main ford close under the guns of the fort, and took possession of a village halfway between the town and the fort. Unfortunately, in the confusion, but 3 companies had followed him. The rest of the regiment and 3 companies of sepoys crossed lower down and gained possession of a palace on the bank of the river. The officer in command, however, not knowing that any others had crossed and receiving no orders, waited until day began to break. He then recrossed the river and joined Lord Cornwallis, a portion of whose column, having been reinforced by Maxwell's column, crossed the river nearly opposite the town. As they were crossing, a battery of the enemy's artillery opened a heavy fire upon them, but Colonel Knox, with his 3 companies, charged it in the rear, drove out the defenders, and silenced the guns. All this time Lord Cornwallis was, with the reserve of the central column, eagerly waiting the arrival of General Meadows' division, This, in some unaccountable way, had missed the gap in the hedge by which the centre column had entered, and, marching on, halted at last at Carrygut Hill, where it was not discovered until daylight. The Mysore army on its left was still unbroken, and had been joined by large numbers of troops from the centre. On discovering the smallness of the force under Lord Cornwallis, they attacked it in overwhelming numbers, led by Tippoo himself. The British infantry advanced to meet them with the bayonet, and drove them back with heavy loss. They rallied and returned to the attack again and again, but were as often repulsed, continuing their attacks, however, until daylight, when Cornwallis, discovering at last the position of General Meadows, joined him on Carrygut Hill. When day broke, the commanders of the two armies were able to estimate the results of the night's operations. On the English side, the only positions gained were the works on Carrygut Hill, the redoubt at the northwest corner of the hedge, another redoubt captured by the centre column, and the positions occupied by the force under Colonels Stewart and Knox at the eastern end of the island. The Sultan found that his army was much reduced in strength, no less than 23,000 men being killed, wounded, or missing. Of these, the missing were vastly the most numerous, for 10,000 Chelahs, young Hindus whom Tippoo had carried off in his raids, and forced to become soldiers and nominally Mohammedans, had taken advantage of the confusion and marched away with their arms to the forest of Coorg. Tippoo made several determined effects to drive Colonel Stewart's force off the island, and to recapture the redoubts, but was repulsed with such heavy loss that he abandoned the attempt altogether, evacuated the other redoubts, and brought his whole army across onto the island. Tippoo now attempted to negotiate. He had already done so a month before, but Lord Cornwallis had refused to accept his advances, saying that negotiation was useless with one who disregarded treaties and violated articles of capitulation. "Send hither," he wrote, "the garrison of Coimbatore, and then we will listen to what you have to say." Lord Cornwallis alluded to the small body of troops who, under Lieutenants Chalmers and Nash, had bravely defended that town when it had been attacked by one of Tippoo's generals. The gallant little garrison had surrendered at last on the condition that they should be allowed to march freely away. This condition had been violated by Tippoo, and the garrison had been marched as prisoners to Seringapatam. The two officers had been kept in the fort, but most of the soldiers, and 27 other European captives who had lately been brought in from the hill forts, were lodged in the village that Colonel Knox had first occupied on crossing the river, and had all been released by him. Some of these had been in Tippoo's hands for many years, and their joy at their unexpected release was unspeakable. Preparations were now made for the siege. General Abercrombie was ordered up with a force of 6,000 men, but before his arrival Lieutenant Chalmers was sent in with a letter from Tippoo, asking for terms of capitulation. Negotiations were indeed entered into, but, doubting Tippoo's good faith, the preparations for the siege were continued, and upon the arrival of General Abercrombie's force on the 15th of February, siege operations were commenced at the end of the island still in British possession. A few days afterwards the army was astounded to hear that the conditions had been agreed upon, and that hostilities were to cease at once. So great was the indignation, indeed, that a spirit of insubordination and almost mutiny was evinced by many of the corps. They had suffered extreme hardships, had been engaged in most arduous marches, had been decimated by fever and bad food, and they could scarce believe their ears when they heard that they were to hold their hands, now that after a year's campaigning Seringapatam was at their mercy, and that the man who had butchered so many hundred English captives, who had wasted whole provinces and carried 500,000 people into captivity, who had been guilty of the grossest treachery, and whose word was absolutely worthless, was to escape personal punishment. Still higher did the indignation rise, both among officers and men, when the conditions of the treaty became known, and it was discovered that no stipulation whatever had been made for the handing over of the English prisoners still in Mysore, previous to a cessation of hostilities. This condition, at least, should have been insisted upon, and carried out previous to any negotiations being entered upon. The reasons that induced Lord Cornwallis to make this treaty, when Seringapatam lay at his mercy, have ever been a mystery. Tippoo had proved himself a monster unfit to live, much less to rule, and the crimes he had committed against the English should have been punished by the public trial and execution of their author. To conclude peace with him now was to enable him to make fresh preparations for war, and to necessitate another expedition at enormous cost and great loss of life. Tippoo had already proved that he was not to be bound either by treaties or oaths, and lastly, it would have been thought that, as a general, Lord Cornwallis would have wished his name to go down in posterity in connection with the conquest of Mysore and the capture of Seringapatam, rather than with the memorable surrender of Yorktown, the greatest disaster that ever befell a British army. The conditions were in themselves onerous, and had they been imposed upon any other than a brutal and faithless tyrant, might have been deemed sufficient. Tippoo was deprived of half of his dominions, which were to be divided among the allies, each taking the portions adjacent to their own territory. The sum of £3,300,000 was to be paid for the expenses of the war. All prisoners of the allied powers were to be restored. 2 of Tippoo's sons were to be given up as hostages. Even after they had been handed over, there were considerable delays before Tippoo's signature was obtained, and it was not until Lord Cornwallis threatened to resume hostilities that, on the 18th of March, a treaty was finally sealed. Of the ceded territories, the Mahrattis and the Nizam each took a third as their share, although the assistance they had rendered in the struggle had been but of comparatively slight utility. It may indeed be almost said that it was given to them as a reward for not accepting the offers Tippoo had made them, of joining with him against the British. The British share included a large part of the Malabar coast, with the forts of Calicut and Cananore, and the territory of our ally, the Rajah of Coorg. These cessions gave us the passes leading into Mysore from the west. On the south we gained possession of the fort of Dindigul and the districts surrounding it, while on the east we acquired the tract from Amboor to Karur, and so obtained possession of several important fortresses, together with the chief passes by which Hyder had made his incursions into the Carnatic. Dick felt deeply the absence of any proviso in the treaty that all prisoners should be restored previous to a cessation of hostilities, at the same time admitting the argument of his uncle that, although under such an agreement some prisoners might be released, there was no means of ensuring that the stipulation would be faithfully carried out. "Oh, see, Dick, no one knows, or has indeed the faintest idea, what prisoners Tippoo still has in his hands. We do not know how many have been murdered during the years Tippoo has reigned. Men who have escaped have from time to time brought down news of murders in the places where they had been confined, but they have been known little of what has happened elsewhere. Moreover, we have learned that certainly 50 or 60 were put to death at Seringapatam before we advanced upon it the first time. We know, too, that some were murdered in the hill forts that we have captured, but how many remain alive at the present time we have not the slightest idea. Tippoo might hand over a dozen and take a solemn oath that there was not one remaining, and though we might feel perfectly certain that he was lying, we should be in no position to prove it. The stipulation ought to have been made, if only as a matter of honour, but it would have been of no real efficacy. Of course, if we had dethroned Tippoo and annexed all his territory, we should undoubtedly have got at all the prisoners, wherever they may have been hidden, but we could hardly have done that. It would have aroused the jealousy and fear of every native prince in India. It would have united the Nizam and the Mahrattis against us, and would even have been disapproved of in England, where public opinion is adverse to further acquisitions of territory, and where people are, of course, altogether ignorant of the monstrous cruelties perpetrated by Tippoo, not only upon English captives, but upon his neighbours everywhere. Naturally, I am prejudiced in favour of this treaty, for the handing over of the country from Amboor to Karur, with all the passes and forts, will set us free at Tripataly from the danger of being again overrun and devastated by Mysore. My people will be able to go about their work peacefully and in security, free alike from fear of wholesale invasion or incursions of robber bands from the Ghauts. All my waste lands will be taken up, and my revenue will be trebled. And there's another thing. Now that the English possess territory beyond that of the Nabob of Arcot, and are gradually spreading their power north, there can be little doubt that before long the whole country of Arcot, Travancore, Tramjore, and the other small native powers will be incorporated in the British dominions. Arcot is powerless for defence, and while during the last 2 wars it has been nominally an ally of the English, the Nabob has been able to give them no real assistance whatever, and the burden of his territory has fallen on them. They took the first step when, at the beginning of the present war, they arranged with him to utilize all the resources and collect the revenues of his possessions, and to allow him an annual income for the maintenance of his state and family. This is clearly the first step towards taking the territory into their own hands and managing its revenues, and the same will be done in other cases. Lord Cornwallis, the other day, in thanking me for the services that you and I and the troop have rendered, promised me that an early arrangement should be made by which I should rule Tripataly under the government of Madras instead of under the Nabob. This, you see, will be virtually a step in rank, and I shall hold my land direct from the English, instead of from a prince who has become in fact a puppet in their hands. A few days later the army set off on its march for Mysore, and the same day the Rajah, after making his adieus to Lord Cornwallis, started with his troop for Tripataly, making his way by long marches instead of following the slow progress of the army. After a couple of days at Tripataly, they went down to Madras and brought back the Rajah's household. The meeting between Dick and his mother was one of mixed feeling. It was 20 months since the former had left with his uncle, and he was now nearly 18. He had written whenever there was an opportunity of sending any letters, and although his position as interpreter on the staff of the general had relieved her from any great anxiety on his account, she was glad indeed to see him again. Upon the other hand, the fact that as the war went on, and fortress after fortress had been captured, no news came to her that her hopes had been realized, and that the war had now come to a termination without the mystery that hung over her husband being in any way cleared up, had profoundly depressed Mrs. Holland, and it was with mingled tears of pleasure and sorrow that she fell on his neck on his return to Madras. "You must not give way, Mother," Dick said, as she sobbed out her fears that all hope was at an end. "Remember that you have never doubted he was alive, and that you have always said you would know if any evil fate had befallen him, and I have always felt confident that you were right. There is nothing changed. I certainly have not succeeded in finding him, but we have found many prisoners in some of the little out-of-the-way forts. Now, some of them have been captives quite as long as he has. Therefore, there is no reason whatever why he should not also be alive. I have no thought of giving up the search as hopeless. I mean to carry out our old plans, and certainly I am much better fitted to do so than I was when I first landed here. I know a great deal about Mysore, and though I don't speak the language as a native, I have learned a good deal of it, and can speak it quite as well as the natives of the Ghauts and outlying provinces. Surajah, who is a great friend of mine, has told me that if I go he will go too, and that will be a tremendous help. Anyhow, as long as you continue to believe firmly that Father is still alive, I mean to continue the search for him." "I do believe that he is alive, Dick, as firmly as ever. I have not lost hope in that respect. It's only that I doubt now whether he will ever be found." "Well, that is my business, Mother. As long as you continue to believe that he is still alive, I shall continue to search for him. I have no other object in life at present. It will be quite soon enough for me to think of taking up the commission I have been promised, when you tell me that your feeling that he is alive has been shaken." Mrs. Holland was comforted by Dick's assurance and confident tone, and, putting the thought aside for a time, gave herself up to the pleasure of his return. They had found everything at Tripataly as they had left it, for the Mysore horsemen had not penetrated so far north before Tippoo turned his course east to Pondicherry. The people had months before returned to their homes and avocations. One evening the Rajah said, as they were all sitting together, "I hear from my wife, Dick, that your mother has told her you shall intend to carry out your original project." "Yes, Uncle, I have quite made up my mind as to that. There are still plenty of places where he may be, and certainly I am a good deal more fitted for travelling about in disguise in Mysore than I was before." The Rajah nodded. "Yes, I think, Dick, you are as capable of taking care of yourself as anyone could be. I hear that Surajah is willing to go with you, and this will certainly be a great advantage. He has proved himself thoroughly intelligent and trustworthy, and I have promised him that some day he shall be captain of the troop. You are not thinking of starting just yet, I suppose?" "Oh, no, Uncle. I thought of staying another month or two before I go off again. Mother says she cannot let me go before that." "I fancy it will take you longer than that, Dick, before you can pass as a native." Dick looked surprised. "Why, Uncle, I did pass as a native 18 months ago." "Yes, you did, Dick, but for how long? You went into shops, bought things, chatted for a short time with natives, and so on. But that is not like living among them. You would be found out before you had been a single day in the company of a native." Dick looked still more surprised. "How, Uncle? What do I do that they would know me by?" "It is not what you do, Dick, but it is what you don't do. You can't sit on your heels, squat, as you call it. This is the habitual attitude of every native. He squats while he cooks. He squats for hours by the fire, smoking and talking. He never stands for any length of time, and, except upon a divan or something of that sort, he never sits down. Before you can go and live among the natives and pass as one for any length of time, you must learn to squat as they do, for hours at a stretch, and I can tell you that it is not by any means an easy accomplishment to learn. I myself have quite lost the power. I used to be able to do it as a boy, but from always sitting on divans or chairs in European fashion, I have got out of the way of it, and I don't think I could squat for a quarter of an hour to save my life." Dick's mother and cousins laughed heartily, but he said seriously, "You are quite right, Uncle. I wonder I never thought of it before. It was stupid of me not to do so. Of course, when I have been talking with Surajah or other officers by a campfire, I have sat on the ground, but I see that it would never do in native dress. I will begin at once." "Wait a moment, Dick," the Rajah said. "There are other things which you will have to practice. You may have to move in several disguises, and must learn to comport yourself in accordance with them. You must remember that your motions are quicker and more energetic than are those of people here. Your walk is different. The swing of the arms, your carriage, are all different from theirs. You are unaccustomed to walk either barefooted or in native shoes. Now, all these things have to be practiced before you can really pass muster. Therefore, I propose that you shall at once accustom yourself to the attire, which you can do in our apartments of an evening. The Rani and the boys will be able to correct your first awkwardnesses, and to teach you much. After a week or two, you must stain your face, arms, and legs, and go out with Rajbullub in the evening. You must keep your eyes open and watch everything that passes, and do as you see others do. When Rajbullub thinks that you can pass muster, you will take to going out with him in the daylight, and so you will come in time to reach a point that it will be safe for you to begin your attempt. Do not watch only the peasants. There is no saying that it may not be necessary to take to other disguises. Observe the traders, the soldiers, and even the fakirs. You will see that they walk each with a different mien. The trader is slow and sober. The man who wears a sword walks with a certain swagger. The fakir is everything by turns. He whines and threatens. He sometimes mumbles his prayers, and sometimes shrieks at the top of his voice. When you are not riding or shooting, lad, do not spend your time in the garden or with the women. Go into the town and keep your eyes open. Bear in mind that you are learning a lesson, and that your life depends upon your being perfect in every respect. As to your first disguise, I will speak to Rajbullub, and he will get it ready by tomorrow evening. The dress of the peasant of Mysore differs little from that here, save that he wears rather more clothing than is necessary in this warm climate. End of Chapter 9. News of the Captive. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 10 of The Tiger of Mysore by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. The Tiger of Mysore by G.A. Henty. Chapter 10. In Disguise. On the following evening, Dick appeared in the room where the others were sitting, in the dress Rajbullub had got for him, and which was similar to that of other peasants. The boys had already been told that he was shortly going on a journey, and that it would be necessary for him to travel in disguise, but had been warned that it was a matter that was not to be spoken of to anyone. The early respect that Dick's strength and activity had inspired them with had been much shaken when they discovered that he was unable either to ride or shoot, but their father's narrative of his adventures when scouting with Surajah had completely reinstated him in their high opinion. When he entered, however, they burst out laughing. The two ladies could not help smiling, and Dick was not long before he joined in the laugh against himself. He had felt uncomfortable enough when he started in an almost similar dress with Surajah, although there was then no one to criticize his appearance, but now, in the presence of his mother and his aunt, he felt strangely uncomfortable. "Never mind, Dick," his uncle said encouragingly. "The boys would feel just as uncomfortable as you do now if they were dressed up in European fashion. Now, while we are talking, make your first attempt at sitting on your heels." Dick squatted down until his knees nearly touched his chest, and a moment later lost his balance and toppled over amid a roar of laughter. Next time he balanced himself more carefully. "That is right, Dick. You will get accustomed to it in time. But you must see already that there is a good deal more to be done than you thought of, before you can pass as a native. Remember, you must not only be able to balance yourself while sitting still, but must be able to use your hands, for cooking purposes, for example, for eating, or for doing anything there may be to do, not only without losing your balance, but without showing that you are balancing yourself." "It's much more difficult than I thought, Uncle. Of course, I have always seen the natives squatting like this, but it seemed so natural that it never struck me it was difficult at all. I say, it's beginning to hurt already. My shin bones are aching horribly." "Yes, that is where the strain comes, my boy. But you have got to stick to it, until your muscles there, which have never been called into play in this way before, get accustomed to the work." "I understand that, Uncle. It's just the same with my arms when I began to climb, but I can't stand this any longer. I can no more get up than I can fly." And Dick rolled over onto his side. Again and again he tried, after a short rest between each trial. As he gave it up and limped stiffly to the divan, he said, "I feel as if someone had been kicking me on the shins, until he had nearly broken them, Mother. I've been kicked pretty badly several times in fights by rough fellows at home in Shadwell, but it never hurt like this." And he rubbed his aching legs ruefully. "Well, Uncle, I am very much obliged to you for putting me up to practicing this position. It seemed to me that it would be quite a simple thing to walk along quietly, and to move my arms about as they do, but I never thought of this. I wonder, Mother, you never told me that, above all things, I should have to learn to squat on my heels for any time. It would not have been so difficult to learn it 5 or 6 years ago, when I was not anything like so heavy as I am now." "It never occurred to me, Dick. I wish it had. I thought I had foreseen every difficulty, but it never once came into my mind that, in order to pass as a native, you must be able to sit like one." "Oh, well, I shall learn in time, Mother," Dick replied cheerfully. "Every exercise is hard at first, but one soon gets accustomed to it." Dick threw himself with his usual energy into his new work. Although of a morning, when he first awoke, his shins caused him the most acute pain, he always spent half an hour in practice. Afterwards he would sit for some time, allowing the water from the tap at the side of the bath to flow upon the aching muscles. Then he would dress, and as soon as breakfast was over, go for a run in the garden. At first it was but a shamble, but gradually the terrible stiffness would wear off, and he would return to the house comparatively well. Of an evening the practice was longer, and was kept up until the aching pain became unendurable. At the end of 4 or 5 days he was scarcely able to walk at all, but after that time matters improved, and 3 weeks later he could preserve the attitude for half an hour at a time. In other respects his training had gone on uninterruptedly every day. He went out into the town, accompanied sometimes by Rajbullub, sometimes by Surajah, in the disguises of either a peasant, a soldier, or a trader, and learnt to walk and carry himself in accordance with his dress. Before putting on these disguises he painted himself with a solution that could easily be washed off on his return to the palace, where he now always wore a European dress. "You cannot be too careful," the Rajah said. "There are, of course, Mohammedans here, and for aught we know some may act as agents or spies of Tippoo, just as the English have agents and spies in Mysore. Were one of them to send word that you had taken to Indian attire, and that it was believed that you were about to undertake some mission or other, it would add considerably to your difficulties and dangers. As it is, no one outside our own circle ever sees you about with me or the boys except in your European dress, and Rajbullub tells me that in no single instance, while you have been in disguise, has any suspicion been excited or questions asked by the people of various classes with whom you and he converse in the streets." Another month passed, and by this time Dick could, without any great fatigue, squat on his heels for an hour at a time. As the date for his departure drew near, his mother became more and more nervous and anxious. "I shall never forgive myself if you do not come back," she said one day, when they were alone. "I cannot but feel that I have been selfish, and that really, on the strength of a conviction which most people would laugh at as whimsical and absurd, I am risking the substance for a shadow, and I am imperilling the life of my only boy, upon the faint chance that he may find my husband. I know that even your uncle, although he has always been most kind about it, and assisted in every way in his power, has but little belief in the success of your search, although, as he sees how bent I am upon it, he says nothing that might dash my hopes. If evil comes of it, Dick, I shall never forgive myself. I shall feel that I have sacrificed you to a sort of hallucination."
"I can only say, Mother," Dick replied, "that I came out here and entered into your plans only because I had the most implicit faith that you were right. I should now continue it on my own account, even if tomorrow you should be taken from me. Of course, I see plainly enough that the chances are greatly against my ever hearing anything of Father, but from what has taken place during the campaign, I have seen that there must be many British captives still hidden away among the hill forts, and it is quite possible he may be among them. I do not even say that it is probable, but the chances are not so very greatly against it. And even if I thought they were smaller, much smaller than I believe them to be, I should still consider it my duty to go up and try and find him. So even if it should happen that I never come back again, you will not have yourself to blame, for it is not you that are sending me, but I who am going of my own free will, and indeed I feel it so much my duty that, even were you to turn round now and ask me to stay, I should still think it right to undertake this mission." "But indeed, Mother, I see no great danger in it. In fact, scarcely any danger at all, at any rate unless I find Father. If I do so, there might certainly be risk in attempting to get him away, but this, if I am lucky enough in discovering him, will not weigh with me for an instant. If I do not find him, it seems to me that the risk is a mere nothing. Surajah and I will wander about, enlisting in the garrisons of forts, and then if we find there are no prisoners there, we shall take an early opportunity of getting away. In some places, no doubt, I shall be able to learn from men of the garrison whether there are prisoners, without being forced to enter at all, for although in the great forts, like Savandroog and Outradroog, it is considered so important that offences should be kept secret, that none of the garrison are allowed to leave until their discharge is too old for service, there is no occasion for the same precaution in the case of less important ones. Thus, you see, we shall simply have to wander about, keeping our eyes and ears open, and finding out, either from the peasants or the soldiers themselves, whether there are any prisoners there." "Oh, I wish I could go with you, Dick. I used to think that, when the work of searching for your father had begun, I could wait patiently for the result, but instead of that, I find myself even more anxious and more nervous than I was at Shadwell." "I can quite understand, Mother, that it is very much more trying work, sitting here waiting, than it is to be actively engaged. The only thing is that you must promise me not to trouble more than you can help, for if I think of you as sitting here fretting about me, I shall worry infinitely more than I otherwise should over any difficulties we may have to encounter. You must remember that I shall have Surajah with me. He is a capital companion, and will always be able to advise me upon native business. He is as plucky as a fellow can be, and I can trust him to do anything, just as I would myself." The preparations for departure now began in earnest. There was some discussion as to the arms that were to be taken, but at last it was decided that with safety they could carry nothing beyond a matchlock, a pistol, and a sword each. Great pains were taken in the selection of the matchlocks. In the armoury were several weapons of high finish with silver mountings, that had belonged to the Rajah's father and grandfather. These were tried against each other, and the two that were proved to be the most accurate were chosen. Dick found, indeed, that at distances up to 100 yards they were quite equal to the English rifle he brought out. The silver mountings were taken off, and then the pieces differed in no way in appearance from those in general use among the peasantry. The pistols were chosen with equal care. The swords were of finely tempered steel, the blades being removed from their jewelled handles, for which were substituted rough handles of ordinary metal. 10 gold pieces were sewn up underneath the iron bands encircling the leathern scabbard, as many under the bosses of their shields, and 5 pieces in the soles of each of their shoes. In their waist sashes, the ordinary receptacle of money, each carried a small bag with native silver coins. At last all was ready, and an hour before daybreak Dick took a cheerful farewell of his mother and a hearty one of his uncle, and with Surajah passed through the town and struck up into the hills. Each carried a bag slung over his shoulder, well filled with provisions, a small water bottle, and hung upon his matchlock a change of clothing. In the folds of his turban Dick had a packet of the powder used for making dye, so that he could at any time renew the brown shade when it began to fade out. For a time but few words were spoken. Dick knew that, although his mother had borne up bravely till the last, she would break down as soon as he left her, and the thought that he might never see her again weighed heavily upon him. Surajah, on the contrary, was filled with elation at the prospect of adventures and dangers, and he was silent simply because he felt that, for the present, his young lord was in no humour for speech.
As soon as the sun rose, Dick shook off his depression. They were now a considerable distance up the hillside. There was no path, for the people of Tripataly had no occasion to visit Mysore, and still less desire for a visit from the Mysoreans. Periodically raids were made upon the villages and plains by marauders from the hills, but these were mostly by the passes through the Ghauts, 30 or 40 miles left or right from the little state which, nestling at the foot of the hills, for the most part escaped these visitations, which, now that the British had become possessed of the territories and the hills, had, it was hoped, finally ceased. Nevertheless, the people were always prepared for such visits. Every cultivator had a pit in which he stored his harvest, except so much as was needed for his immediate wants. The pit was lined with mats, others were laid over the grain. 2 feet of soil was then placed over the mats, and after the ground had been ploughed there was no indication of the existence of the hiding place. The town itself was surrounded by a wall of sufficient strength to withstand the attacks of any parties of marauders, and the custom of keeping a man on a watchtower was still maintained. At the foot of the tower stood a heavy gun, whose discharge would at once warn the peasants for miles round of an enemy, calling those near to hasten to the shelter of the town, while the men of the villages at a distance could hurry, with their wives and families, to hiding places among the hills. Dick and Surajah had no need for a path, for they were well acquainted with the ground, and had often wandered up nearly to the crest of the hills in pursuit of game. An hour before noon they took their seats under a rock that shaded them from the sun's rays, and, sitting down, partook of a hearty meal. There was no occasion for haste, and they prepared for rest until the heat of the day was past. "We are fairly off now, Surajah," Dick said, as he stretched himself out comfortably. "I have been thinking of this almost as long as I can remember, and can hardly believe that it has come to pass." "Oh, I have thought of it but a short time, my lord." "No, Surajah," Dick interrupted. "You know it was arranged that, from the first, you were to call me Purseram, for unless you get accustomed to it, you will be calling me my lord in the hearing of others." "Oh, I had forgotten," Surajah replied with a smile, and then went on. "It is but a short time since I was sure I was going with you, but I have ever hoped that the time would come when, instead of the dull work of drilling men and placing them on guard, I might have the opportunity of taking part in war and adventure, and indeed had thought of asking my lord, your uncle, to permit me to go away for a while in one of the Company's regiments, and there to learn my business. Since the English have become masters, and there is no longer war between Rajah and Rajah as there used to be in olden times, this is the only way that a man of spirit can gain distinction. But this adventure is far better, for there will be much danger, and need for caution as well as courage." Dick nodded. "More for caution and coolness than for courage, I think, Surajah. It will only be in case we find my father, or if any grave suspicion falls on us, that there will be need for courage. Once well into Mysore, I see but little chance of suspicion falling upon us. We have agreed that we will first make for Seringapatam, avoiding as much as possible all places on the way where inquiries whence we come may be made of us. Once in the city we shall be safe from such questions, and can travel thence where we will, and it will be hard if we do not, when there, manage to learn the places at which any prisoners there may be are most likely to be kept. Besides, my father is as likely to be there as anywhere, for Tippoo may, since our army marched away, have ordered all prisoners to be brought down from the hill forts to Seringapatam." When the sun had lost its power, they proceeded on their way again. Their start had been timed so that for the first week they would have moonlight, and would therefore be able to travel at night until they arrived at Seringapatam. It was considered that it was only necessary to do this for the first 2 or 3 nights, as after that the tale that they were coming from a village near the frontier, and were on their way to join Tippoo's army, would seem natural enough to any villagers who might question them. They continued their course until nearly midnight, by which time they were both completely fatigued, and, choosing a spot sheltered by bushes, lay down to sleep. It took another 2 days before they were clear of the broken country, and the greater portion of this part of the journey they performed in daylight. Occasionally they saw in the distance the small forts which guarded every road to the plateau. To these they always gave a very wide berth, as although according to the terms of peace they should all have been evacuated, they might still be occupied by parties of Tippoo's troops. Indeed, all the news that had arrived since the army left represented Tippoo as making every effort to strengthen his army and fortresses, and prepare for a renewal of the war. Several times they saw bears, which abounded among the Ghauts, and once beheld 2 tigers crossing a nullah. They had, however, other matters to think of, and neither the flesh nor the skins of the bears would have been of any use to them. The work was severe, and they were glad when at last they reached the level country. In some of the upper valleys opening onto this they had seen small villages. Near one of these they had slept, and as in the morning they saw that the inhabitants were Hindus, they fearlessly went out and talked with them, in order to gain some information as to the position of the forts, and to learn whether any bodies of Tippoo's troops were likely to be met with. They found the people altogether ignorant on these matters. They were simple peasants. Their whole thoughts were given to tilling their land and bringing in sufficient to live upon, and to satisfy the demands of the tax gatherers when they visited them. They had little communication with other villages, and knew nothing of what was passing outside their own. They evinced no curiosity whatever concerning their visitors, who bought from them some cakes of ground ragi, which formed the chief article of their food. The country through which they passed, and on emerging from the hills, was largely covered with bush and jungle, and was very thinly populated. It was an almost unbroken flat, save that here and there isolated masses of rock rose above it. These were extremely steep and inaccessible, and on their summits were the hill forts that formed so prominent a feature in the warfare of both Mysore and the Nizam's dominions to the north. These forts were, for the most part, considered absolutely impregnable, but the last war with the British had proved that they were not so, as several of the strongest had been captured with comparatively slight loss. Whenever they passed within a few miles of one of these hill fortresses, Dick looked at it with anxious eyes, for there, for aught he knew, his father might be languishing. After 2 days' walking across the plain, they felt there was no longer any necessity for concealment, except that it would be as well to avoid an encounter with any troops. Although, therefore, they avoided the principal roads, they kept along beaten paths, and did not hesitate to enter villages to buy food. They no longer saw caste marks on the foreheads of the inhabitants. The Hindus had been compelled by force to abandon their religion, all who refused to do so being put to death at once. Dick and Surajah found that their dialect differed much more from that of the country below the Ghauts than they had expected, and although they had no difficulty in conversing with the peasants, they found that their idea that they would be able to pass as natives of one of these villages was an altogether erroneous one. "This will never do, Surajah," Dick said as they left one of the villages. "We shall have to alter our story somehow, for the first person we meet in Seringapatam will see that we are not natives of Mysore. We must give out that we come from some village far down on the Ghauts, one of those which have been handed over to the English by the new treaty. You know the country well enough there to be able to answer any questions that might be asked. We must say that, desiring to be soldiers and hating the English Raj, we have crossed the hills to take service of some sort in Mysore. This will be natural enough, and of course there are many Mohammedans down in the plains, especially among the villages on the Ghauts." "I think that would be best, Purseram." "There is one comfort," Dick went on. "It is evident that Tippoo is hated by all the Hindus. He has forced them to change their religion, and we need have no fear of being betrayed by any of them except from pressure, or from a desire to win Tippoo's goodwill." "Yes, that might be the case with those who are fairly well off, but who scarcely be so among the poorer classes. Besides, even they, were we living among them, would have no reason for suspecting our story. There seems no doubt, from what they say, that Tippoo is preparing for war again, and I think that we shall do well, as soon as we enter the city, to change our attire, or we might be forced into joining the army, which would be the last thing we want. What I should desire above all things is to get service of some kind in the palace." After 6 days' travel, they saw the walls of Seringapatam. Dick had made many inquiries at the last halting place as to the position of the fords on that side of the town, and learned that only those leading to the fort were guarded. The ford opposite the town was freely open to traffic, and could be crossed without question by country people, although a watch was kept to see that none of the very numerous prisoners escaped by it. It was here, therefore, that they crossed the river, the water being little more than knee deep. No questions were asked by the guard as they passed, their appearance differing in no way from that of the peasants of the neighbourhood. After a quarter of a mile's walk they entered the town. It was open and undefended by a wall. The streets were wide and laid out at right angles. The shops, however, were poor, for the slightest appearance of wealth sufficed to excite the cupidity of Tippoo or his agents, and the possessor would be exposed to exorbitant demands, which, if not complied with, would have entailed first torture and then death. The streets, however, presented a busy appearance. They were thronged with soldiers. Battalions of recruits passed along, and it was evident that Tippoo was doing all in his power to raise the strength of his army to its former level. They wandered about for some time, and at last, in a small street, Dick went up to an old man whose face pleased him. He was standing at the door of his house. "We desire to find a room we can lodge for a time," he said. "Can you direct us where we can obtain one?" "You are not soldiers?" the old man asked. "No, we desire to earn our living, but have not yet decided whether to join the army." "You are from the plains?" the natives said sharply, in their own dialect. "That is so." "And yet you are Mohammedans?" "Everyone is Mohammedan here." "Ah, because it is the choice of death or Mohammed. How comes it that two young men should voluntarily leave their homes to enter this tiger's den? You look honest youths. How come you here?" "Well, I trust that we are honest," Dick said. "We have assuredly not ventured here without a reason, and that reason is a good one. But this is not a city where one talks of such matters to a stranger in the street, even though his face tells one that he can be trusted with a secret." The old man was silent for a minute. Then he said, "Come in, my sons. You can, as you say, trust me. I have a room that you can occupy." They followed him into the house, and he led them into a small room at the back. It was poorly furnished, but was scrupulously clean. A pan of lighted charcoal stood in one corner, and over this a pot of rice was boiling. "I bid you welcome," he said gravely. And as the salutation was not one in use by the Mohammedans, Dick saw that his idea that the old man was a Hindu, who had been forced to abjure his religion, was a correct one. The old man motioned to them to take their seats on the divan. "I do not ask for your confidence," he said, "but if you choose to give it to me, it will be sacred, and it may be that, poor as I am able to aid you. I will tell you at once that I am a native of Conjeveram, and, of course, a Hindu. I was settled as a trader at Mysore, the old capital. But then, 4 years ago, the tyrant destroyed that town. I, with over 100,000 of our religion, was forced to adopt Mohammedanism. I was of high caste, and, like many others, would have preferred death to yielding, had it not been that I had a young daughter, and for her sake I lived, and moved here from Mysore. I gained nothing by my sin. I was one of the wealthiest traders in the whole city, and I had been here but a month when Tippoo's soldiers burst in one day. My daughter was carried off to the tiger's harem, and I was threatened with torture unless I divulged the hiding place of my money. It was useless to resist. My wealth was now worthless to me, and without hesitation I complied with their demands, and all I had was seized, save for one small hoard, which was enough to keep me thus to the end of my days. My wants are few, a handful of rice or grain a day, and I am satisfied. I should have put an end to my life were it not that, according to our religion, the suicide is accursed, and, moreover, I would fain live to see the vengeance that must some day fall upon the tyrant. After what I have said, it is for you to decide whether you think I can be trusted with your secret, for I am sure it is for no slight reason that you have come to this accursed city." Dick felt that he could safely speak, and that he would find in this native a very valuable ally. He therefore told his story without concealment, except that an exclamation of surprise broke from his lips when Dick said that he was English. The old man listened without a remark until he had finished. "Your tale is indeed a strange one," he said, when he had heard the story. "I had looked for something out of the ordinary, but assuredly for nothing so strange as this. Truly, your English are a wonderful people. It is marvellous that one should come all the way from beyond the black water to seek for a father lost so many years ago. Methinks that a blessing will surely alight upon such filial piety, and that you will find your father yet alive. Were it not for that, I should deem your search a useless one. Thousands of Englishmen have been massacred during the last 10 years. Hundreds have died of disease and suffering. Many have been poisoned. Many officers have also been murdered, some of them here, but more in the hill forts, for it was there they were generally sent when their deaths were determined upon. Still, your father may live. There are men who have been here as many years, and who yet survive." "Then this is where the main body of the prisoners were kept?" Dick asked. "Yes, all were brought here, native and English. Tens of thousands of boys and youths, swept up by Tippoo's armies from the Malabar coast and the Carnatic, were brought up here and formed into battalions, and these English prisoners were forced to drill them. It was but a poor drill. I have seen them drilling their recruits at Conjeveram, and the difference between the quick sharp order there and the listless command here was great indeed. Consequently, the Englishmen were punished by being heavily ironed, and kept at starvation point for the slackness with which they obeyed the tyrant's orders. Sometimes they were set to sweep the streets, sometimes they were beaten till they were well nigh expired under the lash. Often would they have died of hunger were it not that Tippoo's own troops took pity on them, and supplied them from their store. Some of the boys, drummer boys or ship's boys or little ship's officers, were kept in the palace and trained as singers and dancers for Tippoo's amusement. Very many of the white prisoners were handed over to Tippoo by Admiral Suffren, though how a Christian could have brought himself to hand over Christians to this tiger I cannot imagine. Others were captured in forays, and there were till lately many survivors of the force that surrendered in Hyder's time. There are certainly some in other towns, for it was the policy of Hyder, as it is of Tippoo, always to break up parties of prisoners. Many were sent to Bangalore, some to Burrampore, and very many to the fort of Chilembroom, but I heard that nearly all these died of famine and disease very quickly. While Tippoo at times considers himself strong enough to fight the English, and is said to aim at the conquest of all southern India, he has yet a fear of Englishmen, and he thus separates his captives lest, if they were together, they should plot against him and bring about a rising. He knows that all the old Hindu population are against him, and that even among the Mohammedans he is very unpopular. The Chilla battalions, who numbered 12 or 14,000, made up entirely of those he has dragged from their homes in districts devastated by him, would assuredly have joined against him were there a prospect of success, just as they seized the opportunity to desert 6 months ago, when the English attacked the camp across the river. Now, if you will tell me in what way I can best serve you, I will do so. In the first place, sturdy young peasants are wanted for the army, and assuredly you will not be here many days before you will find yourselves in the ranks, whether you like it or not, for Tippoo is in no way particular how he gets recruits. End of Chapter 10. In Disguise. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 11 of The Tiger of Mysore by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. The Tiger of Mysore by G.A. Henty. Chapter 11. A Useful Friend. "I agree with you that it would be a disadvantage to go as a soldier," Dick said, after a pause, "but what disguise would you recommend us to choose?" "That I must think over. You both look too straight and active to be employed as the assistant of a trader, or I could have got some of my friends to take you in that capacity. The best disguise will be a gayer attire, such as would be worn by the retainers of some of the chiefs, and, were it not that if questioned you could not say who was your employer, that is what I should recommend." "I saw a number of men working at a battery they are erecting by the riverside. Could we not take service there until something better presents itself?" "I should not advise that," the native replied, "for the work is very hard and the pay poor. Indeed, most of those employed on it are men driven in from the country round and forced to labour, getting only enough pay to furnish them with the poorest food. There would also be the disadvantage that, if you were so employed, you would have no opportunity of seeing any English captives who may have been brought here of late. All that I can at present do myself is to speak to some of my friends who have been here for a long time, and ask them whether they can remember an English captive being sent up here from Coorg some 8 years ago, and whether they ever heard what was his fate. I should say, of course, that I have received a message from friends at Conjeveram, and that some of the men's relations have sent out to make inquiries concerning him, and asking me if I could find any news as to his fate. My friends may not know themselves, but they may be able to find out from others. Very many of our people were forced into the ranks of the army, and there is not a regiment which has not some men who, although regarded as Mohammedans, are still at heart, as we all are, as true to our faith as ever. It is from these that we are more likely to obtain information than in any other way. You will not be very long before you will be able to satisfy yourself as to whether or not he whom you seek is in this city, and if he should not be here, there remain but the 2 towns that I have named, and, of course, the hill forts. As to these, it will be well nigh impossible to obtain an entrance, so jealously are they all guarded. None save the garrisons are allowed to enter. The paths, which are often so steep and difficult that men and provisions have to be slung up in baskets, are guarded day and night, and none are allowed to approach the foot of the rocks within musket shot, lest, I suppose, they might find some spot where an ascent could be made. The garrisons are seldom changed. The soldiers are allowed to take their wives and families up with them, but once there, they are as much prisoners as those in the dungeons. That is one reason why captives once sent up there never come down again, for were they to do so, they might, if by chance they escaped, be able to give information as to the approaches that would assist in an assailing force. I do not say that all are killed, though undoubtedly most of them are put to death soon after they arrive, but it may be that some are retained in confinement, either from no orders being sent for their execution, or from their very existence being in time forgotten by the tyrant here. Some of these may languish in dungeons, others may have gained the goodwill of the commanders of the fort, for even among the Mohammedans there are doubtless many good and merciful men. Now for the present. This house has but 1 story in front, but there is a room over this, and that is at your service. Furniture it has none, but I will this evening get a couple of trusses of straw. It is but a loft, but you will not want to use it, save to sleep in. You need not fear interruption in this house. There is scarce a man here that is not, like myself, a Hindu, for when we were brought here from Mysore, the piece of ground on which the street stands was assigned to us, and we were directed to build houses here. Few besides ourselves ever enter it, for those who still carry on trade have booths in the marketplace. There is one thing I will tell you at once. We, the persecuted, have means of recognizing each other. Outward signs there are none, neither caste mark nor peculiarity of dress, but we know each other by signs. When we salute, we turn in the thumbs as we raise our hands to our turbans, so. If we have no occasion to salute, as we move our hands, either to stroke our faces or to touch the handles of our daggers, or in other ways, we keep the thumb turned in. If the man be one of ourselves, he replies in the same way. Then, to prevent the possibility of error, the one asks the other a question, on what subject it matters not, providing that before he speaks he coughs slightly. You must remember that such communication is not made lightly. Were it to be so, it would soon attract notice. It is used when you want to know whether you can trust a man. It's as much as to say, "Are you a friend? Can I have confidence in you? Will you help me?" And you can see that there are many occasions on which such knowledge may be most useful, even to the saving of life. "I do indeed see it," Dick said, "and greatly are we indebted to you for telling us about it." They remained talking with their host, whose name was, he told them, Pertaub, until darkness came on. They had shared his rice with him, and had requested him to lay in such provision as was necessary for them, and as soon as it became dark they went out, leaving their guns behind them. Busy as the main streets were when they had before passed through them, they were very much more so now. The shops were all lighted up by lanterns or small lamps, and the streets were filled with troops, now dismissed from duty, and bent, some on amusement, some in purchasing small additions to their rations with the scanty pay allowed to them. In the open spaces the soldiers were crowded round performers of various kinds. Here was a juggler throwing balls and knives into the air. There was a snake charmer, a Hindu doubtless, but too old and too poor to be worth persecuting. A short distance off was an acrobat, turning and twisting himself into strange postures. 2 sword players with bucklers and blunted tulwars played occasionally against each other, and offered to engage any of the bystanders. Occasionally the invitation would be accepted, but the sword players always proved too skilful for the rough soldiers,
who retired discomfited amid the jeers of their comrades. More than one party of musicians played what seemed to Dick most discordant music, but which was appreciated by the soldiers, as was evident from the plaudits and the number of small coins thrown to the players. In the great open space by the side of the market the crowd was thickest. Here were large numbers of booths gay with lamps. In one were arranged on tables trays of cheap trinkets, calicoes, cloths, blankets, shoes, and other articles of dress. In another were arms, matchlocks, pistols, tulwars, and daggers. On the ground were lines of baskets filled with grain of many kinds, the vendors squatting patiently behind them. Some of the traders volubly accosted passers-by. Others maintained a dignified silence, as if they considered the excellence of their wares need no advertisement. It was not new, but it was very amusing to Dick, and it was late before they returned to their lodging. "I wish," he said, as they strolled back, "that I were a good juggler or musician. It seems to me that it would be an excellent disguise, and we could go anywhere without question, and get admittance into all sorts of places we could not get a chance of entering into in any other way." "Yes, that would be a good thing," Surajah agreed, "but I am sure that I could not do anything, even if you could. No, I quite see that, and I am not thinking of trying, but it would have been a first-rate plan." "You are very good at sword play," Surajah suggested, although somewhat doubtfully. Dick laughed. "The first really good swordsman that came along would make an exhibition out of me. No, one would have to do something really well." The subject was renewed after they had seated themselves with Pertaub. "It would be an excellent disguise," he agreed. "A good juggler could gain admission to the palace, and might even enter forts where no others could set foot, for life there is dull indeed, and anyone who could amuse the soldiers would be certain of a welcome. Even a governor might be willing to see his feats." "Could one bribe a conjurer to let one pass as his assistant?" "Oh, that would be impossible," the Hindoo said, "for an assistant would have opportunities for learning the tricks, and no money would induce a really good juggler to divulge his secrets, which have been passed down from father to son for centuries." "If one had thought of it," Dick said, "one could have bought in London very many things which would have seemed almost magical to the people here. I am afraid that we must go on, though, in our old line. It is a pity, for the other would have been a first-rate approach." "I have obtained for you this evening 2 suits of clothes such as we spoke of. In them you can pass as followers of some petty rajah, and are not likely to attract attention. I have inquired among some of my friends, and hear that the Rajah of Bore left here today with his following. He is but a petty chief, and Bore lies up north, close to the Nizam's frontier. Thus, if you should be asked in whose service you are, you will have a name to give, and there will be no fear of your being contradicted. If you are still further questioned by anyone with a right to ask, you can say that you were told to remain here in order to see how fast the drilling of the troops went on, and to send the Rajah a report when it is time for him to return here to accompany Tippoo on his march. You will, of course, account for your dialect by keeping to your present story, that you came from a village on the Ghauts in order to enter the service of one of our Rajahs, and that your father having years ago been a soldier in the pay of the Rajah of Bore, you made your way there direct instead of coming to the capital." "That will do excellently, Pertaub. It was a fortunate moment indeed that brought us to your door." "Oh, I have done nothing as yet, Sahib, but I hope that in time I may be able to be of use to you. It is fortunate for me as well as for you, perhaps, that you stopped at my door. Of late I have had nothing to think of save my own grief and troubles, but now I have something to give an interest to my life, and already I feel that I need not merely drag it on until I am relieved of its burden. And now, Sahibs, I am sure that rest must be needful for you, and would recommend that you seek your beds at once." On the following morning, Pertaub brought up the garments that he had bought for them. Nothing could be more irregular than the dress of the armed retainers of an Indian rajah. All attire themselves according to their fancy. Some carry spears and shields, others matchlocks. Some wear turbans, others iron caps. The cut and colour of their garments are also varied in the extreme. Dick's dress consisted of a steel cap with a drooping plume of red horsehair, and a red tunic with a blue sash. Over it was worn a skirt of linked mail, which, with leggings fitted tightly, completed the costume. Surajah had a red turban, a jerkin of quilted leather with
iron scales fastened on to protect the shoulders and chest. A scarlet kilt hung to his knees, and his legs were enclosed in puttees, or swathes of coarse cloth, wound round and round them. He wore a blue and gold girdle. Dick laughed as he surveyed the appearance of himself and Surajah. "We are a rum-looking couple," he said, "but I have seen plenty of men just as gaudy in the train of some of the rajahs who visited the camp when we were up here. I think that it's a much better disguise than the one we wore yesterday. I shan't be afraid that the first officer we meet will ask us to what regiment we belong. There were scores of fellows lounging about in the streets last night, dressed just as we are." Sticking their swords and pistols into their girdles, they sallied out, and were pleased to find that no one paid the slightest attention to them. They remained in the town until some battalions of recruits poured out from the fort to drill on the grounds between it and the town. The first 4 that passed were, as Dick learnt from the remarks of some of the bystanders, composed entirely of boys, some of them Christians, 30,000 of whom had been carried off by Tippoo in his raid on Travancore, and the young men were compelled to serve, after being obliged to become nominally Mohammedans. After the Chellah battalions came those of Tippoo's army. "These fellows look as if they could fight," Dick said. "They're an irregular lot, and don't seem to have an idea of keeping line or marching in step, but they're an active-looking set of fellows, and carry themselves well. As to the Chellahs, I should say they would be no good whatever, even if they could be relied on, which we know they cannot be. They look dejected and miserable, and I suppose hate all as much as their officers do. I should back half a regiment of English to lick the 12 battalions. I wonder Tippoo himself does not see that troops like these must be utterly worthless." "I don't expect he thinks they would be of much use," Surajah agreed. "He only turned them into soldiers to gratify his hatred of them." Leaving the troops, they walked on and entered the great fort, which enclosed an area of nearly 2 square miles. In this were Tippoo's palace, his storehouses, containing grain sufficient for the garrison for a siege of many months, mosques, the residences of Tippoo's officials and officers, the arsenals, and the huts for the troops. There was also a street of shops, similar to those in the town. Wandering about unquestioned, they came presently upon a scene that filled Dick with indignation and fury. 2 white officers, heavily ironed, were seated on the ground. Another, similarly ironed, lay stretched beside them. He was naked from the waist up. His back was covered with blood, and he had evidently been recently flogged, until he fell insensible. Half a dozen savage-looking men, evidently executioners of Tippoo's orders, were standing around jeering at the prisoners and refusing their entreaties to bring some water for their comrade. "You brutes," one of the captives explained in English, "I'd give all my hopes of liberty for 10 minutes face to face with you, swords in hands." "They would not be of much use to us," the other said quietly. "It's 4 days since we had a mouthful of food, and they'd make very short work of us." "All the better," the other exclaimed. "Death would be 1,000-fold preferable to this misery." Dick felt that, if he remained longer, he would be unable to contain himself, and turning hastily away, walked off, accompanied by Surajah. "It is awful," he exclaimed, with tears running down his cheeks, "and to be able to do nothing. What must Father have gone through? I think, Surajah, that if we were to come upon Tippoo, I should go for him, even if he were surrounded by guards. Of course, it would cost me my life. If I could kill him, I think I should not mind it. Such a villain is not fit to live, and at any rate, whoever came after him, the prisoners could not be worse off than they are now. Let us go back. I have had enough for this morning." When they returned, Dick told Pertaub of the scene that he had witnessed. "Many of them have been starved to death," the old man said. "Possibly one of their companions may have tried to escape. It is to prevent this that Tippoo's greatest cruelties are perpetrated. It is not so very difficult to get away and take to the jungle. Some have succeeded, but most of them are retaken, for a watch is vigilantly kept up at every village and every road leading on to the frontier, and if caught they are hung or forced to take poison. But whether they are caught or not, Tippoo's vengeance falls upon their companions. Those are flogged, ironed, kept without rations for weeks, living, if they do live, upon the charity of their guards. This is why there are so few attempts at escape. A man knows that, whether he himself gets off or not, he dooms his companions to torture, perhaps death. One case I remember in which an English sailor, 1 out of 9, attempted to get away. He was captured and killed at once, and his 8 companions were all hung. So, you see, even if one of the captives sees a chance of escape, he does not take it, because of the consequences that would fall upon his companions. "It is horrible," Dick said, "and I can quite understand why so few escape. The question for me now is whether there are any prisoners kept in dungeons here." "Not here, I think. Tippoo's policy is to make all his captives useful, and though one might be ironed and confined for a time, I do not think that any are so kept permanently here. There were, of course, some confined to the fort by illness, and some in irons. It may need some little search before you are quite sure that you have seen everyone. However, I will try to find out how many there are there, and to get as many of the names as possible. Some of my friends who keep shops in the fort may be able to do this for me. This would shorten your task. But I cannot hold out any hopes that you will find him whom you seek in the city. It is among the hill forts you will find him, if he be alive. I have been turning the matter over since you spoke to me last night, and the best plan I can think of is that you should go as a travelling merchant, with Surajah as your assistant. You would want a good assortment of goods, fine muslins and silks, and a good selection of silver jewellery from different parts of India. All these I could purchase for you here. If, by good luck, you could obtain a sight of the commander of one of these forts, you might possibly obtain permission from him to go up, and show your wares to the ladies of his establishment, and to those of other officers. The present of a handsome waist sash, or a silver-mounted dagger, might incline him favourably to your petition." "I think that idea is an excellent one," Dick said warmly. "If we cannot get in that way, there seems to be no chance, save by taking a careful survey of the fortress, to discover where the rocks could be most easily climbed. There must surely be some spots, even among the steepest crags, where active fellows like Surajah and myself would be able to scale them. Of course, we should have to do it after dark, but once up there, one ought to be able to move about in the fort without difficulty, as we should of course be dressed as soldiers, and could take dark blankets to wrap round us. We ought then to be able to find where any prisoners who may be there are confined. There might be a sentry at the door, or, if there were no other way, one might pounce upon someone, force him by threats to tell us what prisoners there are, and where they are confined, and then bind and gag him, and stow him away where there would be no chance of his being discovered before daylight." "There would be a terrible risk in such a matter," Pertaub said, shaking his head gravely. "No doubt there would be risk, but we came here prepared to encounter danger, and if it were well managed, I don't see why we should be found out. Even if we were, we ought to be able to slip away in the darkness, and make our way to the point where we went up. Once down on the plain, we could renew our disguise as traders, and however hotly they scoured the country, pass without suspicion through them. I think that there will be more chance in that way than in going in as traders, for we should in that case have little chance of walking about, still less of questioning anyone. However, it is worth trying that first. We can always fall back upon the other if it fails. We might, on our first visit, obtain indications that would be very useful to us in our second." End of Chapter 11. A Useful Friend. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 12 of The Tiger of Mysore by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. The Tiger of Mysore by G.A. Henty. Chapter 12. A Tiger in a Zenana. Another week passed, and by the end of that time Dick was perfectly assured that his father was not at Seringapatam. It was then a question of which of the hill forts to try first. Pertaub had already procured for them an assortment of goods and dresses, suitable for travelling merchants, and the purchase of these things had drawn heavily on their stock of money, although several of the traders, on receiving a hint from Pertaub of the purpose for which the goods were required, had given many articles without charge, while for the majority of the goods Dick gave an order on his mother, who had told him that he could draw up to £500. On the day before they were about to start, their plans were interrupted by the issue of a proclamation, saying that sports with wild beasts would take place on the following day, and they agreed that, as one day would make no difference, they would stop to see them, especially as Tippoo himself would be present. Hitherto, although they had several times seen him being carried in his palanquin, they had had no opportunity of observing him closely, as he was always surrounded by his guards. The sports were held in a great square in the fort. A strong network was erected in the semicircle of which the palace formed the base. Behind the network the spectators ranged themselves. Tippoo occupied a window in the palace looking down into the square. There were always a number of wild beasts in Seringapatam available for these purposes, as a regular supply of tigers, leopards, and wild elephants was caught and sent in every month. 6 of the largest tigers were always kept in cages in the courtyard in front of the palace, and to these were thrown state criminals, or officials who had offended the tyrant, and were devoured by them. In his younger days Tippoo had been very fond of the chase, but he was now too fat and heavy, and seldom ventured on horseback. Dick and Surajah, who had arrived early, had placed themselves at the corner where the network touched the palace. Some 30 yards in front of them a balcony projected. It was enclosed by a thick lattice work. From behind this the ladies of Tippoo's harem viewed the sports. These sports began with a contest of fighting rams. The animals were placed some 50 yards apart. As soon as they saw each other, both showed extreme anger, uttering notes of defiance. Then they began to move toward each other, at first slowly but increasing in speed, until when within a few yards of one another each took a spring, meeting in mid-air, forehead to forehead, with a crash that could be heard far away. Both fell back and stood for a moment shaking their heads, as if half stupefied by the blow. Then they backed up 2 steps and hurled themselves at each other again. After this had been repeated once or twice, they locked forehead to forehead, and each strove to push the other back. For some time the struggle continued on equal terms. Then the weaker began to give way, and was pushed back step by step, until its strength failed altogether, and it was pushed over onto the ground, when the attendants at once interfered and separated them. Some 30 pairs of rams fought, the affair being to Dick extremely monotonous. The natives, however, took great interest in the contests, wagering freely on the issues, shouting loudly to the combatants, and raising triumphant cries when one was adjudged the victor. Then elephants were brought in, but the struggle between these was even tamer than between the rams. They pushed each other with their foreheads until one gave way, when the other would follow it, beating it with its trunk and occasionally shoving it. When this sport was over, 2 parties of men entered the arena, amid a shout of satisfaction from the crowd. After prostrating themselves before Tippoo, they took up their ground facing each other. Each man had on his right hand 4 steel claws fixed to the knuckles. Approaching each other cautiously, they threw with their left hands the garlands of flowers they wore round their necks into the faces of their opponents, trying to take advantage of the moment to strike a blow or to obtain a grip. Each blow laid open the flesh as by a tiger's claws. The great object was to gain a grip, no matter where, which would completely disable the opponent and render him incapable of defending himself. When this was done, the combat between that pair came to an end. After the Ghettis, as these men were named, had retired, a buffalo was matched against a tiger. The tiger was adverse to the contest, but upon some firecrackers being thrown close behind him, he sprang at the buffalo, who had been watching the tiger warily. As the tiger launched itself into the air, the buffalo lowered its head, received the tiger on its sharp horns, and threw it a distance of 10 yards away. No efforts could goad the wounded tiger to continue the fray, so it and the buffalo were taken out, and 2 others brought in. The second tiger was a much more powerful beast than its predecessor, and was indeed larger than any of those in the cages of the palace. It had been captured 4 days before, and was full of fight. It walked round the buffalo 3 or 4 times, and then, with the speed of lightning, sprang upon it, breaking its neck with a single blow from its powerful forepaw. 6 buffaloes in succession were brought in, and were killed, one after the other, by the tiger. Satisfied with what it had done, the tiger paid no attention to the 7th animal, but walked round and round the arena, looking for a means to escape. Then, drawing back, it made a short rush, and sprang at the net, which was 14 feet high. Strong as were the poles that supported the net, it nearly gave way under the impact. The tiger hung 10 feet above the ground until some of the guards outside ran up, discharging their muskets into the air, when the tiger recommenced its promenade around the foot of the net, roaring and snarling with anger. As it neared the Palace it stopped, and uttered a roar of defiance at those at the windows. Then, apparently something moving behind the lattice work caught its eye. It moved toward that, crouching, and then, with a tremendous spring, launched itself against the lattice work. The balcony was 10 feet from the ground, but the tiger's spring took it clear of this. The woodwork gave way like paper, and the tiger burst through. A shout of dismay arose from the multitude, but high above this sounded the screams of the women. "Quick, Surajah!" Dick cried, and drawing his keen dagger he cut through the network and dashed through, followed by his companion. "Stand here!" he cried as they arrived below the balcony. "Steady! Put your hands against the wall." Then he sprang onto Surajah's back and thence to his shoulder. Drawing his pistols, he put one between his teeth, grasping the other in his right hand. "Steady, Surajah! I am going to stand on your head." He stepped onto his companion's turban, put his left arm on the balcony, and raised himself by it until his arms were above its level. The tiger was standing with its paw upon a prostrate figure, growling savagely, but evidently confused and somewhat dismayed at the piercing screams from the women, most of whom had thrown themselves down on the cushions of the divan. Dick stretched his right hand forward, took a steady aim, and fired. A sharp snarl showed that the shot had taken effect. He dropped the pistol, snatched the other from his mouth, waited for a moment until he could make out the tiger, fired again, and at once dropped to the ground, just as a great body flashed from the window above him. He and Surajah had both had their matchlocks slung over their shoulders, and before the tiger could recover from its spring they levelled and fired. The tiger rolled over, but regained its feet and made toward them. One of the bullets had, however, struck it in the shoulder and disabled the leg. Its movements were therefore comparatively slow, and they had time to leap aside. Surajah discharged his pistol into the tiger's ear, while Dick brought down his keen sword with all his strength upon its neck, and the tiger rolled over dead. A mighty shout rose from the crowd. "We'd better be off," Dick said, "or we shall have all sorts of questions to answer." They slipped through the hole in the net again, but were so surrounded by people cheering and applauding them that they could not extricate themselves, and a minute later some soldiers ran up, pushed through the crowd to them, and surrounded them. "The Sultan requires your presence," they said, and as resistance was out of the question, Dick and Surajah at once accompanied them to the entrance of the palace. They were led through several large halls until they entered the room where Tippoo was standing. He had just left the women's apartment, where he had hurried to ascertain what damage had been done by the tiger. Dick and his companions salaamed to the ground, in accordance with the custom of the country. "You are brave fellows," the Sultan said graciously, "and all the braver that you risked death not only from the tiger, but for daring to look upon my women unveiled." "Oh, I saw nothing, your Highness," Dick said humbly, "save the tiger. That he was standing over a fallen figure I noticed. As soon as my eye fell on him I fired at once, and the second time as soon as the smoke cleared, so that I could catch a glimpse of him." "I pardon you that," Tippoo said, "and in faith you have rendered me a good service, for had it not been for your interference he might have worked havoc in my harem, and that before a single one of my officers or men had recovered his senses." And he looked angrily round at the officers standing near him. "How comes it that you are so quick in thought and execution?" he asked Surajah, as the elder of the two. "My brother and myself have done much hunting among the hills, your Highness, and have learned that, in fighting a tiger, one needs to be quick as well as fearless." "Whence come you?" Tippoo asked. "By your tongue you are strangers." Surajah gave the account that they had agreed upon as to their birthplace, but he was quick-witted enough to see that it would not be safe to say they were in the service of the Rajah of Bor, as inquiries might be made, and he therefore said, "We came hither to take service either with your Royal Highness or with one of your Rajahs, but have as yet found no opportunity of doing so." "It is well," Tippoo said. "Henceforth you are officers in my service. Apartments shall be assigned to you in the palace. Here is the first token of my satisfaction." And he took out a heavy purse from his girdle and handed it to Surajah. "You are free to go now. I will later on consider what duties shall be assigned to you. When you return, report yourselves to Fazli Ali, my chamberlain." And he indicated a white bearded official among the group standing beside him. Salaaming deeply again, they left the apartments. Not a word was spoken until they were outside the precincts of the palace. "This makes a sudden change in our plans," Dick said. "Whether for better or worse I cannot say yet." I was right in not saying we were in the service of the Rajah of Bor, was I not? I thought that Tippoo might offer to take us into his service, and he might have caused a letter to be sent to the Rajah saying that he had done so." "Yes, you were quite right, Surajah. I had thought of that myself, and was on thorns when you were telling your story, and felt not a little relieved when you changed the tale. I think that it has turned out for the best. As officers of the Palace, we may be able to obtain some information as to what Christian captives there are, and the prisons where they are confined." "Still more," Surajah said. "When we get to be known as being his officers, we might present ourselves boldly at any of the hill fortresses, as sent there with some orders." "You are right," Dick said. "I had not thought of that. Indeed, we might even produce orders to inspect the prisoners, in order to render an account to Tippoo of their state and fitness for service, and might even show an order for my father to be handed over to us, if we should find him. This is splendid, and I am sure I cannot be too grateful to that tiger for popping into the harem. He has done more for us in a few minutes than we could have achieved in a year. Well, Surajah, if my father is alive, I think now that we have every chance of rescuing him." As they walked through the streets, many of those who had been present at the sports recognized them as the heroes in the stirring episode there, and, judging they would gain a high place in Tippoo's favour, since they were still alive, came up to them and congratulated them on their bravery, and made offers of service. They replied civilly to all who accosted them, but were glad when they turned off to the quiet quarter where Pertaub lived. The Hindoo was surprised indeed when they told him what had happened, and that there were already officers in the Palace, and might consider themselves as standing high in Tippoo's favour. "It is wonderful," he said, when they brought their story to a conclusion. "Surely Providence must have favoured your pious object. Such good fortune would never have occurred to you, had it not been that it was destined you should find your father still alive. But if good fortune befalls you, it is because you deserve it. That you should face a great tiger without hesitation, and slay him, shows how firm your courage is, and the quickness was still more to be admired. No doubt there are many others there who, to gain the favour of the Sultan, would have risked their lives, but you alone of them were quick enough to carry it out." "We were nearest to the spot, Pertaub. Had we been among the crowd farther back, we could have done nothing." "Let us praise where it is due," Surajah said. "I had nothing to do with the affair. I saw the tiger bound through the window, and heard screams, and stood frozen with horror. I did not even see my lord cut through the net. I knew nothing until he seized me by the arm and pulled me after him, and it was not until he sprang upon my back and then upon my shoulders that I knew what he was going to do. I simply aided in dispatching the tiger when he sprang wounded down into the courtyard." "And yet you are a hunter and a soldier," Pertaub said. "This is how it is that the English have become lords of so wide a territory. They are quick. While we hesitate and spend great time in making up our minds to do anything, they decide and act in a moment. They are always ready, we are always slow. They see the point where a blow has to be struck, they make straight to it, and they strike. The English Sahib is very young, and yet to him comes in a moment what is the best thing to be done. He does not stop to think of the danger. While all others stand in consternation, he acts, and slays the tiger before one of them has so much as moved from his place. But indeed, as you say, Tippoo himself told you, your danger was not only from the tiger. The tyrant must indeed have been alarmed for the safety of his harem, when he forgave you what, in the eyes of a Mohammedan, is the greatest offence you can commit. This will, of course, change all of your plans. For the present, at any rate. It may be that, later on, we shall still find occasion for our disguises, as possibly we may fall into disfavour, and have to assume them to make our escape. We may, as Tippoo's officers, manage to obtain entrance into one or two of the hill fortresses, but unless absolutely sent by him, that is the utmost we could hope for were we missing, messengers would be sent all over the country to order our arrest, and in that case we should have to take to some disguise. The first thing now is to procure our dresses. How much is there in that purse, Surajah? It seems pretty heavy." Surajah poured the gold out on the table. "There are 50 tumauns. That will be more than enough to clothe you handsomely," the Hindoo said. "Much more than enough, I should think, Pertaub. Tippoo likes those round him to be well dressed. It's not only a proof of his generosity, but likes to make a brave show on great occasions. and nothing pleases him more than to be told that neither the Nizam nor any other Indian prince can surpass him in the magnificence of his court. Therefore, the better dressed you are, the more he will be satisfied, for it will seem to him that you appreciate the honour of being officers of the palace, and that you have laid out his present to the best advantage, and have not a mind to hoard any of it. I will take the matter in hand for you. You will need 2 suits each, one for court ceremonies, and the other for ordinary wear in the palace." "I shall be very much obliged to you, Pertaub, for indeed I have no idea what ought to be got. Had we better present ourselves at the palace this evening or tomorrow morning?" "This evening, certainly. Did he take it into his head to inquire whether you were in the palace, and found that you were not, it might alter his humour towards you altogether. He is changeable in his moods. The favourite of one day may be in disgrace and ordered to execution the next. You will soon feel that it is as if you were in a real tiger's den, and that the animal may at any moment spring upon you. Take with you the clothes you now wear, and those in which you came, so that at any moment, if you see a storm gathering, you can slip on a disguise and leave the palace unobserved. In that case, hasten here, and you can then dress yourselves as merchants. The worst of it is, Pertaub, that our faces will soon become known to so many in the palace that they will be recognized, whatever our dress." "A little paint and some false hair, and a somewhat darker stain to your skin, would alter you so that those who know you best would pass you without suspicion. I trust that no such misfortune will befall, but I will keep everything in readiness to effect a transformation, should it be required. Now I will go out at once to get the clothes." In 2 hours he returned, followed by a boy carrying the goods he had purchased, and in a few minutes Dick and his companion were arrayed in court dresses. The turbans were pure white, and the tunic was of dark rich stuff, thickly woven with gold thread. A short cloak or mantle, secured at the neck by a gold chain 3 or 4 inches in length, hung from the back, but could, if necessary, be drawn round the shoulders. A baldric embroidered with gold crossed the chest, and from this hung a sword with an ivory handle. The waist sash was of blue and gold in Dick's case, purple and gold in that of Surajah. Silver-mounted pistols and daggers were stuck into the sashes. The dresses were precisely alike, except that they were different in colour. The trousers were white. Surajah was greatly delighted with his dress. Dick laughed. "Of course it comes naturally to you," he said, "but I feel as if I were dressed up for a masquerade." The other suits were similar in style, but the tunics were of richly figured damask instead of cloth of gold. Half an hour later they started for the palace, a coolie carrying a box containing their second suits, and the simple dresses they had worn on their arrival. Dick could not help smiling at the manner in which the people in the streets obsequiously made way for them. "I shall be very glad," he said, as they traversed the space that divided the town from the fort, "when we have got over the next day or two, and have settled down a bit. It all seems so uncertain, and I have not the most remote idea of what our duties are likely to be. Hitherto we have always had some definite plan of action, and had only ourselves to depend upon. Now everything seems doubtful and uncertain. However, I suppose we shall soon settle down, and we have the satisfaction of knowing that if things do not turn out well, we can go off to our good friend Pertaub, and get out of the place altogether." On arriving at the palace, they inquired for the chamberlain. "He is expecting you, my lord," one of the attendants said, coming forward. "I will lead you first to the room that is prepared for you, and then take you to Fazli Ali." The room was a commodious one, and the richness of the covering of the divan and the handsome rugs spread on the floor were satisfactory signs that the chamberlain considered them prime favourites of the sultan. Having seen the box placed in a corner, and paid the coolie, they followed the attendant along some spacious corridors and passages, until they entered a room where Fazli Ali was seated on a divan. The attendant let the curtains that covered the door drop behind them as they entered. They salaamed to the chamberlain, who looked at them approvingly, and motioned them to take their seats on the divan beside him. "I see," he said kindly, "that you possess good judgment, as well as courage and quickness. The former qualities have won you a place here, but judgment will be needed to keep it. You have laid out your money well, as the sultan loves to see all in the palace well attired, and quiet also, and discreet in behaviour." "Can you give us an idea what our duties will be?" Surajah asked. as Dick had requested him always to be the spokesman if possible. The Chamberlain shook his head. "That will be for the Sultan himself to decide. For a time, probably, you will have little to do but to attend at the hours when he gives public audiences. You will doubtless occasionally carry his orders to officers in command of troops at distant places, and will form part of his retinue when he goes beyond the palace. When he sees that you are worthy of his favour, prompt in carrying out his orders, and in all respects trustworthy, he will in time assign special duties to you, but this will depend upon yourselves. As one who admires the courage and promptness that you showed today, and who wishes you well, I would warn you that it is best when the Sultan has had matters to trouble him, and may blame somewhat unjustly, not to seek to excuse yourselves. It is bad to thwart him when he is roused. You can rely upon me to stand your friend, and, when the storm has blown over, to represent the matter to him in a favourable light. The Sultan desires to be just, and in his calm moments assuredly is so, but when there is a cloud before his eyes, there is no saying upon whom his displeasure may fall. At present, however, there is little chance of your falling into disgrace, for he is greatly impressed with the service you have rendered him, and especially by the promptness with which you carried it out. After you had gone, he spoke very strongly about it, and said that he would he were possessed of 100 officers capable of such a deed. He would in that case have little fear of any of the foes of his kingdom. It is fortunate that you came here this afternoon. It is well nigh certain that he will ask for you presently, and though he could hardly blame you had you required until tomorrow to complete your preparations, your promptitude will gratify him, and he will, I am sure, be still more pleased at seeing that you have well so laid out his gift. He gave you no orders on the subject, and had you appeared in the dresses you wore this morning, he would doubtless have instructed me to provide you with more suitable attire. The fact that you have so laid out the money will show that you have an understanding of the honour of being appointed to the palace, and a proper sense of fitness. The Sultan himself dresses plainly, and, save for a priceless gem in his turban, and another in his sword hilt, there is nothing in his attire to lead a stranger to guess at his rank. But while he does this himself, he expects that all others in the palace should do justice to his generosity. And now you had best return to your room, and remain there until sent for. If he does not think of it himself, I shall, if opportunity occurs, inform him that you have already arrived." They had some difficulty in finding their way back to their room, and had indeed to ask directions of attendants they met before they discovered it. A native was squatting at the door. He rose and salaamed deeply as they came up. "Your slave is appointed to be your attendant, my lords," he said. "Your servant's name is Ibrahim." "Good," Surajah said as he passed him and entered the room. "Now, Ibrahim, tell us about the ways of the palace, for of these we are altogether ignorant. In the first place, about food. Do we provide ourselves, or how is it?" "All in the palace are fed from the Sultan's kitchen. At each meal every officer has so many dishes according to his rank. These vary from 3 to 12. In the early morning I shall bring you bread and fruit and sherbet. At 10 o'clock is the first meal, and at 7 there is supper. At 1 o'clock the kitchens are open, and I can fetch you a dish of pilau, kebabs, a chicken, or any other refreshment that you may desire. At present I have no orders as to how many dishes your Excellencies will receive at the 2 meals." "We shall not be particular about that," Surajah said. "It is evident that we shall fare well, at any rate." "I am told to inform you, my lords, that the Sultan has ordered 2 horses to be placed at your service. A Gorawala has been appointed to take charge of them. His name is Surfojee. If you ask for him at the stable, you will be directed to him, and he will show you the horses. In an hour supper will be served, but this evening I shall only be able to bring you 3 dishes each. Such is always the rule until the Sultan's pleasure has been declared." Ibrahim then proceeded to light 2 lamps hanging from the ceiling, for it was now getting dusk, and then, finding that his masters had no further need of his services, he retired. "So far so good, Surajah. We are certainly in clover as far as comfort is concerned, and the only drawback to the situation is Tippoo's uncertain temper. However, we must try our best to satisfy him. We have every reason to stand well with him, and if he sees that we are really anxious to please him, we ought to be able to avoid falling into disgrace, even when he is in one of his worst moods." Their attendant presently brought up the 6 portions of food, and they enjoyed their meal heartily. Each had an ample portion of pilau of rice and chicken, a plate of stew, which Dick thought was composed of game of some kind, and a confection in which honey was the predominating flavour. With this they drank water, deliciously cooled by being hung up in porous jars. Surajah ate his food with the dexterity of long habit, but Dick had not yet learned to make his bread fulfil the functions of spoon and fork, for at his uncle's table European methods of eating were adopted. Half an hour after they had finished, an officer presented himself at the door, and said that he was ordered to conduct them to the Sultan. Tippoo had supped in the harem, and was now seated on a divan in a room of no great size, but richly hung with heavy silken curtains, and carpeted with the richest rugs. 2 or 3 of his chief officers were seated beside him. 7 or 8 others were standing on either side of the room. A heavy glass chandelier of European manufacture hung from the richly carved ceiling, and the 50 candles in it lighted up the room. The chamberlain met them at the door, and advanced with them towards Tippoo. "Great Sultan," he said, "these are the young men whom it has pleased your Highness to appoint officers in the palace." The 2 lads salaamed until their turbans touched the ground. "Truly they are comely youths," Tippoo said, "and one would scarcely deem them capable of performing such a feat as that they have accomplished this morning. Well, my slayers of tigers, you have found everything fitly provided?" "Far more so than our deeds merit, your Highness," Surajah replied. "We have found everything that heart could desire, and only hope for an opportunity to show ourselves worthy of your favours." "Oh, you have done that beforehand," Tippoo said graciously, "and I am glad to see by your attire that you are conscious that, as my officers, it is fitting that you should make a worthy appearance. It shows that you have been well brought up, and are not ignorant of what is right and proper. At present you will receive orders from Fazli Ali, and will act as assistant chamberlains until I decide in what way your services can be made most useful. Now follow me, there are others who wish to see you." Rising, Tippoo led the way through a door with double hangings into a room considerably larger than that which they had just left. The chandeliers at the end of the room where they stood were all lighted, while the other end was in comparative darkness. Leaving them standing alone, Tippoo walked toward the other end, and clapped his hands. Immediately a number of closely veiled figures entered, completely filling the end of the room. "These are the young men," Tippoo said to them. "It is the one on the right to whom it is chiefly due that the tiger did not commit havoc among you. It was he who climbed up the balcony and fired twice at the beast. You owe your lives to him and his companion, for among all my officers and guards there was not one who was quick-witted enough to move as much as a finger." There was a faint murmur of surprise among the veiled figures at the youth of their preserver. "Hold your heads fully up," Tippoo went on, for Dick and his companion, after making a deep salaam, had stood with bent heads and with eyes fixed upon the ground. Then 2 of the attendants, girls of 13 or 14 years old, came forward from behind the others, each bearing a casket. "These are presented to you with my permission by the ladies whose lives you have saved," Tippoo said, "and should you at any time have a favour to ask, or even should you fall under my displeasure, you can rely upon their good offices in your behalf." There was another low murmur from the other end of the hall. Then Tippoo clapped his hands, and the women moved out as noiselessly as they had entered. "You can retire now," Tippoo said as he moved toward the door into the other room. "Be faithful, be discreet, and your fortune is secured." He pointed to another door, and then rejoined his councillors. Dick and his companion stood in an attitude of deep respect until the hanging had fallen behind the Sultan, then went out by the door he had pointed to, and made their way back to their own room. "Truly, Surajah, fortune is favouring us mightily. This morning we walked the streets in fear of being questioned and arrested. This evening we are officers of the palace, favoured by Tippoo, and under the protection of the harem. I wondered what the ladies have given us." They opened the caskets, which were of considerable size. As they examined the contents, exclamations of surprise broke from them. Each contained some 30 or 40 little parcels done up in paper, and on these being opened they were found to contain trinkets and jewels of all kinds. Some were very costly and valuable. All were handsome. It was evident that every one of the ladies who had been in the room when the tiger burst in had contributed a token of her gratitude. Many of the more valuable gems had been evidently taken from their settings, as if the donors did not care that jewels they had worn should be exposed to view. One parcel contained 20 superb pearls, another a magnificent diamond, and 10 rubies, and so on, down to the more humble gifts, although these were valuable, of those of lower rank. Dick's presents were much more costly than those of his companion, and as soon as this was seen to be the case, Dick proposed that they should put them all together and divide equally. This, however, Surajah would not hear of. "The whole thing is due to you," Surajah said. "It would never have occurred to me to interfere at all. I had no part in the matter at all, beyond aiding to kill a wounded tiger, and it was no more than I have done many times among our hills, and though thought nothing of. These jewels are vastly more than I deserve for my share in the affair. I do not know much about the value of gems, but they must be worth a large sum, and nothing will induce me to take any of those that you have so well earned." "I wonder whether Tippoo knows what they have given us," Dick said, after in vain trying to alter his companion's decision. "Oh, I don't suppose he troubles himself about it. No doubt he was asked permission for each to make a present to us. The jewels in the harem must be of enormous value, as for the last 15 years Tippoo has been gathering spoil from all southern India, having swept the land right up to the gates of Madras. They say that his treasures are fabulous, and no doubt the ladies of his harem have shared largely in the spoils. The question is, what had we best do with these caskets? We know that, in the course of our adventures, it may very well happen that we shall be closely searched, and it would never do to risk having such valuables found upon us." "No, I should say that we had best bury them somewhere. Some of these merchants here may be honest enough for us to leave the jewels in their care, without anxiety; but as they themselves may at any moment be seized and compelled to give up their last penny, these things would be no safer with them than with us. As to Pertaub, I have absolute faith in him, but he himself is liable to be seized at any moment. However, I should say that we had better consult him. If we were to bury them, say under the floor of his house, we might leave them there for a time. If we saw any chance of this place being, some day, captured by our people, we could wait till then for their recovery. But the war may not be renewed for years. Possibly Pertaub may be able to arrange to send them down, only entrusting a portion at a time to a messenger, so that, if he got into trouble, we should only lose what he had upon him. We'll put the caskets into our box, and lock it up for the present, and take them down to Pertaub tomorrow evening after it gets dark. It will be as well to get them off our minds as soon as possible, for although just at present we are in high favour, there is no saying how long that may last, or when it may be necessary for us to move. End of Chapter 12. A Tiger in a Zenana. Recorded by Mike Harris.